One Alan Greening was chunk. He'd been boozing all night in Covent Garden, starting at the Punch, where he had 2 or 4 pints with his old friends from college. Then they'd gone to the Lamb and Flag, the pub down that dank alleyway near the Garrick Club. How long had they lingered there, sinking beers? He couldn't remember. Because after that they'd gone to the Roundhouse, and they'd met a couple more guys from his office. And at some point the lads had moved from pints of lager to shorts, vodka shots, gin and tonics, whiskey chasers, and then they had made the fatal error. Tony had said, "Let's go and look at some girls." So they'd laughed and agreed and ambled halfway up St. Martin's Lane and bribed their way into Stringfellows. The bouncer hadn't been keen on letting them in, not at first. He was wary of 6 young guys, obviously out on the lash, swearing and laughing, and way too boisterous. Trouble. But Tony had flashed some of his ample city bonus, £100 or more, and the bouncer had smiled and said, "Of course, sir," and then? What had happened then? It was all a blur. A blur of thongs and thighs and drinks. And smiling naked Latvian girls and ribald jokes about Russian furs and a Polish girl with unbelievable breasts and endless amounts of money spent on this and that and the other. Alan groaned. His friends had departed at various times, collapsing out of the club and into taxis. In the end it was just him, the last punter in the joint, tucking multitudes of tenors into the G-string of the Latvian girl who gyrated her tiny little body as he stared at her helplessly, worshipfully, dumbly, idiotically. And then at 4 a.m. the Latvian girl had stopped smiling and suddenly the lights were up and then the bouncers had him by the shoulders and they were firmly escorting him to the door. He wasn't quite thrown into the street like a bum in a saloon, in an old-fashioned western, but it was pretty close. And now it was 5 a.m., and the first clue of the hangover was needling him behind the eyes. He had to get home. He was on the Strand and he needed to be in bed. Did he have enough cash left for a taxi? He'd left his cards at home, but, yes, Alan sorted groggily through his pockets, yes, he still had £30 left in his wallet, enough for a cab to Clapham, or rather, it should have been enough. But there were no taxis. It was the deadest hour of the night, 5 a.m. on the Strand. Late for clubbers. Too early for office cleaners. Alan scanned the streets. A mild April drizzle was falling on the shiny wide pavements of central London. A big red night bus was trundling the wrong way towards St. Paul's. Where could he go? He fought through the boozy fog in his head. There was one place you could always get a cab. He could try Embankment. Yes. There were always taxis there. Collecting himself, he turned left, down a side road. The sign said Craven Street, and he'd never heard of it. But that didn't matter. The road headed downhill towards the river, it must take him directly onto Embankment. Alan walked on. The street was old, lots of serene Georgian buildings. The drizzle was still falling. The first hint of a spring morning was bluing the sky above the ancient chimney tops. There wasn't a soul around. And then he heard it. A noise. But not just a noise. It sounded like a groan. A human groan, but somehow clogged, or distorted. Weird. Had he imagined it? Alan checked the pavements, the doorways, the windows. The little side street was still deserted. All the buildings around here were offices. Or very old houses converted into offices. Who could be here at this time of night? A junkie? A homeless guy? Was it some old drunk, lying in a gutter, down there in the shadows? Alan opted to ignore it. That's what you did if you were a Londoner. You ignored. Your life was hassled enough in this huge, frenetic, and bewildering city without adding to your daily stress by investigating odd groans at night. And besides, Alan was drunk, he was imagining it. And then he heard it again, distinct. A terrible chilling moan of someone in pain. It almost sounded like someone saying help. Except the word came out as ee-ee-ee-ee-lerb. What the fuck was that? Alan sweated. He was scared now. He didn't want to know what kind of person, what kind of thing could make a sound like that. And yet he had to find out. All his moral reflexes were telling him to help. As he stood in the gentle rain, he thought of his mum. What she would say. She would tell him he had no choice. It was the moral imperative: someone is in pain, therefore you help. He looked left. The voice seemed to come from a row of old Georgian houses with dark purple bricks and elegant old windows. One of the houses had a sign up at the front, a wooden placard shining with rain in the lamplight. The Benjamin Franklin Museum. He had no proper idea who Benjamin Franklin was. Some Yank, a writer or something. But that didn't really matter. He was fairly sure the moan was coming from this house, because the door was open. At Sam, on a Saturday morning, Alan could see a dim light beyond the half-open door. He clenched his fists once, then twice. Then he went to the and pushed. It swung wholly open. The hall beyond was quiet. There was a till in the corner, a table stacked with leaflets, and a sign that read, "Video presentation this way." The hall was illuminated, barely, by some nightlights. The museum seemed undisturbed. The door was open, but the interior was perfectly still. It didn't look like the scene of a robbery. There it was again. The curdling groan. And this time it was plainly apparent where it came from: the basement. Alan felt the talons of fear grasp his heart. But he stifled his nerves, and walked determinedly to the end of the hall, where a side door led to some descending wooden stairs. Alan creaked his way down them, and stepped into a low cellar room. A bare bulb hung from the ceiling. The light was soft, but bright enough. He gazed about. The room was unexceptional apart from one thing: a corner of the floor had been recently and comprehensively dug up. The earth was turned over to leave a big black hole going down a metre or more into the dark London soil. It was then that Alan saw the blood. He couldn't not notice it. The big sticky stain was vivid and scarlet, and spattered over something very white. A pile of whiteness. What was this whiteness? Feathers? Swan feathers? What? Alan walked over and prodded the whiteness with the toe of his shoe. It was hair, human hair maybe. A pile of shaved white human hair. And the blood was spattered luridly across the top, like cherry sauce on lemon sorbet. Like a sheep's miscarriage in the snow. The groan was very close now. It was coming from the room next door. Alan fought back his fears one last time and went through the small, low-slung door that led to the next room. Inside, it was very black, apart from the narrow slant of light shown by the bulb behind him. The ominous moan reverberated around the room. Fumbling to the side of the door, Alan slapped at the switch and flooded the room with brightness. In the center of the room, on the floor, lay a naked old man. His head had been completely shaved. Brutally shaved, judging by the grazes and cuts. Alan realized that that was where the hair must have come from. They had shaved his hair. Whoever they were. Then the old man moved. His face had been averted from the door, but when the lights came on he turned and looked at Alan. The sight was unnerving. Alan flinched. The terror in the old man's eyes was unspeakable. Wide and red, his eyes stared out, frenzied with pain. The earlier drunkenness had gone. Alan now felt queasily sober. He could see why the man was in agony. His chest was cut with marks, slashed with a knife. A design had been carved into his soft, old, wrinkled white, and why was he groaning so weirdly? So incoherently? The man moaned again. And Alan wobbled with faintness. The man's mouth was abrim with blood. Blood oozed from his mouth, as if he had gorged himself on strawberries. Red blood was oiling down from his elderly lips, dripping onto the floor. When he moaned, more blood bubbled and gurgled, splattering his chin with gore. And there was one final horror. The man was holding something in his hand. Slowly, he opened the hand, and mutely extended it, as if he was kindly offering something. A gift. Alan looked down at the extended fingers. Clutched limply in the hand was a severed human tongue. Carmel Market was busy. Full of Yemenite spice merchants arguing with Canadian Zionists, Israeli housewives examining lamb ribs, and Syrian Jews setting up racks of CDs by Lebanese torch singers. The crowds were chluonging between the tables of pungent red spices, stacked metal tins of green olive oil and the big liquor stall selling good Golan Heights wine. Amongst them was Rob Luttrell, making his way to the far end of the market. He wanted a beer at the Big Beer and Sausage Shop, his favorite spot in Tel Aviv. Rob liked to watch the Israeli celebrities in their paparazzi-fooling sunglasses. A few days back, one particularly cute starlet had actually smiled at him. Maybe she'd guessed he was a journalist. Rob also liked the Czech beer at the Big Sausage Bar, served in plastic steins. It went down a treat with those chunks of homemade salami and tiny pitas of spicy kebab. Shalom, said Samson, the Turkish sausage man at the Big. Rob briskly ordered a beer. Then he remembered his manners and said please and thanks. He wondered if boredom was getting to him. He'd been back here for 6 weeks, kicking his heels after 6 months in Iraq. Was it too long? Yes, he'd needed the break. Yes, he liked being back in Tel Aviv. He loved the city's vivacity and drama. And it was generous of his editor in London to give him the time off, to recover. But now he was ready for action again. Another posting in Baghdad maybe. Or Gaza. Things were kicking off there. Things were always kicking off in Gaza. Rob drank from the plastic pint glass of beer, and then stepped to the front of the open-air bar to look out across the Corniche at the grey-blue Mediterranean beyond. The beer was cold, golden and good. Rob watched a surfer breasting the waves out to sea. Would his editor ever call? Rob checked his mobile phone. The digital image of his little daughter stared back. Rob felt a serious pang of guilt. He hadn't seen her since. When? January, or February? When he was last in London. But what could he do? His ex-wife kept changing her plans, as if she wanted to deny Rob all access. Rob's yearning to see Lizzie was like a hunger, or a thirst. There was a constant sensation that someone was missing from his life. Sometimes he'd find himself turning to smile at his daughter, and of course she wasn't there. Rob returned his empty beer cup to the bar. See you tomorrow, Sam. Don't eat all the kebabs. Samson laughed. Rob paid his shekels, then headed for the seafront. He ran across the busy lanes of Thursday traffic, hoping not to get killed by the punchy Jewish drivers trying to run each other into the ocean. The Tel Aviv beach was his favorite place to think. With the skyscrapers behind him and the waves and the warm, bracing wind in front. And now he wanted to think about his wife and child. His ex-wife and 5-year-old child. He had wanted to fly back to London immediately after the newspaper ordered him out of Baghdad. But Sally had suddenly got a new boyfriend and told him she needed space, so Rob had decided to stay put in Tel Aviv. He didn't want to be in England if he couldn't see Lizzie. It was too agumsum. But whose fault was all this, really? Rob wondered how much of the divorce was his own doing. Yes, she'd had the affairs, but he had been away all that time. But this was his job. He was a foreign correspondent. It was what he'd spent 10 years striving for back in London. This was how he earned his money. And now he'd made it in his mid-30s and he was covering the whole Middle East, and there were more stories than he knew what to do with. Rob wondered if he should go back to the Big for another beer. He looked left. The Dan Panorama Hotel loomed against the blue sky, a great concrete lump of a hotel with a flashy glass atrium. Behind was the parking area, acres of car lots oddly situated in the middle of town. He remembered the story behind these car parks. When the Arab-Israeli War had broken out in 1948, this had been the main front in the urban conflict between Jewish Tel Aviv and Arab Jaffa. Then the Israelis had won and they'd leveled the shell-shocked slums that remained. And now it was just a big car park. He made a decision. If he couldn't see Lizzie, he could at least earn some money to keep her fed and secure. So he decided to go straight back to his little flat in Jaffa and do some research. Find some more angles on that Lebanese story. Or trace those hummus kids that hid out in that church. Ideas fizzed in Rob's head as he headed to the curve of the beach, and the ancient harbourfront houses beyond, the port of Old Jaffa. His mobile rang. Rob checked the screen hopefully. It was a British number, but it wasn't Sally, or Lizzie, or his friends. It was his editor, in London. Rob felt the surge of adrenaline. This was it. This was the moment in his job he most loved, the unexpected call from his editor. Go to Baghdad, go to Cairo, go to Gaza, go risk your life. Rob adored this moment. The never knowing where he was going to be. The frightening sense of improvised theatre, as if he existed on live TV. No wonder he couldn't pin down a relationship. He clicked the phone. Robbie. Steve. Watcher. The ultra-cockney accent of his editor fazed Rob for a second, as it always did. He still had enough of the middle American in him to presume that editors at the Times always spoke in pucker Oxford English. But his foreign editor spoke like a Tilbury docker and swore even more. Sometimes Rob wondered if Steve put it on a bit, the Cockney accent, to mark himself out from his plummier Oxbridge peers. Everyone in journalism was so competitive. Robbie, mate. What you doing right now? Standing on a beach, talking to you. Fuck. Wish I had your job. You did. But you got promoted. Oh yeah. Steve laughed. Anyway, what I mean is, what you doing next? We got you on assignment. Nope. That's right, that's right. You're recovering from that f***ing .bomb shit. I'm 0K now. Steve whistled. That was messy. Baghdad. Rob didn't want to think about the bombing. So. Steve, where? Kurdistan. What? Wow. He immediately felt excited, and a little scared. Iraqi Kurdistan. Mosul. He'd never been there and it was surely chock full of stories. Iraqi Kurdistan. But then Steve broke in, cool your jets. Rob felt his excitement ebb. There was something in Steve's voice. This wasn't a war story. Steve. Rob, mate. What do you know about archaeology? Rob looked out to sea. A paraglider was soaring over the waves. Archaeology? Nothing. Why? Well, there's this. Dig, in southeast Turkey. Kurdish Turkey. A dig? Yep. Pretty interesting. These German archaeologists have cave paintings, old bones. Shit. Rob felt a piercing disappointment. Steve chuckled. Now. Come on. What? You can't always do Gaza. And I don't want you anywhere dangerous. Not at the Mo. He sounded solicitous, almost brotherly. Most unexpected. You're one of my best reporters. And that was a nasty spill in Baghdad. You've had enough bad shit, for a while. Don't ya think? Rob waited. He knew Steve hadn't finished. Sure enough, Steve explained, so I'm asking you, ever so politely, to go and look at this f***ing dig in Turkey. If that's okay with you. Rob detected the sarcasm. It wasn't hard. He laughed. "0k, Steve. You're the boss. I'll go and look at some stones. When do you need me to go?" "Tomorrow. I'll email the brief." "Tomorrow? Not a lot of time." Rob started thinking about planes and packing. "I'm on the case, Steve." "Thanks." The editor paused, then came back on the line. "But, Rob." "What?" "I'm serious about this assignment. These aren't just boring old stones." "Sorry. It's been in the news here already. You must have missed it." "I don't read the archaeological press." "I do. It's highly fashionable." The sea air was warm. Steve went on, "What I mean is, this place in Turkey. What these Germans found." Rob waited for Steve to elaborate. A long pause. Then at last his editor said, "Well, it's not just bones and shit, Robbie. It's something really quite weird." 3 On the plane to Istanbul, Rob sipped at his watery gin and tonic in a little see-through plastic cup with a tiny swizzle stick. He read the printout of Steve's email, and some other stuff he had found on the net about the Turkish dig. The site being unearthed was called Göbekli Tepe. For an hour Rob thought this was pronounced Tepe, but then he saw a phonetic spelling on one his printouts. Tepe was pronounced Tepe. Göbekli. Tepe. Rob said it himself, Göbekli Tepe, and then munched a mini pretzel. He read on. The site was apparently just one of a number of very old settlements presently being unearthed in Kurdish Turkey. Navali Kori, Kayanu, Karahan Tepe. Some of them seemed incredibly ancient. 8,000 years old or more. But was that really so ancient? Rob had no idea. How old was the Sphinx? Stonehenge? The pyramids? His gin and tonic finished, he sat back and thought about his lack of general knowledge. Why didn't he know the answer to questions like this? Because, obviously, he didn't have a university education. Unlike his colleagues who had degrees from Oxford and London and UCLA, or Paris or Munich or Kyoto or Austin or wherever, Rob had nothing but his brain and an ability to speed read to digest information quickly. He had fled education at the age of 18. Despite his single mother's cries of despair, he had spurned the offers of several colleges and universities, and instead had gone straight into journalism. But who could blame him for this, really? Rob swallowed another mini pretzel. He'd had no choice. His mum was on her own, his dad had stayed in America being a mean brutal bastard, Rob had grown up in the furthest reaches of dull suburban London. From an early age he'd wanted money and status as they were available. He was never going to be like those rich kids he used to envy when he was a lad, able to take 4 years off to smoke dope and go to parties and drift into comfortable careers at a leisurely pace. He'd always felt a need to get a move on. The same desire for swift progression had governed his emotional life. When Sally came along, smiling and bonny and clever, he'd grabbed at the happiness and the stability she offered. The birth of their daughter, soon after their precocious marriage, seemed like a signal that what he had done was a very good thing. Only then had he realized, belatedly, that his kinetic career might be in conflict with settled domestic tranquility. The LO1 economy seat was as uncomfortable as ever. Rob sat back and rubbed his eyes. Then he asked the stewardess for another gin and tonic. A pick-me-up, and a help-me-forget. Reaching in his bag beneath his feet, Rob pulled out 2 books from Tel Aviv's best bookshop, one on Turkish archaeology, and one on ancient man. He had a 3-hour stopover in Istanbul and then another flight to Sanliurfa, way out in the wild east of Anatolia. Half a day to do some speed reading. By the time they arrived in Istanbul, Rob was quite drunk and fully apprised of the recent archaeological history of Anatolia. Particularly important, it seemed, was a place called Çatalhöyük, pronounced Çatalhöyük. Discovered in the 1950s, it was one of the oldest villages in the world ever unearthed, maybe 9,000 years old. The walls of this ancient settlement were covered with pictures of bulls and leopards and buzzards. Lots of buzzards. Very old signs of religion. Very strange images. Rob looked at the pictures of Çatalhöyük. He flicked through a few more pages. Then they landed at Istanbul airport and Rob carouselled his bags and threaded his way through off the crowds of jolly Turkish businessmen, stopping at a little store where he bought an American newspaper with one of the latest reports from Göbekli Tepe, and then went straight to the gate to wait for his next flight. Sitting there in the departure lounge, he read some more about the dig. The modern history of Göbekli Tepe began, it said, in 1964, when a team of American archaeologists were combing a remote province of southeast Turkey. The archaeologists had found several odd-looking hills blanketed with thousands of broken flints, a sure sign of ancient human activity. Yet the US scientists did no excavating. As the newspaper phrased it, these guys must now feel like the publisher that turned down the first Harry Potter manuscript, ignoring the snoring Turkish lady asleep in the airport seating. Right next to him, Rob read on. 3 decades after the Americans' near miss, a local shepherd had been tending his flock when he had spotted something odd, a number of strangely shaped stones in the sunlit dust. They were the stones of Göbekli Tepe. Tepe, Rob said to himself, remindingly. Tepe. He wandered over to a machine, bought a Diet Coke, then wandered back and went on reading. The rediscovery of the site reached the ears of the museum curators, in the city of Sanlifer, 50 kilometers away. The museum authorities contacted the relevant government ministry, who in turn got in touch with the German Archaeological Institute in Istanbul. And so in 1994 experienced German archaeologist Franz Brittner was appointed by the Turkish authorities to excavate the site. Rob scanned the rest of the article. He tilted the paper to have a better look. There was a picture of Brittner in the American newspaper. And underneath the photo was a direct quote from him. I was intrigued. The site already had emotional significance for the villagers. The solitary tree on the highest hill is sacred. I thought we nght be onto something. Armed with this insight, Brittner had taken a closer look. Within the first minute I knew that if I didn't walk away immediately, I would be here the rest of my life. Rob looked at Brittner's photo. He certainly looked like the cat that had got the double cream. His smile was the smile of a man with a lottery WM. Turkish Airlines announced the departure of Flight TAR628 to Sanlifer. Rob grabbed his passport and boarding card and filed onto the plane. It was half empty. Obviously not that many people made it out to Sanlifer. Way out in the savage east of Anatolia. Way out in dangerous, dusty, insurrectionist Kurdistan. During the flight, Rob read through the rest of the documents and books about Göbekli's archaeological history. The eerie stones unearthed by Shepherd turned out to be the flat oblong tops of megaliths, big ochre stones which were often carved with bizarre and delicate images, mainly of animals and birds. Buzzards and vultures, and weird insects. Sinuous serpents were another common motif. The stones themselves seemed to represent men. According to experts, the stones had stylized arms, which angled down the sides. So far, 43 stones had been unearthed. They were arranged in circles from 5 to 10 meters across. Around the circles were benches of rock, smallish niches, and walls of mud brick. Rob considered what he'd learned. All this was reasonably interesting. But it was the age of the site that had really got people truly excited. Göbekli Tepe was staggeringly ancient. According to Brittner, the complex was at least 10,000, maybe 11,000 years old. That was to say around 8,000 to 9,000 BC. 11,000 years old. It sounded incredibly ancient. But was it? Rob went back to his history book to compare this age with other places. Stonehenge was built around 2000 BC. The Sphinx may be 3000 BC. Prior to the discovery and dating of Göbekli Tepe, the most ancient megalithic complex had been located in Malta and that was dated around 3500 BC. Göbekli Tepe was, therefore, 5,000 years older than any comparable structure. Rob was headed to one of the oldest human constructions ever built. Maybe the oldest. He felt his story antennae twitching. World's oldest building found in Turkey? Maybe not front page, but quite possibly third page. A nice big splash. Moreover, despite these reports in the paper, it seemed as if no Western journalist had actually made it out to Göbekli. All the articles in Western media were second or third hand, via Turkish news agencies. Rob would be the first man on the ground. At last his journey was over. The plane banked and dived and angled to a halt in Sanlifer Airport. It was a dark, clear night. So clear that through the windows of the plane the night actually looked cool. But when the door opened and the plane ladder descended, Rob felt a blast of oppressively hot air. As if someone had just opened an enormous oven. This was a hot place. Very hot. They were on the edge of the Great Syrian Desert, after all. The airport was tiny. Rob liked tiny airports. They always had an idiosyncrasy lacking in huge, impersonal modern airports. And Sanlifer Airport was especially idiosyncratic. The bags were brought by hand to the arrivals lounge by a fat man with a beard and a stained vest, and control consisted of one guy half asleep at a rickety desk. In the airport car park a warm dusty breeze was knocking the fronds of some straggly palm trees. Several cab drivers eyed him from the taxi rank. Rob looked and chose. Sanlifer, he said to one of the younger guys. The stubble-jawed man smiled. His denim shirt was torn, but clean. He seemed friendly. Friendlier than the other taxi guys, who were yawning and spitting. Even better, this young guy seemed to speak English. After a quick chat about the fee and the whereabouts of Rob's hotel, the driver took Rob's bags and slung them manfully in the car boot, then climbed in the front and nodded and said, "Urfa." Not Sanlifer. Urfa. Rob sat back in the taxi seat. He was very tired now. It had been a long, long journey from Tel Aviv. Tomorrow he would go and see this weird dig. But now he had to sleep. Yet the taxi driver was keen to keep him talking. "You want beer? I know good place." Rob groaned, inwardly. Flat dark fields were racing past. "No thanks." "Woman? I know good woman." No, not really." "Carpet? You want carpet?" "I have brother?" Rob sighed, and looked at the rear-view mirror. Then he saw the taxi driver staring back at him. The man was smiling. He was joking. Very funny. The taxi driver laughed. "Fucking carpets." Then, without taking his eye off the road, he turned and offered a hand. Rob shook it. "My name Radovan," the driver said. "You?" "Robert." "Rob Luttrell." "Hello, Mr. Robert Luttrell." Rob laughed and said hello. They were on the outskirts of town now. Lamplights and WRE shops lined the empty, litter-strewn street. A Conoco gas station sign glowed red through the sultry gloom. Concrete blocks of flats rose up on both sides. There was a sense of heat everywhere. Yet Rob could see women behind windows in distant kitchens, still in headscarves. "You need driver?" "You hear business?" asked Radovan. Rob thought about this. Why not? The man was friendly, He had a sense of humor. Sure. I need a driver, and an interpreter. For tomorrow? Maybe more. Radovan happily banged the steering wheel with his palm, while he torched a cigarette with the other hand. Neither hand was actually on the steering wheel. Rob thought they were going to careen off the road into a small neon-lit mosque, but then Radovan cuffed the wheel and they were back on track. Between puffs on his pungent cigarette the driver chatted. I can help you. I good translator. Speak Kurdish, English, Turkish, Japanese, German. You speak German? Neen. Rob laughed again. He was warming to Radovan big time, not least because he had sped 10 miles in 10 minutes without crashing, and they were already in the middle of town. There were shuttered kebab stalls and late-night baklava shops everywhere. A man in a suit and a man in an Arabic cloak. 2 kids sped past on mopeds. Some young women in jeans with brightly colored headscarves were giggling at a joke. Traffic honked around a junction. Rob's hotel was right in the center of town. Radovan was looking at Rob in the mirror. Mr. Rob, you Englishman? Kinda. Rob said. He didn't want to get into a long debate about his precise parentage, not now. He was too tired. Sort of. Radovan grinned. I like Englishmen. He nibbed his forefinger and thumb together as if asking for money. They are rich. Englishmen very rich. Rob shrugged. Well, some of them. Radovan insisted, dollars and euros. Dollars and pounds. Another grin. 0K, I take you tomorrow. Where you go? Göbekli Tepe. You know it. Silence. Rob tried again. Göbekli Tepe. Radovan said nothing, and pulled the car up short. Your hotel, the driver said, bluntly. His smile had suddenly gone. You meet me tomorrow, said Rob, lapsing into pidgin English. Radovan? Radovan nodded. He helped Rob carry his bags to the hotel steps, and then the driver turned back to the taxi. You say you want Göbekli Tepe. Yes. Radovan frowned. Göbekli Tepe bad place. Mr. Rob. Rob stood at the door to his hotel, feeling as if he was in a film adaptation of Bram Stoker's Dracula. Hey, it's just a dig, Radovan. Can you take me or not? Radovan spat on the road. Then he climbed into his taxi and leaned out of the window. 9 o'clock tomorrow. The cab disappeared with a lusty wheel spin into the fusty hubbub of the Sanlifer streets. Next morning, after a breakfast of hard-boiled eggs, sheep's milk cheese and Tlu dates, Rob got in the cab. They headed out of town. As they went, Rob asked Radovan why he had such an attitude towards Göbekli. At first the driver was grumpy. He shrugged and muttered. But as the roads got emptier and the wide irrigated fields took over, he opened up like the landscape. It is not good. Tell me. Göbekli Tepe could be rich. Could make Kurdish people rich. But. Radovan puffed angrily on his third cigarette. Look at this place, this people. Rob glanced out of the window. They were heading past a little village of mud houses and open drains, grimy kids playing amongst the litter. The kids waved at the car. Beyond the village was a cotton field where women in lavender-colored headscarves were bending to the crop in the dust and the dirt, and the searing heat. He looked back at his driver. Radovan tutted loudly. Kurdish people poor. Me, I taxi driver. But I speak languages. Yet I taxi driver. Rob nodded. He knew about Kurdish unhappiness. The campaign for separation. Turkish government, they keep us poor. 0K, sure, said Rob. But I don't understand what this has to do with Göbekli Tepe. Radovan blew his cigarette butt out of the window. They were back in open countryside, the battered Toyota rattling over a blurry dirt road. In the far distance blue mountains shimmered in the heat haze. Göbekli Tepe could be like pyramids or like Stonehenge. But they keep it quiet. It could be many tourists here, pay money Kurdish people, but no. Turkish government say no. They not even put up signs or build road here. Like secret. He coughed and spat out of the window, then wound it up to keep out the rising dust. Göbekli Tepe bad place, he said again, then fell silent. Rob didn't know what to say. Ahead of him the low, yellow-brown hills rolled endlessly towards Syria. He could see another tiny Kurdish village with a slender brown minaret rising above the corrugated iron like a watchtower in a prison camp. Rob wanted to say that if anything was holding the Kurds back it was possibly their traditions, their insularity, and their religion. But he didn't think Radovan was in the mood to listen. They drove on in silence. The road got worse, and the semi-desert more hostile. Finally Radovan scraped the car round another corner, and Rob looked up to see a solitary mulberry tree, stark against the cloudless sky. Radovan nodded and said Göbek and then parked abruptly. He turned around in his seat, and smiled, his good mood apparently back. Then he got out of the car and opened the door for Rob like a chauffeur, and Rob felt slightly embarrassed. He didn't want a chauffeur. Radovan got back in the car and picked up a newspaper showing a big picture of a football player. He was evidently going to wait. Rob said goodbye and said 3 hours. Radovan smiled. Turning, Rob walked up the hill and crested the rise. Behind him stretched 30 kilometers of dusty villages, empty desert and scorched cotton fields. In front of him was an astonishing scene. In the middle of the arid desolation there were 7 sudden hillocks. And dozens of workers and archaeologists were scattered right across the biggest hillside. The diggers and workers were hefting buckets of rock, and tilling seriously at the soil. There were tents and bulldozers and theodolites. Rob walked on, feeling like an intruder. Some of the diggers had stopped working and had turned to look at him. Just as he was getting really embarrassed, a genial, 50-something Uralran approached. Rob recognized Franz Brittner. Willkommen, said the German breezily, as if he knew Rob already. You are the journalist from England? Yes. You are a very lucky man, for the lobby of St. Thomas Hospital was as busy as ever. Detective Chief Inspector Mark Forrester pushed through the bustling nurses and gossiping relatives and the wheelchaired old women with drips hanging from steel frames, and wondered, for the 3rd time that morning, if he could hack what he was obliged to do. He had to go and see a mutilated man. This was tough. He'd seen plenty of nasty sights. He was 42 and he'd been a detective 10 years, but something about this case was especially unsettling. Seeing the sign for the ICU, Forrester briskly climbed a flight of stairs, went toward reception, snapped his Met credentials at a sweet-faced girl and was told to wait. A few seconds later a Chinese-looking doctor came out, peeling rubber gloves from his hands. Dr. Singh. Inspector Forrester. Forrester nodded and reached out to shake the doctor's ungloved hand. The returning handshake was tentative, as if the doctor was about to impart bad news. Forrester felt a slight panic. He's still alive. Yes. Just. So what happened? The doctor looked somewhere over Forrester's shoulder. Glossectomy. Sorry. Total a doctorly sigh. They cut out all of his tongue. With some kind of shears. Forrester looked through off the plastic doors to the wardroom. Jesus, I heard it was bad, but... Somewhere in there, beyond there was his only witness. Still alive. But without a tongue. The doctor was shaking his head. The blood loss was tremendous. And not just from his tongue. They also carved lines into his chest. And shaved his head. So you think? I think if they hadn't been interrupted, it would have been worse. The doctor eyed Forrester. What I mean is if that car alarm hadn't gone off, they would probably have killed him. Forrester exhaled. Attempted murder. You're the policeman. The doctor had adopted an impatient expression. Forrester nodded. Can I see him? Room 37. But briefly, please. Forrester shook the doctor's hand again, though he wasn't sure why. Then he walked through off the plastic doors, avoided a gurney stacked with urine gourds and knocked at the door to room 37. All he could hear was a groan inside. What should he do? Then he remembered, the man's tongue had been cut out. Sighing, the detective pushed 01RN the door. It was a small, simple NHS room with a TV suspended on a steel armature at one end. The TV was switched off. The room smelled of flowers and something worse. In the bed was a fairly old man staring wildly at Forrester. His head had been entirely shaved, leaving a mess of cuts and scars on the nude scalp. Forrester was reminded of a map of railway lines. The man's mouth was shut, but blood was caked at the corners of his lips like dried brown sauce at the top of an old sauce bottle. Bandages covered the patient's torso. David Lorimer. The man nodded. And stared. And stared. It was this wild stare that gave Forrester pause. In his career he had seen plenty of frightened faces, but the sheer terror welling in this man's eyes was something else. David Lorimer mumbled something. Then he started coughing and small flecks of blood spat from his mouth, and Forrester felt an arching guilt. Please. He held up a hand. I don't want to trouble you. I just wanted to check something. The man's eyes were full of tears, like those of a troubled child. You have had a terrible ordeal, Mr. Lorimer. We just want to say that we really intend to catch these people. The words were pathetically inadequate. This man had been brutalized and terrorized. He'd had his tongue sliced out with shears. He'd had lines carved into his living skin. Forrester felt like an idiot. What he wanted to say was, we're gonna nail these bastards, but this room didn't seem the right place for such absurd posturing, either. In the end he sat down on a plastic chair at the end of the bed and smiled warmly at the victim, tearing to relax him. It seemed to work. A minute or two passed, and then the old man's eyes no longer looked quite so terrified. Instead, Lorimer waved a shaking hand at some papers lying on his bedside table. Forrester got up and walked to the table and picked up the documents. It was a sheaf of handwritten notes. Yours. Lorimer nodded, keeping his lips firmly shut. Descriptions of the attackers? He nodded again. Thank you very much, Mr. Lorimer. Forrester reached out and patted him on the shoulder, feeling self-conscious as he did so. The man really looked as if he was about to cry. Pocketing the papers, Forrester left as quickly as he could. Out and down the steps and through off the swing doors. When he reached the rainy late spring air of the leafy embankment, he breathed deeply, and in relief. The atmosphere of terror in the room, in the man's staring eyes, had been all too intense. Walking briskly down and across the River Thames, with the Houses of Parliament yellow and Gothic on his left, Forrester read the scrawled notes. David Lorimer was a caretaker at the Benjamin Franklin Museum. He was 64. Nearing retirement. He lived alone in a flat at the top of the museum. The previous night he had woken at about 4 a.m. to the muffled crash of broken glass downstairs. His flat was in a converted attic and he'd had to descend all the way to the cellar. There he'd found 5 or 6 unknown men, apparently young, and wearing ski masks or balaclavas. The men had broken in, quite expertly, and they were digging up the basement floor. One of them had a posh voice, and that was pretty much all Lorimer's notes said. During the attack a car alarm had gone off, for some reason, probably sheer and miraculous coincidence, just as the men were carving Lorimer's neck and chest, and so the men had fled. The caretaker was lucky to be alive. If the young lad, Alan Greening, hadn't wandered in and found him, he would have bled to death. Forrester's mind was full of speculation. Turning right on the Strand, he headed down the quiet Georgian side street to the museum, the Benjamin Franklin House. The house was roped off with blue and white plastic tape. 2 police cars were parked outside, a uniformed constable stood by the door, and a couple of obvious journalists with recorders were sheltering under a nearby office block awning, with cups of takeaway coffee. One of them stepped forward as Forrester approached. "Detective, is it TME?" The victim had his tongue cut out. Forrester turned and smiled blandly and said nothing. The journalist, young, female and pretty, tried again. Was it some kind of neo-Nazi thing? This made Forrester pause. He turned and looked at the girl. "Press conference is tomorrow." This was a lie, but it would do. Turning back to the house, he ducked under the tape and flashed his badge. The uniformed constable opened the door and Forrester immediately caught the piercing, chemical smell of forensics at work. Fuming for fingerprints. Quasaring the place. Silicon gel and super glue. Stepping to the end of the noble Georgian hall with its portraits of Benjamin Franklin, Forrester took the narrow stairway to the basement. The cellar was a scene of activity. 2 forensics girls in green paper nonce suits and masks were working at one end. The bloodstains on the floor were vivid, sticky and dark. Detective Sergeant Boyer waved from the other side of the room. Forrester smiled back. "They were digging in here," said DS Boyer. Forrester noted that Boyer's blonde hair was newly cut, and expensively so. "What were they digging for?" DS Boyer shrugged. "Search me, sir." He waved a hand across the ripped-up flagstones. "But they had a good old hunt. Must have taken them a couple of hours to shift all that shit, and get that deep." Forrester bent to assess the disturbed soil, the deep, damp hole in the earth. Boyer chatted away behind him. "Did you see the caretaker?" "Yep." "Poor bastard. The doctor told me they were trying to kill him." Slowly, Forrester replied without looking around. "I think they were bleeding him to death. If the car alarm hadn't gone off, and if he hadn't lucked out with that lad arriving, he would have died of blood loss." Boyer nodded. Forrester stood up. "So it's attempted murder. Better speak to Aldridge. He'll want an SIO, and the rest. Set up an incident room. And the scars on his chest." "Sorry." Forrester turned. Boyer was wincing, and holding a photo. "You haven't seen this." He handed the photo over. The doctor took a photo of the scars on the guy's chest. "He emailed it to the station this morning. Didn't get a chance to show you." Forrester looked. The caretaker's white chest was exposed to the camera, soft and vulnerable. Bloodily carved in the skin was a Star of David. Unmistakable. The flesh was clearly ripped, but the sign was clearly legible. 2 juxtaposed triangles. A Jewish Star of David. Carved into living flesh and blood. 5 So these are the carvings, the new ones they mentioned in the article. Rob was in the middle of the dig, next to Briatna. The 2 of them were standing at the side of a pit, looking down at a circle of tall, T-shaped stones within the sunken enclosure. These were the megaliths. All around them the dig was proceeding with alacrity. Turkish workers were blushing and shoveling earth, shinning down ladders, trundling barrows of nibble along duckboards. The sun was hot. The carvings were strange and yet familiar, because Rob had seen them in the newspaper photos. There was a stone carved with lions, and a few weathered birds, maybe ducks. On the next stone was something that looked like a scorpion. About half the megaliths had similar carvings, many of them seriously eroded, others not. Rob took some shots with his camera phone, then scribbled a few impressions in his notebook, drawing the strange T-shape of the megaliths as best he could. But said Brittner, that of course is not everything. They walked along the side of the pit to another sunken area. 3 more ochre pillars stood in this enclosure, surrounded by a mud brick wall. Traces of what looked like tiling glinted on the floor between the pillars. A blonde German girl said Guten Tag to Rob as she pushed past carrying a small clear plastic bag full of tiny flints. We have many students here from Heidelberg. And the other workers. All Kurdish. Brietner's twinkling eyes clouded for a moment behind his spectacles. I also have other experts here, of course, paleobotanists and 2 or 3 other specialists. He took out a handkerchief and wiped perspiration from his bald head. And this is Christine? Rob turned. Approaching him from the direction of the tented headquarters was a petite but determined figure in khaki trousers and a remarkably clean white shirt. Everybody else in the dig was smothered with the ubiquitous beige dust of Göbekli Tepe's exhausted-looking hillocks. But not this archaeologist. Rob felt himself go tense as he always did when he was introduced to an attractive young woman. Christine Mayer. My skeleton woman. The small, dark-haired woman extended a hand. Osteoarchaeologist. I do the biological anthropology. The human remains and so forth. Not that we have found anything of that nature yet. Rob detected a French accent. As if he guessed Rob's thoughts, Brietner interrupted. Christine was at Cambridge under Isabelle Previn, however she is from Paris, so we are very international here. I'm French, yes. But I lived in England for many years. Rob smiled. I'm Rob Luttrell, we share a background. I mean, I'm American. But I've been living in London since I was 10. He's here to write about Göbekli. Brietner was chortling. So I am going to show him the wolf. Said Christine. Brietner laughed, then turned and walked on. Rob glanced between the 2 scientists, confused. Brietner waved a hand, beckoning him to follow. I will show you. They took another circuitous walk around the various pits and spoil heaps. Rob gazed about. There were megaliths everywhere. Some still half buried. Others were tilted over at dangerous angles. He murmured, it's much bigger than I expected. The narrow path forced them to walk in single file. Behind Rob, Christine replied, GPR and magnetivity imply there may be 250 more stones buried under the hills. Maybe more. Wow. It is an incredible place. And of course incredibly old, right? Right. Brietner was now racing ahead of them. To Rob he looked like a boy eager to show his parents his new den. Christine went on, in truth it has been hard to date the site, there aren't any organic remains. They reached a steel ladder and Christine moved beside Rob. Here, like this. She skimmed down it vigorously. Evidently she didn't mind getting dirty, despite the shirt. Rob followed rather less swiftly. They were now down at floor level in one of the pits. The megaliths loomed around them, like somber guards. Rob wondered what it would be like here at night, and dismissed the fleeting notion. He took out his notebook. So you were saying, about the dating? Yes, Christine frowned. Until recently we couldn't be sure how old the place was. I mean, we knew it was very old. But whether it was late PP Neolithica, or PPNB, sorry. Last week we finally managed to carbon date some charcoal that we found on a megalith. Rob wrote this down. And it's 10 or 11,000 years old, right? That's what the Trib article said. Actually that report was inaccurate. Even carbon dating is only an estimate. To get a truer date we compared the radiocarbon analysis with some of the flints we found, Nemric points and Biblis points, types of arrowheads and so forth. Taking these together with other data, we think that Göbekli is actually closer to 12,000 years old. Hence the excitement. Christine glanced at him, pushing dark hair back from her clear eyes. Then she laughed. I think Franz wants you to look at his lizard. Wolf corrected Brittner, standing by another half-buried T-shaped pillar. At the foot of this pillar, attached to the upright of a stone, was a sculpture of an animal about 2 foot long. It was delicately chiseled and looked strangely new. Its stone jaw was growling at the floor. Rob looked at Brittner and at the Turkish worker just beyond him. The Turkish man was glaring at Brittner with what appeared to be anger, or even hatred. It was a shocking expression. When the man saw Rob looking at him, he turned and abruptly climbed a ladder. Rob glanced back at Brittner, who was stoutly unaware of this little exchange. We only found this yesterday. What is it? I think it's a wolf, judging by the paws, and I think it's a crocodile, said Christine. Brittner laughed. Do you see? He put his spectacles back on and they glinted in the bright sun, and for a moment Rob felt a sudden admiration for this man, so delighted and enthused by his work. Brittner went on, you and me and these workers, we are the first people to see this since the end of the Ice Age. Rob blinked. That was a truly impressive thought. This carving is so new to us, Christine added. No one knows what it is. You are seeing something very important for the first time. There's no one to interpret it for you. Your guess as to what this might be is as good as anyone's. Rob stared at the jaw of the stone creature. It looks like a cat to me. Or a mad rabbit. Rubbing his chin, Brittner replied, a feline. You know, I hadn't thought of that. Some kind of wildcat. Can I put all this in my article? J.A. Nachich. Brittner said. But he wasn't smiling as he said it. And now I think some tea. Rob nodded, he was thirsty. Brittner led the way back to off the maze of covered pits, open pits, tarpaulined enclosures and bucket-carrying workers. Over the last rise was a flatter area of open-sided tents laid with red carpets. A samovar in one corner produced 3 tulip-shaped glasses of sweet Turkish tea. The 01RN tents afforded a spectacular view, beyond them were the endless yellow plains and shallow dusty hills undulating towards Syria and Iraq. For several minutes they sat and chatted. Brittner was explaining how the area surrounding Göbekli used to be much more fertile, not the desert it had since become. 10 or 12,000 years ago this area was much less arid. In fact, it was beautiful, a pastoral landscape. Herds of game, orchards of wild fruit trees, rivers full of fish. That's why you see carvings on the stones of animals, creatures that don't live here now. Rob noted this down. He wanted to know more, but then a couple of Turkish workers approached and asked Brittner a question in German. Rob knew just enough of the language to glean the meaning. They wanted to dig a much deeper trench to access a new megalith. Brittner was evidently worried about the safety of such a serious excavation. Eventually Brittner sighed, shrugged at Rob, and went off to sort things out. As he went, Rob saw that one of the workers was scowling, a strange, dark expression. There was definitely a tension here. Why? He wondered if he should mention his suspicions now that he and Christine were alone. The noise of the dig was muffled at this distance. All Rob could hear were little tinklings of trowels and spades, small noises occasionally carried over on the hot desert wind. He was about to ask his question when Christine said, "So what do you think of Göbekli?" "It's incredible." "Of course. But do you know how incredible?" "I think so." "Don't I?" She looked at him skeptically. "Why don't you tell me, then?" Christine sipped at her tulip-shaped glass of tea. "Think about it this way, Rob. What you have to remember is the age of the place. 12,000 years old. And recall what men were doing then." "What do you mean?" The men who built this place were hunter-gatherers. Cavemen? In a way, yes. She gave him a direct, earnest look. Before Göbekli Tepe, we had no idea that such early primitive men could build something like this, could create art and sophisticated architecture. And intricate religious rituals. Because they were just cavemen? Precisely. Göbekli Tepe represents a revolution in our perceptions. A total revolution. Christine finished the last of her tea. It changes the way we must think about the entire history of mankind. It's more important than any other dig anywhere in the world in the last 50 years and one of the greatest archaeological discoveries in history. Rob was intrigued, and Vio impressed. He also felt a little like a schoolboy being lectured. How did they make it? That is the question. Men with bows and arrows. Who didn't even have pottery? Or farming? How did they build this enormous temple? Temple? Oh, yes, most probably it's a temple. We've found no evidence of domestic habitation, no sign of the most rudimentary settlement, just stylized images of the hunt. Celebratory or ritualistic imagery. Possibly we have found niches for bones, for funeral rites. Briatna therefore thinks it is a temple, the world's first religious building, designed to celebrate the hunt, and to venerate the dead. She smiled calmly. And I think he is right. Rob put down his pen, and thought about Briatna's twinkling and merry expression. He is certainly a cheery kind of guy, isn't he? Wouldn't you be? He is the luckiest archaeologist in the world. He is uncovering the most spectacular sight. Rob nodded, and took more notes. Christine's enthusiasm was nearly as infectious as Briatna's. And her explanations were more lucid. Rob still didn't quite share their wonderment at the total revolution in perceptions Göbekli represented, but he was beginning to anticipate a very dramatic article. Page 2 of the main Paul Easy. Better still, a big feature in a color supplement with some vivid color pictures of the carvings. Moody shots of the stones at night. Photos of the workers covered in grime. Then he remembered Radovan's reaction to the mention of the place, and the workers' angry glare. And Briatna's slight change of mood when they talked about Rob's article. And the tension about the trench. Christine was over by the samovar, filling their glasses with more hot sweet black tea. He wondered whether to say anything. As she returned, he said, "Funny thing is, though, Christine, I know this dig is amazing and all that. But does everyone feel the same way?" "What do you mean?" "Well, one just got some vibe from the locals. Some real attitude. Not so good. This place upsets some people. My driver, for instance." Christine perceptibly stiffened. "Go on." "My cab driver." Rob tapped his chin with his urn. "Radovan. He got really any about Göbekli when I mentioned it last night. And it's not just him. There's an atmosphere. And Briatna seems ambivalent. Once or twice when I discussed my piece with him this morning he seemed less than keen on me being here, even if he does laugh a lot." He paused. "You'd think he'd want the world to know, wouldn't you? What he's doing here. Yet he doesn't seem comfortable." Christine said nothing, so Rob stayed silent. An old journalistic trick. It worked. Eventually, embarrassed by the silence, Christine leaned forward. "0K, you are right. There are." She stopped, as if debating with herself. The breeze off the desert was even hotter. If anything, Rob waited and sipped his tea. At last she sighed. "You're here a week, yes? You're doing a serious story?" "Yes." Christine nodded. 0K, let me drive you back to Sanlifer. The dig stops at 1 o'clock because it's so hot, many people go home. I usually go home then. We can talk in my car. Privately. 6 In the dusty square of car park that led to the dig, Rob gave Radovan a healthy tip, and told him he'd make his own way home. Radovan looked at Rob, then at the folding money in his hand, then at Christine, standing just behind Rob. He gave Rob a big knowing grin, and turned the car around. As the driver revved the engine he called out of the car window, "Maybe tomorrow, Mr. Rob. Maybe tomorrow." Radovan sped off. Christine's car was a rusty Land Rover. She opened the passenger door from the inside and hastily cleared lots of documents from the passenger seat, textbooks and academic magazines, chucking them haphazardly in the back. Then she gunned the engine and they set off at serious pace, for the main road, careering down the rubbly hillsides, out onto the burnt yellow plains. "So, what's up?" Rob had to shout his question above the noise of the car tires popping over rocks. "The main problem is politics. You have to remember this is Kurdistan. The Kurds think the Turks are stealing their heritage, taking all the best stuff to museums in Ankara and Istanbul. I'm not sure it's totally untrue." Rob watched a flash of sunlight on an irrigation canal. He'd read that this area was the subject of a massive agricultural campaign, the Great Anatolia Project, using the waters of the Euphrates to bring the desert back to life. The project was controversial because it was flooding and drowning dozens of ancient and unique archaeological sites. Though luckily not Göbekli. He looked back at Christine, changing gear viciously. "What is true is that the government won't allow the locals to make money out of Göbekli Tepe. Because of perfectly valid archaeological reasons. The last thing Göbekli needs is thousands of tourists crawling all over. So the government don't build signs, they keep the roads like this. And that means we can work in peace." She turned the steering wheel sharply, and accelerated. "But I can also see the Kurdish point of view. You must have seen some of the villages on the way up here." Rob nodded. "A couple. They don't even have running water. Sanitation. They barely have schools. They are dirt poor. And Göbekli Tepe, if it were properly marketed, could be a huge money spinner. Bringing a lot of money to the region. And France is in the middle of this argument. Smack bang. He has pressure from all sides. Pressure to do the dig properly, pressure to honey up, pressure to employ lots of local people. Pressure to stay in charge even. So that's why he is ambivalent about publicity. Naturally he's proud of what he's discovered. He'd love the world to know. He's been working here since 1994. Christine slowed to let a goat cross the road, then sped on again. "Many archaeologists move around a lot. I've worked in Mexico, Israel, France since I left Cambridge 6 years back. But France has been here more than half his career. So yes, he'd like to tell the world. But if he does that, and Göbekli becomes truly famous as it should be, well then some big chief in Ankara might decide that a Turk should be in charge. And get all the glory." Rob understood the situation better. But it still didn't quite explain the strange atmosphere at the dig. The workers' resentment. Or maybe he was imagining it. They reached the main road, spun onto the level tarmac, and headed faster, through increasing traffic, for Sanlifer. As they overtook fruit lorries and army trucks they talked about Christine's interest, human remains. How she used to work on human sacrifices at Chitawakan. Her stint in Tel Gezer and Megiddo in Israel. The Neanderthal sites of France. Ancient hominids lived in southern France for hundreds of thousands of years, people like us, but not quite like us. Neanderthals, you mean? Yes, but also maybe Homo erectus and Homo antecessor. Even Homo heidelbergensis. Okay. Christine laughed. Am I losing you again? Fair enough, let me show you something really cool. If this doesn't grab you, nothing will. The car was headed for the center of Sanlifer. Concrete houses were jumbled on hills, big shops and offices stretched down dusty, sunlit boulevards. Other streets were more shaded and antique. As they clawed their way to off the traffic, Rob saw a section of Ottoman arcading, the entrance to a bustling, dark souk, mosques hidden behind crumbling stone walls. Sanlifer was obviously divided into an very old district, and new quarters sprawling out into the semi-desert. Looking left, he saw a large park-like area, with glittering pools and canals, and bijou tea houses, a charming oasis in the grime and hubbub of the big Kurdish town. The Golbey Sea Gardens, said Christine. And those are the fish pools of Abraham. Locals think the prophet Abraham put the carp in himself. This city is amazing if you like history. I love it here. The car had made it through the narrower streets of the old town. Jerking the wheel left, Christine took a wide road up a hill and veered between the gates of a tree-shaded building. The sign said Sanlifer Museum. Just inside the museum were three unshaven men sipping black tea. They stood and greeted Christine warmly. In return she joshed with them in a familiar way, in Turkish, or Kurdish. It was certainly some language Rob didn't understand. The pleasantries done, they passed through off the inner doors into the small museum, where Christine led Rob to a statue. It was 2 meters high, a cream-colored stone effigy of a man with black stone eyes. This was dug up in Sanlifer 10 years ago when they were laying foundations for a bank near the fish ponds. It was found amid the remains of a Neolithic temple, maybe 11,000 years old. So this is probably the oldest statue of a man ever found anywhere. It's the oldest self-portrait in stone in the history of the world. And it just sits here, by the fire extinguisher. Rob looked at it. The statue's expression was infinitely sad, or frighteningly regretful. Christine gestured at the face. The eyes are obsidian. You're right. It's amazing. There, Christine said. I persuaded you. But what the hell is it doing here? I mean, if it's so famous, why isn't it in Istanbul and all over the press? I've never even heard of it. Christine shrugged, and the movement made her silver crucifix glint against her suntan skin. Maybe the Kurds are right. Maybe the Turks don't want them to be too proud of their heritage. Who knows? As they strolled out into the museum's leafy garden, he told her about the stare of the man, the apparent hatred. The odd atmosphere at the site. Christine frowned. For a few minutes she paced around, showing Rob the various remains scattered in the garden, the Roman gravestones and Ottoman carvings. As they neared the car, she pointed to another statue, a representation of a bird-like man with wings outstretched. It had a narrow face with slanting eyes, cruel and menacing. That was found near Göbekli. It's a desert demon of the Assyrians, I think. Maybe the wind devil Pajuzu. The Assyrians and Mesopotamians had hundreds of demons. It's quite a scaly theology. Lilith, the maid of desolation, Adramalik, the demon of sacrifice. Many of them associated with the desert wind, and desert birds. Rob was sure she was stalling. He waited for her to respond to his question. Suddenly, she turned to him. 0K, you're right. There is an atmosphere at the dig. It's funny. I've never experienced anything like it before, and I've been in digs all over the world. The workmen, they seem to resent us. We give them good money, but still, they resent us. Is it the Turkish-Kurdish thing? No. Actually, I don't think it is. Or at least it's not just that. Christine led them back to the car, parked under a fig tree. There's more to it than that. All these weird accidents keep happening. Ladders falling away. Stuff collapsing. Cars breaking down. It's more than coincidence. Sometimes I actually think they want us to stop and go away. As if they are hiding something. The Frenchwoman blushed. It's stupid. But yes. It's as if they are trying to hide something. And there's something else. I might as well tell you. Rob had the car door half open. What? Inside the car, Christine said, Franz. He does digs. At night. On his own, with a couple of workers. She started the car, and shook her head. And I've absolutely no idea why. 7DCI Forrester sat at his messy desk in New Scotland Yard. He had in front of him more photos of the wounded man, David Lorimer. The images were hideous. 2 viciously inscribed stars in the man's chest, blood trickling down the skin. The star of David Lorimer. Clearly Scottish, not Jewish. Did the raiders think he was Jewish? Were they Jewish? Or Nazis? Is that what the journalist was on about? The neo-Nazi angle? Forrester turned and looked again at the official scene of crime, shots of the cellar floor, the treacle black soil disturbed by the spades and shovels. The hole made by the raiders was deep. They were certainly looking for something. And looking hard. Had they found it? But if they were looking for something, why had they bothered to mutilate the old man when he disturbed them? Why not just knock him out or tie him up, or kill him cleanly? Why the elaborate, ritualistic cruelty? Forrester suddenly wanted a proper drink. Instead he sipped his black tea, from a chipped mug bearing the image of an England flag, then got up and walked to his 10th-story window. From this vantage he had a good view across Westminster and central London. The big steel bicycle wheel of the London Eye, with its alien glass pods. The Gothic pinnacles of the Houses of Parliament. He looked at a new building going up in Victoria and tried to work out what style it was. He's always had a hankering to be an architect, had even applied to an architectural school as a teenager, then beaten a retreat when he heard the training was 7 years long. 7 years with no proper salary? His parents didn't like the sound of that, nor did Forrester. So he'd joined the police. But he still liked to think he had a well-informed layman's knowledge of the subject. He could tell Renaissance from Renaissance, postmodern from neoclassical. It was one of the reasons he liked working and living in London, despite all the hassle, the architectural richness of the urban tapestry. He drained the rest of the tea, went back to his desk and sifted through the reports the SIO had distributed at morning prayers, the 9 a.m. meeting on the Craven Street incident. CCTV footage had failed to spot any suspicious characters on the streets around. There were no other eyewitnesses, despite a day of appeals. The first 24 hours were the golden hours of any investigation. If you got no significant leads in that time, you knew the case was going to be hard. And thus it had proved. Forensics were drawing blank after blank. The intruders had even erased, very carefully, their boot prints. The crime was cleverly and deftly executed. Yet they had taken time to maim and torture the old man, precisely. Why? At a loss, Forrester opened up Google, typed in Benjamin Franklin House and found that it was built in the 1730s and 40s. Making it, as Forrester had guessed, one of the older domestic houses in the area, featuring authentic panelling, box cornices, a first-floor saloon with dentals. There was a dog-leg stair, with carved ends and Doric column newels. He clicked 01R in another window to find out what column newels were, and, for that matter, dentals. Nothing of interest. The rest of the description was more of the same. Craven Street was a survivor of early Georgian London. A snicket of the gin-drinking 18th-century town tucked away between the Slovenian fire-eaters and Kiwi opera singers of modern Covent Garden, and the itinerant junkies and shouting cabbies of scruffy Charing Cross. This info didn't help much. So, what about Franklin himself? Could there be some connection with him and the unknown men? Forrester Googled Benjamin Franklin. He already had a vague idea about him being the guy who found electricity with a kite, or something. Google gave him the rest. Benjamin Franklin, 1706 to 1790, was one of the best-known founding fathers of the United States. He was a leading author, political theorist, politician, printer, scientist, and inventor. As a scientist, he was a major figure in the history of physics for his discoveries and theories regarding electricity. Forrester clicked on, feeling slightly inadequate. Born in Boston, Massachusetts, Franklin learned printing from his older brother and became a newspaper editor, printer, and merchant in Philadelphia. He spent many years in England and France, speaking 5 languages. He was a lifelong Freemason, including in his liberal circle Joseph Banks the botanist and S.W. Francis Dashwood, the British Chancellor. He was also a secret agent for many years. Forrester sighed, and clicked off. So the man was a polymath. So what? Why dig in his cellar? Why mutilate the caretaker of his museum centuries later? He checked the clock on his computer. He needed lunch, and he hadn't achieved much. He hated this feeling, a whole morning going by with nothing achieved. It was irritating at quite a deep and existential level. 0K, he thought. Maybe try something from a different angle. Something more oblique. He Googled Benjamin Franklin Museum cellar, and there, almost immediately. Yes. Forrester felt prickles of adrenaline. He scanned the screen urgently. On the very first website was a verbatim newspaper report from the Times, dated February 11, 1998. Bones discovered in Founding Fathers' house. Excavators at the Craven Street home of Benjamin Franklin, the founding father of the USA, have made a macabre discovery: 8 skeletons concealed beneath the flagstones of the wine cellar. Initial estimates suggest that the bones are about 200 years old and were buried at the time Franklin was living in the house, which was his home from 1757 to 1762, and from 1764 to 1775. Most of the bones show signs of having been dissected, sawn or cut. One skull has been bizarrely drilled with several holes. Paul Knapman, the Westminster coroner, said yesterday, "I cannot totally discount the possibility of a crime. There is still a possibility that I may have to hold an inquest." The Friends of Benjamin Franklin Museum claim that the bones had no occult or criminal connection. They say the bones were probably placed there by William Hewson, who lived in the house for 2 years and who had built a small anatomy school at the back of the house. They note that while Franklin perhaps knew what Hewson was doing, he probably did not participate in any dissections because he was much more of a physicist than a medical man. Forrester sat back. The cellar had been dug up before, with surprising results. Was this why the guys had returned? And what was this about occult or criminal connections? Occult ___, the detective smiled. He was looking forward to lunch now. It was possible that he had the first sniff of a lead. 8. It was a soft, warm evening in Sanlifer. In the lobby of his hotel, Rob found Christine perched on a leather seat trying not to inhale the smoke from 3 cigar-puffing Turkish businessmen sitting nearby. She looked chic as ever: elegant jeans, sandals, a white sleeveless top under an aquamarine cardigan. When she saw Rob she smiled, but he could see stress in the corners of her eyes. They were going to Franz Brittner's for a few drinks, a supper party to celebrate the great success of the latest digging season, the dating of Göbekli Tepe. Is it far? 20 minutes walk. Christine replied. And about 30 minutes drive. It's right past the market. The restaurants and cafes were stirring after the torpor of the afternoon. The scent of roast lamb from turning spits wafted across the dust-whirled streets. Taxi drivers, a crippled man in a wheelchair, hawked yesterday's Ankara newspapers. The pistachio sellers were wheeling their glass-fronted barrows into position. Rob greedily inhaled the exoticism of the scene. Shall we buy some wine? to take to Franz's place. Christine laughed. In Sanlifer. They walked past a clock tower into the old town. Rob scanned the ancient colonnades, the kiosks selling garish plastic toys, the endless mobile phone outlets. Various open-air cafes were full of heavy-set Kurdish men smoking hookahs, eating from plates of white Turkish delight, and staring hard at Christine. No one was drinking alcohol. They don't sell booze anywhere. Rob felt his mood plummet. He hadn't had a beer or a glass of wine in 2 days. He drank too much, he knew that, but that was how he coped with the stress of his job. Especially after Baghdad. And 3 days without alcohol was quite long enough to reconfirm a fact he already knew: he wasn't suited to sobriety. Actually, I think there are a couple of liquor shops on the outskirts of town. But it's like scoring dope in England. All the furtive. Jesus. What do you expect? This is a Muslim city. I've been to a few Muslim cities, Christine. But I thought Turkey was secular. People think the Kurds are somehow westernized. She smiled. They are not. Especially the ones around here. Some of them are exceptionally conservative. Guess I'm used to Palestine and Lebanon. Even in Egypt you can get a fucking beer. Christine placed a comforting arm around his shoulder and hugged him. Her smile was sarcastic but friendly. Good news is Franz has plenty of hooch. He brings it from Istanbul. Thank God for that. Bien sir. I know what journalists are like. Especially British journalists. American, Christine. Here look the fish pools. They'd reached the sweet green oasis at the heart of the town. The little tea houses twinkled in the twilight sun, Turkish bachelors were walking hand in hand along the tree-lined pathways. Across the waters of the pools, the beautiful stone arcades of a mosque were shining like ancient gold. Christine and Rob watched a large family group, the men in baggy trousers and the women in full black veils. Rob considered how the women must have been sweltering throughout the day, and he felt an automatic resentment on their behalf. Christine, however, seemed unfazed. The Bible says Job was born here, as well as Abraham. Urfa. Christine pointed to the steep hill, beyond the fish ponds and gardens, on top of which stood a crumbling castle where a huge Turkish flag hung flaccid in the windless warmth, between 2 Corinthian columns. Some scholars think this is the original city in the Book of Genesis. The Akkadians, the Sumerians, the Hittites, they all lived here. The oldest city in the world. I thought that was Jericho. Pa. Christine chortled. Jericho. A mere stripling? This place is much older. In the old town behind the bazaar there are people who still live in caves cut into the rock. Christine glanced back at the fish ponds. The shrouded women were feeding bread to the shoals of excited carp. The carp are black because they are meant to be ashes of Abraham. They say if you see a white fish in the pond you will go to heaven. That's fantastic. Can we go and eat now? Christine laughed, again. Rob liked her good-natured laugh. In fact, he liked Christine a lot, her academic enthusiasm, her cleverness, her good humor. He felt an unexpected urge to share his inmost thoughts with her, show her a picture of little Lizzie. He suppressed the inclination. The Frenchwoman was gesturing, enthusiastically. Briatna's house is just past the bazaar up this hill. We can take a look at the bazaar if you like. It's got an authentic caravanserai, 16th century, built by the Abbasids with some older elements and... She glanced at him, then chuckled. Or we could go straight there and get a beer. The walk was short but steep, behind the back of the souk. Men fennying silver trays of tea and olives came the other way, and all of them stared at Christine. An orange-coloured sofa sat inexplicably across the opposite pavement. The smell of hot unleavened bread filled the narrow alleys. In the middle of it all was a very old, beautiful house, with balconies and Mediterranean shutters. Briatner's place. You'll like his wife. Christine was right. Rob did like Franz's wife, Deria. She was a vivacious, secular, smart, 30-something woman from Istanbul, with no headscarf or veil, and excellent English. When she wasn't teasing Franz about his bald head or his obsession with menage, she served Rob and Christine, and the other archaeologists who had all gathered for the supper party. And the food was good, a splendid buffet of cold lamb sausages, rice in vine leaves, exquisite walnut pastries, thick gooey chunks of baklava and greeny pink arcs of the freshest watermelon. Even better, just as Kristen has promised, there was plenty of icy cold Turkish beer and some decent red wine from Cappadocia. Within a couple of hours Rob was feeling very relaxed, convivial and happy, content to listen to the archaeologists argue about Göbekli. For his benefit, Rob guessed, they conducted the argument mainly in English, though two of the four men were German, and the other was Russian. And Christine kind of French. As he nibbled his third slice of baklava, chasing it with his spear, Rob tried to follow the debate. One of the archaeologists, Hans, was questioning Franz about the lack of skeletal remains. If it's a funerary complex, then where are the bones? Franz smiled. We will find them. I told you. But you said that last season. And the season before, said a second man, standing nearby with a plate of green olives and white sheep's cheese. I know. Franz shrugged, happily. I know. The director of the dig was sitting on the biggest leather chair in his sitting behind him. The antique windows were open to the Sanlifer streets. Rob could hear the evening town life beyond. A man was shouting at his kids in the house across the way. A television blared in the cafe down the road, probably showing Turkish, judging by the cheers and jeers of the customers. Maybe Galatasaray versus the local team, Diyarbakir. Turks versus Kurds. Like the rivalry of Real Madrid and Barcelona, but way more venomous. Deria provided them with more baklava straight from the patisserie's silver cardboard box. Rob wondered if he might expire through overeating. Franz was gesticulating at his juniors. But if it isn't a funerary or shrine or complex, then what is it? J.A.? There is no settlement, no signs of domestication, nothing. It has to be a temple, we all agree on that. But a temple to what, if not ancestors? Surely it honors the dead huntsman? No. The other two experts shrugged. Franz added, and what other niches, if not for bones? I agree with Franz, said Christine, coming over. I think the corpses of the hunters were brought there and excarnated. Rob burped very politely. Sony. Excarnated? Franz explained, it means picked clean. The Zoroastrians still do it. And some think Zoroastrianism came from here. Practically all religions came from around here, said Christine. Excarnation is a funeral whereby you take the body to a special place, then leave it to be eaten by wild animals, or vultures and raptors. As Franz says, you can still see this in Zoroastrian faiths, in India. They call them sky burials. The corpses are left to the sky gods. In fact, a lot of the early Mesopotamian religions worshipped gods, shaped like these buzzards and eagles. Like the Assyrian demon we saw in the museum. It's very hygienic. As a form of burial. Excarnation. The interruption came from Ivan, the youngest expert, the paleobotanist. Franz nodded, briskly, and said, anyway, who knows, maybe the bones were moved, afterwards. Or maybe they got shifted when Göbekli was buried itself. That could explain the lack of skeletons on site. Rob was confused. What do you mean? Göbekli was buried itself. Franz put his empty plate down on the polished parquet floor. When he looked up he wore the satisfied smile of someone about to reveal a delicious piece of gossip. This, my friend, is the biggest mystery of all. And they did not mention it in the article you read. Christine laughed. You got your exclusive, Rob. In or around 8000 BC. Franz paused for effect. The whole of Göbekli Tepe was buried. Entombed. Completely covered in earth. But. How do you know? The hillocks are artificial. The soil is not a random accretion. The whole temple complex was deliberately concealed with tons of earth and mud in around 8000 BC. It was hidden. Wow. That's wild. What makes it even more amazing is how much labor this must have taken. And therefore how pointless it was. Because. Think of the effort to put it all up in the first place. Erecting the stone circles of Göbekli, and covering them with carvings, friezes and sculptures, must have been a process that took decades, maybe even centuries. And this at a time when life expectancy was 20 years. Franz wiped his mouth with a napkin. We imagine the hunter-gatherers must have lived in the area in tents, leather tents, as they constructed the site. Living off the local game. For sustenance. Generation after generation. And all of it without pottery or agriculture, or any tools but flints. Christine stepped a little nearer. I think maybe I've already bored Rob with this. Rob raised a hand. No, really, it's not boring. Really. He meant it, his article was expanding by the day. Go on, Franz, please. Joel. Well then you see we have the mystery, the deep, deep mystery. If it took these barely human people hundreds of years to construct a temple, a shrine to the dead, a funerary complex, why the hell did they then go and hide it under tons of earth 2000 years later? Moving all that soil must have been almost as daunting as building Göbekli in the first place. Is it not so? Yes. So why did they do it? Franz slapped both his hands on the tops of his thighs. That is it. We do not know. Nobody knows. We only confirmed it this month, so we haven't had a chance to think. He grinned. Fantastic, J.A. Deria offered Rob a bottle of F's beer. He took it and thanked her. He was having fun. He'd never expected archaeology to be hill, he hadn't expected it to be puzzling either. He thought about the mystery of the buried temple. Then he watched Christine as she talked with her colleagues across the living room and felt a tiny and ludicrous pang of jealousy, which he immediately quashed. He was here to write a story, not fall pathetically and fruitlessly in love. And the story was proving much more exciting than he'd hoped. The oldest temple in the world. Discovered next to the oldest city in the world. Built by men before the wheel, built by Stone Age cavemen with the curious gift of great artistry. And then the great Neolithic cathedral, this Kurdish Karnak, this Turkish Stonehenge. Rob was imagining his piece now, writing the paragraphs in his head. Then the whole damn temple was deliberately interred beneath tons of ancient dust, concealed for all time, like the most terrible secret. And no one knows why. He looked up. He'd been in a journalistic reverie for maybe 10 minutes. Carried away with his job. He liked his job. He was a lucky man. The little supper party was coming to a head. Someone got out an old guitar and everyone sang a few songs. Then the raki flowed for a final round of nightcaps, and then it flowed again, and Rob knew he was getting too chunk. Before he disgraced himself and fell asleep on the wooden floor, he decided he should head home, so he went to the window to inhale some fresh air and prepare himself to make his excuses. Out there, the streets were much less noisy. Sanlifer was a city that stayed up late, because it slept all the hot afternoon, but it was nearly 2 a.m. Even Sanlifer was asleep. The only real sound came from directly below. 3 men were standing in the street, just under Franz Bittner's elegant windows. They were singing a strange low-pitched song, almost like a chant. Quite peculiarly, they had a little trestle table erected in front of them, a table arrayed with guttering candles. For maybe half a minute Rob watched the men and the candle flames. Then he turned and saw Christine standing in the far corner of Franz's living room, talking to Daria. Rob beckoned her over. Christine leaned out of the window, looked at the chanting men and said nothing. "It's sweet, isn't it?" Rob said quietly. "Some kind of hymn or a religious thing." But when he turned to look at her he could see that her face was pale, and very tense. She looked horrified. 9 Rob made his farewells and Christine accompanied him. Outside, the 3 chanting men had blown out the candles, packed up the trestle table, and were now starting to walk down the street. One of them looked back at Christine. His expression was inscrutable. Or maybe, Rob thought, it was just the lack of street light making it hard to see what the man was thinking. Somewhere in the distance a dog barked in its own lonely ritual. The moon was high above the nearest minaret. Rob could smell raw sewage. Threading her arm through his, Christine guided them down the dark little road and out onto a broader, slightly better lit street. Rob was waiting for her to explain, but they continued in silence. Beyond the furthest apartment blocks Rob could just glimpse the desert. Dark and endless, and ancient and dead. He thought of the pillars of Göbekli, standing naked in the moonlight, somewhere out there, exposed for the first time in 10,000 years. He felt cold for the first time since arriving in Sanlifer. The silence had gone on too long. "0K," he said, unthreading Christine's arm from his own. What was all that about? The chanting? Rob knew he was being fierce, but he was feeling tired, irritable and a touch hungover. "Christine? Tell me. You looked like you'd seen the Assyrian wind demon." It was meant as a joke, to lighten the mood. It didn't work. Christine frowned. "Pulsar Dinura what?" That's what the men were chanting. A prayer. Pulsar, di. Nura. Lashes of fire. Aramaic. Rob was impressed, again. "How do you know?" "I speak a little Aramaic." They were down on the level of the fish ponds. The old mosque was shadowy and unlit. No couples walked the paths. Rob and Christine turned left, heading for his hotel, and her flat just beyond. So they were singing an Aramaic hymn. That's nice. Busking? It's not a hymn. And they weren't fucking busking? Her sudden vehemence surprised him. "Sorry, Christine. Pulsar Dinura is an ancient curse. A hex of the desert. Of the Mesopotamian wastes. It's in some versions of the Talmud, the Jewish holy book, written at the time of the Babylonian captivity. When the Jews were imprisoned in Iraq. Rob, it's very evil and it's very old." 0K. He didn't know how to react. They were nearing his hotel. "And what does it do?" "Pulsar Dinura. It's meant to summon the angel of destruction. The whips of flame. They must have been aiming it at Franz. Otherwise why do it under his windows?" Rob felt the irritation again. "So they are hexing him? So what? Fair enough. Probably he's not paying them enough shekels. Who cares, it's just bloody mumbo-jumbo." Right. Then he remembered the cross around Christine's neck. Was he somehow insulting her? How religious was she? How superstitious? Rob was firmly atheist. He found religious belief and superstitious irrationality hard to accept and sometimes deeply annoying, yet he loved the Middle East, birthplace of all those irrational faiths and desert creeds. And he rather liked the passions and debates stirred by these faiths. A strange paradox. Christine was silent. Rob tried again. "What does it matter?" She turned to face him. It matters a lot to some people. In Israel, for instance. Go on. Pulsar has been used a few times in recent years, by Jews. Right. Some ultra-Orthodox rabbis, for instance. They summoned the angel of death against Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli leader, in October 1995. She paused. Rob was working out the significance of the date. Christine got there before him, and Rabin was assassinated within the month. An interesting coincidence. Some more rabbis used Pulsar against Ariel Sharon, the next Prime Minister, in 2005. A few months later he fell into a coma, after a brain hemorrhage. Sharon was 77. And he was fat. She looked directly into Rob's eyes. Sure. It's just coincidence. Yep. It is. They were at the lobby of his hotel. They were nearly arguing. Rob regretted this. He liked Christine. A lot. He didn't want to offend her. He offered keenly to walk the further half a kilometre with her to her apartment, but she gently declined. They looked at each other. Then they hugged briefly. Before she left she said, "As you say, Robert, it's just coincidence. But the Kurds believe it works. Lots of people in the Middle East think Pulsar works. It is infamous. Check it on Google. So if they are using it, what that means is that some people really want Franz Britner dead." With that she turned and walked away. Rob watched her for a few minutes. Her disappearing figure. Then he shivered again. The night was getting colder as the wind blew in off the desert. 10 DCI Forrester sat back on the sofa. He was in a cosy sitting room just off Muswell Hill, in suburban North London. He was seeing his therapist. It was kind of cliched, he supposed. The policeman with the neuroses, the fucked up cop. But he didn't mind. The sessions helped. "So how was your week?" His therapist was 60-something, Dr. Janice Edwards. Posh in a nice way. Forrester liked the fact she was quite old. It meant he could just spill the beans, achieve catharsis, talk without any emotional distraction. And he needed to talk. Even if it cost £50 an hour. Sometimes he talked about his job, sometimes about his wife, and sometimes about other stuff. Darker stuff. Serious stuff. Yet he never really got to the heart of it. His daughter. Maybe one day he would. So Dr. Edwards said again, somewhere behind Forrester's head. "Tell me your week." Staring at the window, blankly, his hands resting on his stomach, Forrester started telling his therapist about the Craven Street case. The caretaker, the mutilation, the weirdness. "We've got no witnesses. They got out clean. They used leather gloves, but forensics can't find any DNA. The knife wound is useless. A standard blade. We didn't lift a single print." He rubbed his head. The therapist murmured interest. He carried on. "I did get excited when I found out the cellar they dug up was once. Well, they found some old bones there years back. But it wasn't really a lead, it was just a coincidence, I think. But I still have no idea what they were looking for. Maybe it was a prank, just a student prank that went wrong, maybe they were high on DMGS." Forrester realized he was meandering, but he didn't especially care. "And that's where I am. I've got a guy with no tongue in hospital and the trail has gone cold and... Well, anyway, that's been my week, a pretty shit week, and that's all really, you know." He tailed off. Sometimes in therapy this was what happened. You didn't say much of importance, and then you dried up. But then Forrester felt a surge of grief and anger from nowhere. Maybe it was the darkness falling outside, maybe it was the quietness in the maybe it was the thought of that poor man beaten and abused. But now he really did want to talk about something much deeper, something much darker. The real stuff. It was time. Maybe it was time to talk about Sarah. But silence filled the forester thought about his daughter. He closed his eyes. He lay back. And he thought about Sarah. The trusting blue eyes. Her giddy laughter. Her first words. Apple. Apule. Their first child. A beautiful daughter. And then. Sarah. Oh, Sarah. He rubbed his eyes. He couldn't talk about it. Not yet. He could think about it, he thought about it all the time. But he couldn't talk about it. Yet. She had been 7 years old. She'd just gone wandering off in the dark, one winter night. She'd just gone wandering off, out of the door, no one was watching. And then they'd searched and they searched, and the police and the neighbours and Evian searched. And they'd found her. In the middle of the road, under the motorway bridge. And no one knew if it was murder or if she had just fallen off the bridge. Because the body was so mashed. Run over by so many cars in the dark. The lorries and cars probably thought they were driving over a WRE. Forrester was sweating. He hadn't thought about Sarah this deeply in months, maybe years. He knew he needed to release this. To get it out. But he couldn't. He half turned and said, "I'm sorry, doctor. I just can't. I still think about it every hour of every day, you know." But. He gulped. The words wouldn't come. But the thoughts were racing. Every day he wondered, even now, did someone find her and rape her and then drop her off the bridge, or did she just fall? But if she just fell, how did it happen? Sometimes he thought he knew. Sometimes in his heart of hearts he suspected she must have been murdered. He was a cop. He knew this stuff. But there were no witnesses, no evidence. Maybe they would never know. He sighed and looked across at the therapist. She was serene. Serene and 65 years old and grey-haired and smiling quietly. "It doesn't matter," she said. "One day." Forrester nodded. He smiled at their catchphrase. "Maybe one day. I just find it hard sometimes. My wife gets depressed and she turns away at night. We never have sex from 1 month to the next, but at least we are alive." "And you have your son?" "Yes. Yes, we have him. I guess sometimes you have to be grateful for what is, rather than what isn't. I mean, what do alcoholics say in AA? You got to fake it to make it. All that bullshit. I guess that's what I've got to do. Just do that. Pretend I'm zero-K sometimes." He stopped again and the silence echoed around the warm sitting room. At last he sat up. His hour was up. All he could hear was traffic, muffled by the windows and the curtains. "Thanks, Dr. Edwards. Please. As I said, call me Janice. You've been coming here 6 months. "Thanks, Janice." She smiled. "I'll see you next week." He stood. They shook hands, politely. Forrester felt cleansed and slightly lighter in spirit. He drove back to Hendon in a calm and pleasantly pensive mood. Another day. He'd got through another day. Without drinking or shouting. The house was full of his son's noise when he keyed the door. His wife was in the kitchen watching the news on TV. The smell of pasta and pesto wafted through. It was zero-K. Things were zero-K. In the kitchen his wife kissed him and he said he'd been to a session and she smiled and seemed relatively content. Before summer Forrester went outside into the garden and rolled a tiny spliff of grass. He felt no guilt as he did it. He smoked the weed, standing on his patio, exhaling the blue smoke into the starry sky, and sensed his neck muscles unknotting. Then he went back into the house and lay on the floor of the sitting room and helped his son with a puzzle. And then there was a phone call. In the kitchen his wife was sieving the urn. Hot steam. The smell of pesto. Hello. DCI. Forrester recognized his junior's slight Finnish accent immediately. Boyja, I'm just about to eat. Sorry, sir, but I got this strange call. Yeah. That friend of mine Skelding, you know, Niall. Forrester thought for a moment, then he remembered, the tall guy who worked on the Home Office murder database. They'd all had a drink once. Yeah, I remember. Skelding? Works on homes? That's right. Well, he just called me and said they've got a new homicide, the Isle of Nlan. And some guy's been killed. Very nasty. In a big house. Long way away, the Isle of Man. Boyja agreed. Forrester watched his wife sauce the urn with the vivid green pesto. It looked slightly like bile, but it smelled good. Forrester coughed impatiently. As I said, Boyja, my wife's just made a very nice dinner and yes, Sony, sir, but the thing is, before this guy was killed, the attackers cut a symbol into his chest. You mean? Yes, sir. That's right. A Star of David 11. The day after Franz's supper party, Rob rang his ex-wife's home. His daughter Lizzie picked up. She still didn't really know how to use a phone. Rob called into it, darling, use the other end. Hello, Daddy. Hello. DAR. Just hearing Lizzie talk gave Rob a stabbing sense of guilt. And also a sheer basic pleasure that he had a daughter. And an angry desire to protect her. And then an extra guilt that he wasn't there, in England, protecting her. But protecting her from what? She was safe in suburban London. She was fine. When Lizzie had worked out the right end of the phone, they talked for an hour and Rob promised to send her JPEGs of where he was. Then he reluctantly put the phone down and decided it was time to get to work. Hearing his daughter often did this, it was like an instinct, something genetic. The reminder of his family duties energized his work reflex. Go and earn some money to feed the offspring. It was time to write his article. But Rob had a dilemma. Moving the phone from his hotel bed to the floor, he lay back and thought. Hard. The story was so much more complex than he had envisaged. Complex and interesting. First there was the politics, the Kurdish/Turkish rivalry, then the atmosphere at the dig, and amongst the locals, their resentment and that death prayer. And what about Franz's clandestine late-night digging? What was all that about? Rob got up and walked to his window. He was on the top floor of the hotel. He opened the window and listened to the sound of a muezzin calling from a mosque somewhere nearby. The song was harsh, barbarous, even yet somehow hypnotic. The inimitable sound of the Middle East. More voices joined the rising carol. The call for prayer echoed across the city. So what was he going to write for the paper? A part of him strongly wanted to stay and investigate further. Get to the bottom of the story. But what was the point in that, really? Wasn't that just indulging himself? He didn't have forever. And if he included all this odd and perplexing stuff, it altered and maybe even ruined his article. At the very least it complicated the narrative and therefore compromised it. The reader would be left confused, and arguably unsatisfied. So what should he write? The answer was obvious. If he just stuck to the simple and fairly astonishing historical stuff, he would be fine. Man discovers the world's oldest temple. Mysteriously buried 2,000 years later. That was enough. It was a cracking story. and with some striking pictures of the stones and the carvings and an angry Kurd and Franz in his spectacles and Christine in her elegant khakis, it would look good, too. Christine. Rob wondered if his barely suppressed desire to stay and investigate the story further was actually because of her. His barely suppressed desire for her. He wondered if she could tell what he felt. Probably. Women could always tell. Yet Rob never had a clue. Did she even like him? There was that hug. And the way she put her arm through his last night. Enough. Picking up his knapsack and chucking in urns, notebooks and sunglasses, Rob left his hotel. He wanted to visit the dig one last time, ask a few more questions, and then he'd have sufficient material. He'd already been here 5 days. Time to move on. Outside the hotel, Radovan was leaning against his taxi arguing about football or politics with the other cabbies, as ever. He looked up when Rob stepped out into the sunshine, and smiled. Rob nodded. They had a little rigmarole going now. I want to go to the bad place. Radovan laughed. The bad place? Yes, Mr. Rob. Radovan did his chauffeur thing with the car door and Rob jumped in feeling energetic and determined. He'd made the right choice. Do the piece, invoice for X's, then head back to England and insist on some proper time with his daughter. The drive to Göbekli was uneventful. Radovan picked his nose and complained loudly about the Turks. Rob stared out across the wastes, towards the Euphrates, the blue Taurus mountains beyond. He'd come to like this desert, even if it unnerved him. So old, so wemmy, so malevolent, so stark. The desert of the wind demons. What else was hiding under its shallow hills? A weird thought. Rob stared across the wilderness. They got there quickly. With a squeal of bald wires, Radovan parked. He leaned out of the window as Rob walked to the dig. 3 hours, Mr. Rob. Rob laughed. Yep. The dig was frenetic today, busier than Rob had seen it. New trenches were being laid. Deep new gouges into the hills, showing ever more stones. Rob understood that the digging season was coming to an end and Franz was keen to crack on. The digging season was remarkably short. The site was simply too hot in high summer, and too exposed in winter. And anyway, the scientists apparently needed 9 months of exegesis and laboratory work to process what they had found in the 3 months of actual digging. That was the archaeological year, 3 months of spade work, 9 months of thinking. Quite relaxed, really. Franz and Christine and the paleobotanist Ivan were having a debate in the tented area. They greeted Rob with a wave and he sat down and more tea was served. Rob liked the endless production line of Turkish tea, the ritual tinkling of spoons and tulip-shaped glasses, the taste of the sweet dark tea. And hot black tea was oddly refreshing in the dry desert sun. Over his first glass of tea, Rob told them his news. That he was finishing up, that this was his last visit. He checked Christine's face as he said this. Did he see a flicker of regret? Maybe. His mood sashayed a little. But then he remembered his job. He had to ask some more questions, his very last queries. That was why he was here. Nothing else. His journalistic need was to put the dig in context. He'd been reading some more history books, prehistory books, and he wanted to place Göbekli Tepe somewhere within that history. See how it fitted in, how it gleamed in the mosaic of wider human history. 01 Why the evolution of man and civilization? Franz was happy to oblige. This area, he waved his arm at the yellow hills beyond the open-sided tents, is where it all began. Human civilization. The first written language is cuneiform, that started not far away. Copper smelting is originally Mesopotamian. And the first true towns were built in Turkey. Isabel Prevan could tell you all about that. Rob was mystified. Then he remembered the name Christine's tutor at Cambridge. Isabel Previn. Rob had also read the name in various history books. Previn had worked with the great James Melliot, the English archaeologist who excavated Catalhoyuk. Rob had enjoyed reading about Catalhoyuk, not least because they dug it up so quickly. 3 years of lusty shoveling and it was nearly all revealed. That was the heroic, Hollywood age of archaeology. Nowadays, as far as Rob could tell, things had slowed down. Now there were so many experts in different fields: archaeometallurgists, zooarchaeologists, ethnohistorians, geomorphologists. It had all got very intricate. A complex site could take decades to unravel. Göbekli Tepe was such a site. Franz had been digging in Göbekli since 1994. Christine had implied that he would spend the rest of his working life here. A whole working life on one site. But then again, it was the most amazing archaeological site in the world. Which was probably why Franz looked so chuffed most of the time. He was smiling right now, explaining to Rob about the early history of pottery and agriculture, both of which came after Göbekli Tepe was built. Both of which also started nearby. The first ever signs of farming can be found in Syria. Gordon Child called it the Neolithic Revolution, and it happened not far to the south. Abu Hura, Tel Aswad, places like that. So you see, this really is the cradle. Metalwork, pottery, farming, smelting, writing all began near Göbekli. J.A. Christine added, yes, though actually there is some evidence of rice farming in Korea in 13,000 BC, but it is enigmatic. Ivan, who had been silent until now, also joined in, and there is some strange evidence that Pot 1Y may have started and then stopped before that, in Siberia. Rob turned. Sorry. Franz looked slightly irritated by his colleague's interruption, but Rob was intrigued. Go on. Ivan blushed. We have evidence from eastern Siberia, maybe Japan, of an even earlier civilization. A northern people. Possibly they died out, because the evidence disappears. We do not know. We have no idea where they went. Franz looked nettled. J. Ivan. But still. This area is where it really happened. The Near East. Here. He slapped his hand on the table for emphasis, making the teaspoons rattle. All of it. All of it started here. The first kilns for making pots. That was in Syria and Iraq. The Hittites made first iron. In Anatolia. The first domestic pigs were in Kanu, the first villages were in Anatolia, and of course the first temple Göbekli Tepe. Everyone laughed. Peace had been restored, and the conversation evolved. Rob spent a diligent 10 minutes copying out his notes, while the archaeologists chatted amongst themselves about domestication of early animals and the distribution of microliths. The discussion was technical and obscure. Rob didn't mind. He had the final pieces to the jigsaw. It wasn't the whole picture, the mysteries remained, but it was a good picture and a compelling picture, and it would have to do. Besides, he was a journalist, not a historian. He wasn't here to get everything right, he was here to get a vivid impression, quickly. What did they call journalism? The first draft of history. That was all he was doing and all he was meant to do. He was writing the first rough draft. He looked up. He'd been annotating for half an hour now. The scientists had left him to it. They had dispersed around the dig to do whatever it was they actually did when they weren't arguing. Examining dust and sieving old rocks. Sitting in their cabins having more arguments. Rob stood up, rubbed his stiff neck and decided to go for a wander about the place before making his exit. So he hoisted his rucksack and walked out around the nearest, skirting the enclosures and the stones. Beyond the main area of the dig was a vast bare field, scattered with flints. Christine had showed him this place on his previous visit. Rob had been amazed at the time to see so many 12,000-year-old pieces of flint, knapped by Stone Age man, just lying around. Literally thousands of them. You could just kneel down and after a short search pick up an ancient axe, arrowhead or cutting tool. Rob decided to do just that. He fancied a souvenir. The sun was hot on his back as he knelt in the dust. Within a few minutes he got lucky. He examined his find, turning it carefully between his fingers. It was an arrowhead, skillfully, even exquisitely knapped. Rob imagined the man who had made it 12,000 years ago, working away in the sun, in a loincloth, with a bow slung across his muscled back. A primitive man. Yet someone who had built a great temple, carved with serious artistry. It was a paradox. The cavemen who built a cathedral. It was also a good introduction to Rob's article. A nice vivid image. He stood up and slipped the arrowhead into a zipped side pocket of his rucksack. He was probably breaking 100 Turkish laws, stealing ancient artifacts, but it wasn't as if Göbekli Tepe was going to run short of Stone Age flint pieces any time soon. Slinging the rucksack over his back, Rob took one last look at the undulating and treeless plains, burnt by the relentless sun. He thought of Iraq, somewhere out there. Not so far away. If he got in the car and told Radovan to drive, he could be at the Iraqi border in a few hours. And then an image of Baghdad flashed across his mind. The bomber's face. Rob swallowed chillily. Not a good feeling. He turned and headed back, and as he did he heard it. The most horrible scream. It sounded like an animal being tortured. Like a monkey being knifed open. Hideous. He quickened his pace. He heard more shouting. What was going on? Then someone yelled again. Rob ran, the rucksack banging on his back. He'd come further than he realized. Where was the main part of the dig? The hills all looked the same. Voices carried a long way in the clear desert air. And not just voices, shouts and cries. Christ! Something really was happening. Rob turned left then right and ran over the crest of a hill. And there was the dig. A crowd of people had gathered around one of the enclosures, the new trench. Workers were jostling each other. His desert boots slipping in the dust and scree, Rob scrambled his way down to the side of the crowd and he pushed his way through, smelling sweat and fear. Rudely shunting the last man aside, he got to the edge of the trench and stared down. Everyone was staring down. At the end of the trench was a new steel spike, one of the lethal-looking poles they used to hold up the tarpaulins. Franz Brittner was skewered, face down, on the pole. Skewered straight through his upper left chest. Blood was guttering from his wound. Christine was standing next to him talking to him. Ivan was behind them frantically calling on his mobile phone. Two workers were desperately trying to prise the steel pole from the earth. Rob stared at Franz. He seemed to be alive, but the wound was savage, maybe right through the lungs. A desperate impaling. Rob had seen a lot of wounds in Iraq. He'd seen wounds just like this, blasts that sent girders and poles flying into people, spearing into their chests and heads, piercing them cruelly. Rob knew Franz wasn't going to make it. An ambulance would take a good hour to get here. There probably weren't any medical helicopters between here and Ankara. Franz Brittner was going to die, here, in a trench. Surrounded by the silent stones of Göbekli Tepe. 12 In the fishponds of Abraham, the carp were roiling excitedly, clamoring for the tiny bits of pita bread he was throwing into the water. Rob watched them, mesmerized. Their desperate frenzy was a repulsive sight. He had come here to calm down. It was the only bit of tranquil green space he knew in the crowded city. But the tranquility wasn't working. As he watched the ashing fish, Rob kept twisting in his mind the events of the previous day. The hideous sight of Franz pinioned on the pole. The frantic mobile phone calls. The fateful decision, in the end, to saw the pole in half and drive Franz still skewered all the way to Sanlifer in Christine's Rob had followed with Radovan. The battered Toyota pursued the Land Rover down the hills and across the plains to the Huron University Hospital in the new quarter of town. There Rob waited in the slightly shabby corridors with Christine and Ivan and Franz's sobbing wife. He was still there when the doctors came out with the inevitable news: Franz Brittner had died. The carp were now fighting for the very last bit of bread. Biting each other. Rob turned away. He saw a submachine gun-toting Turkish soldier lounging by a jeep parked at the edge of the greenery. The soldier scowled at him. The city was on a special edge and it had nothing to do with Brittner's death. A suicide bomb had gone off in Diyarbakir, the Kurdish-Turkish city 200 dusty miles east, the center of Kurdish separatism. No one had died but 10 people had been injured, and it had notched up the tension of the area once more. The police and the army were visible and everywhere, this afternoon. Rob sighed, wearily. Sometimes it felt as if violence was universal. Inescapable. And Rob wanted to escape it. Crossing a small wooden bridge over a tiny canal, he sat at a wooden table. The tea house waiter came over, wiping his hands on a towel hanging from his waistband, and Rob ordered water, tea and some olives. He really had to try and not think about Franz for a moment. About the sight of the blood in Christine's car. The pole sticking obscenely out of Franz's torso. "Sir." The waiter had brought Rob's tea. The teaspoon clinked. The sugar lump dissolved in the dark red liquid. The sun was shining through the trees of the little park. A small boy wearing a Manchester United shirt was playing with a football across the lawns. His mother was shrouded in black. Rob finished the tea. He had to get proactive. Checking the time in London, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed. Yup. Steve's normal gruffness. "Hi, it's Robbie. My archaeological correspondent. How are the stones?" The cheery Cockney accent lifted Rob's spirit a little. He wondered whether to ruin the mood by telling Steve what had happened. Before he could decide, Steve said, "Liked the notes you sent. Looking forward to the piece. When's your deadline?" "Well, it was tomorrow, but..." "Good lad. File by 5. "Yes, but..." "And send me some JPEGs. Nice shots of the..." "Steve, there's a problem." The end of the line went silent. Finally, Rob seized the opportunity and launched into it. He told Steve everything. The strange mysteries and difficulties surrounding the dig, the resentment of the workers, the weird death chant, the envenomed local politics, the odd nocturnal diggings. He explained to his editor that he hadn't mentioned all this stuff before, because he wasn't sure of the relevance. Steve snapped back, "And it's relevant now." "Yes. Because..." Rob looked at the castle on the cliff with the big red Turkish flag. He took a deep breath. Then he told Steve the horrible story of Franz's death. At the end of which Steve simply said, "Jesus. What are you like? Sorry. I sent you to this dig cause I thought you needed a break. Somewhere nice and quiet. A few fucking stones. No drama. No luttrell in trouble. Yes, I guess. And you end up in the middle of a civil war with a bunch of devil priests and then some Hun gets kebabbed." Steve chuckled. "Sony, mate, shouldn't make light of it. Must have been shite. But what do you want to do now?" Rob thought hard. What did he want to do? He didn't know. "I'm not sure. I'll think I actually need some editorial guidance." He stood up, his phone still pressed to his ear. "Steve, you're the boss. I'm at a loss. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. Trust your instinct." You mean? Trust yourself. You've got a great nose for a story. You're like a fucking bloodhound. Steve's voice was firm. So tell me. Is there a story here? Rob knew at once. He turned and looked at the waiter and motioned for the bill. Yes. I think there is. There you are then. Do it. Dig around. Stay another 2 weeks, Rob nodded. He felt a professional excitement, but it was tainted with sadness. Brianna's death had been so sickening. And he was yearning to go home and see his daughter. He decided to confess. But Steve, I want to see Lizzie. Your little girl. Yeah. Soft boy. Steve laughed. How old is she now? 5. The editor went quiet. Rob glanced at the old mosque across the glittering fish pond. Christine had told him it was once a church, a Crusader church. All right, Rob. If you do this for me, we'll fly you home straight afterwards. Business class, 0K. Thanks. We like to encourage good parenting at the Times. But I'll need something from you in the meantime. Like what? Give me the basic Stones story. Need copy for Thursday. But I'll put a little teaser in, hint that there's more. We can make it a series. From our man in the Stone Age. With the demons in the desert. Rob laughed, despite himself. Steve always had the ability to cheer him up with his naked Fleet Street cynicism, his ruthless humor. Cheers, Steve. He slipped the phone back into his pocket, feeling a lot better. He had a job to do, a story to write, a lead to investigate. And then he could go and see his daughter. Exiting the quiet of the parks, Rob walked out into the Kurdish street. Where taxi drivers were shouting at each other. Where a man was tugging a donkey as it pulled a cart stacked high with watermelons. It was so busy and noisy Rob could barely hear his phone. He felt its vibration instead. Yes. Robert. Christine. He stopped on the dusty pavement. Poor Christine. She'd had to drive Franz to the hospital. She wouldn't let anyone else do it. Rob had seen the blood all over her car, the blood of her friend. Gruesome and harrowing. Are you 0K? Christine. Yes, thank you. I'm 0K. She didn't sound 0K. Rob tried to make sympathetic conversation, he didn't know what else to do. Christine wasn't interested. Her speech was clipped, as if she was holding in the emotion. Are you still flying out tonight? No, Rob said. I've got more to write. I'm staying on for a week or 2, at least. Good. Can you meet me? At the caravanserai. Rob was perplexed. 0K, but... Now. Still confused, Rob agreed. The phone went dead. Turning left, Rob strode back up the hill, right into the hubbub of the covered market. The souk was a classic Arab market, the kind that was fast disappearing from the Middle East. Full of gloomy passages, grimy blacksmiths, beckoning carpet sellers, and entrances to tiny mosques. The brilliant sunlight came down in javelins flew off holes in the corrugated roof. In dark, ancient corners, knife grinders squirted golden sparks into the spice-scented air. And there, in the middle of it all, was a real old-fashioned caravanserai, a cool and spacious courtyard with cafe tables and beautiful stone arcades. A place for trade and gossip, a place where merchants had haggled for silk, and men had wived their sons. For maybe 1,000 years stepping into the busy open plaza, he scanned the many tables and groups of people. Christine wasn't hard to spot. She was the only woman. Her face was drawn. Rob sat down opposite her. She looked deep into his eyes as if she was seeking something. Rob had no idea what. She was silent, awkwardly so. Look, Christine, I'm so sorry about Franz. I know you were close and... Please. No, Christine was looking down. Stifling tears, or anger, or something. Enough. It's very kind of you. But enough. She looked up again, and Rob became uncomfortably aware of the topaz brown of her eyes. Deep and languishing. Beautiful, and brimming with tears. She coughed to clear her throat. Then she said, I think Franz was murdered. What? I was there, Rob. I saw. There was an argument. The clapping sound of pigeons, flying away, filled the caravanserai. Men were sipping Turkish coffee and sitting on vermilion rugs. Rob turned back to Christine. An argument doesn't mean murder. I saw, Rob. They pushed him. Jesus. Exactly. And it wasn't an accident, they pushed him deliberately right onto that pole. Rob frowned. Have you been to the police? Christine waved the idea away, like an irritating fly. Yes. They don't want to know. Are you certain? I was practically marched out of the police station. A mere woman. Wankers. Maybe. Christine forced a smile. But it is difficult for them, too. The workers are Kurds, the police are Turkish. The politics are impossible. And yesterday there was a bomb in Diyarbakir. I saw the TV news, so Christine said, just walking in and arresting a load of Kurds for a murder, that isn't so simple, right now. Oh God. She leant her forehead on her folded arms. Rob wondered if she was going to cry. Behind her a minaret rose above the arcading of the caravanserai. It had big black loudspeakers wired to the top, but they were silent for the moment. Christine regained herself, sat back again. I want to know, I want to do some investigating. What do you mean? I want to know everything. Why he was digging at night, why they wanted to kill him. Franz was my friend. So I want to know why he died. Will you come with me? I want to go to Göbekli and look at Franz's notes, his materials, the works. But surely they have taken all that. The Turkish police. He kept a lot of stuff secret, Christine said. But I know where. In a little locker in his cabin at the site. She leaned forward, as if she confessing something. Rob, we need to break in. And steal at 13. The flight to the Isle of Man, across the Irish Sea, was bumpy but brief. At Ronaldsway Airport, Forrester and Boyer were greeted in the arrivals lounge by the Deputy Chief Constable, and a uniformed sergeant. Forrester smiled and shook hands. The four policemen swapped names, the DCC was called Hayden. They walked out into the car park. Forrester and Boyer exchanged glances and shared a brief, knowing nod at the Manx sergeant's rather odd white helmet. VO different to anything on the mainland. Forrester already knew of the Isle of Man's special status. A crown colony, with its own parliament, its own flag, a heritage of ancient Viking traditions, and its own unique police force, Man was not an official part of the United Kingdom at all. They'd abolished flogging only a few years ago. Forrester's SIO back in London had briefed Forrester carefully on the slightly unusual protocols involved in visiting the Isle. The car park was cold, with a hint of rain in the air. The four men walked briskly to Hayden's big car. Silently they sped through off farmland, down to the outskirts of the main town, Douglas, on the western coast. Forrester buzzed down his window and looked out, trying to get a feel for the place, a sense of where he was. The lush green farmland, the rainy oak woods, the tiny grey chapels, they looked very British and Celtic. Likewise, as they reached Douglas, the huddled houses along the beach, and the flashier office blocks, reminded Forrester of the Scottish Hebrides. The only indication they were outside the UK Prulra was the Manx flag, the symbol of a two-legged man on a bright red background, which rippled in the drizzly wind on several buildings. The silence in the car was broken by occasional chit-chat. At one point Hayden turned and looked at Forrester and said, "Of course we've kept the body at the scene." "We're not amateurs," it was a strange remark. Forrester guessed these policemen, from this tiny force 200 officers or fewer, might resent his presence. The big man from the Met. The interfering Londoner. But Forrester had a serious task in hand. He was very keen to see the crime scene. He wanted to get to work straight away. Protocols or no protocols. The car swerved out of the town and slewed down a narrower road with high woods to their right and the choppy Irish Sea to their left. Forrester noted a jetty, a lighthouse, some small boats bobbing on the grey waves, and another hill. And then the car dived between some rather grand gates and swept up to a very big, old, castellated white building. "St. Anne's Fort," said Hayden. "It's officers now." The place was roped off with police tape. Forrester saw that a tent had been erected on the front lawns and glimpsed a policeman carrying an old Kodak fingerprint camera into the building. Climbing out of the car, Forrester wondered about the capabilities of the local force. When had their last homicide been? 5 years back? 50? They probably spent most of their time busting dope smokers. And underage drinkers. And gays. Wasn't this the place where homosexuality was still illegal? They went straight into the house, through the main doors. 2 younger men wearing anti-putrefaction masks glanced at Forrester. One of them was holding a tin of aluminium powder. They stepped into another room. Forrester went to follow the forensic officers, but Hayden touched him on the arm. "No," he said, "the garden." The house was enormous, yet characterless inside. It had been brutally converted into offices. Someone had ripped out the previous interiors and installed strip lighting and grey partitions, filing cabinets and computers. There were models of boats and ferries on some of the desks. A couple of nautical charts hung on a wall. The offices presumably belonged to a shipping corporation or marine design company. Following the deputy chief, Forrester stepped into a hallway from which big glass doors opened onto a wide rear garden, closed in on all sides by high hedges, and a wooded rise right at the back. The garden had been rudely dug up in various places. In the middle of these chewed-up green lawns was a large, yellow, crime scene tent, the flap zipped shut, concealing whatever was inside. Hayden opened the glass doors and they walked the few yards to the yellow tent. He turned to the 2 London officers. "Are you ready?" Forrester felt impatient. "Yes, of course." Hayden pulled back the flap. "Fuck," said Forrester. The corpse was of a man in his 30s, he guessed. It had its back to them, and it was stark naked. But it wasn't that which caused him to swear. The man's head had been buried head-on in the lawn with the rest of his body sticking out. The position was at once comical and deeply unsettling. Forrester immediately guessed the victim must have asphyxiated. The murderers must have dug a hole, forced the man's head in, then packed the soil around, suffocating him. A nasty, weird, cold way to die. Why the hell would you do that? Boyer was walking around the corpse, looking appalled. Even though the tent seemed to be colder than the windswept garden outside, a distinct smell came off the body. Forrester wished he had one of the searchy masks to block out the odor of decomposition. "There's the star," said Boyer. He was right. Forrester walked around and looked at the front of the corpse. A Star of David had been gouged into the man's chest. The wound looked even deeper and nastier than the torture inflicted on the janitor. "Fuck," Forrester said, again. Standing next to him, Hayden smiled, for the first time this morning. "Well," he said, "I'm glad you feel the same way. I thought it was just us." 3 hours later, Forrester and Boyer were sharing plastic cups of coffee in the big tent at the front of the mansion. The local cops were arranging a press conference. In the fort. The two Met officers were alone. The corpse had finally been moved, after 36 hours, to the coroner's lab in town. Boyger looked at Forrester. Not sure the natives are very friendly. Forrester chuckled. I think they had their own language until. One last year. And cats, said Boyger, blowing cool air across his coffee. Isn't this the place where they have those cats without tails? Manx cats. Yep. Boyger stared out through the flapping open doorway of the police tent, at the big white building. What would our gang be doing out here? Christ knows. And why the same symbol? Forrester knocked back some more coffee. What more do we know about the victim? You spoke to the scene of crime guy or yacht designer. Working upstairs. On a Sunday. Boyger nodded. Yep. Usually the place is decent, at weekends. But he was working his day off. So he just got unlucky. Boyger swept his blonde Finnish hair back from his blue Finnish eyes. Like the guy in Craven Street. Probably heard a noise. Then came downstairs. And our lovely killers decided to cut him up, then stick his head in the ground like a croquet hoop. Till he died. Not very nice. What about the CCTV? Nothing. Boyger shrugged. The wooden top told me they'd drawn a blank on the cameras, all of them. Zip. Of course. And the prints and footwear marks. They'll get nothing. These guys are insane, but not stupid. They are the opposite of stupid. Forrester stepped outside the tent and gazed up at the house, blinking away the soft drizzle that was now falling. The building was dazzling white. Newly painted. Quite a landmark for local sailors. High and white and castellated, right above the jetty and the port. He scanned the battlements and scrutinized the sash windows. He was trying to work out what linked an 18th century house in London with what looked like an 18th century house in the Isle of Man. But then something struck him. Maybe it wasn't. He squinted. There was just something wrong with this building. It wasn't the real deal. Forrester knew enough about architecture to surmise that. The brickwork was too neat, the windows all recent, no more than 10 or 20 years old. The building was evidently a pastiche, and not an especially good one. And, he decided, it was possible the killers knew this. The modern interior of the modern house was entirely undisturbed. Only the gardens had been dug up. The gang had obviously been looking for something, again. But they weren't looking in the house. Only the garden. Apparently, they knew where to look. Apparently, they knew where not to look. Apparently, they knew quite a lot. Forrester turned his collar up against the chilly drizzle. 14 It was just getting dark by the time they climbed into Christine's Land Rover. Rush hour. Within a few hundred meters the car had come to complete stop. Stuck in gridlock. Christine leaned back, and sighed. She turned the radio on, and then off. Then looked at Rob. Tell me more about Robert Luttrell. Such as job. Life. You know. It's not that interesting. Try me. He gave her a brief resume of the last decade. The way he and Sally had rushed into marriage and parenthood, the discovery she was having an affair, the ensuing and inevitable divorce. Christine listened, keenly. Are you still angry about it? No. It was me, as well. I mean, it was partly my fault. I was always away. And she got lonely. And I still admire her, kind of. Sorry. Sally, he said. She's training to be Ilmvia. That takes guts. As well as brains. To change your career in your 30s. I admire that. So it's not like I hate her or anything. He shrugged. We just diverged. And married too young. Christine nodded, then asked about his American family. He sketched in his Scots-Irish background, the emigration to Utah in the 1880s. The Mormonism. The Land Rover at last moved forward. Rob looked across at her. And you? The traffic was really thinning out. She floored the pedal, accelerated. Jewish French. Rob had guessed this by the name. Maybe half my family died in the Holocaust. But half didn't. French Jews did 0k in the war, comparatively. And your mum and dad? Christine explained that her mother was an academic in Paris, her dad a piano tuner. He had died 15 years back. In fact, she added, I'm not sure he did much piano tuning even when he was alive. He just sat around the flat in Paris. Arguing. Sounds like my dad. Except my dad was a bastard, too. Christine glanced over at him. The sky behind her, framed by the car window, was purple and sapphire. A spectacular desert twilight. They were well outside Sandler now. You said your father was a Mormon. He is. I went to Salt Lake City once. Yeah. When I was in Mexico, working at Chitawakan, I took a holiday in the States. Rob laughed. In Salt Lake City, Utah. She smiled. You know. Canyonlands. Arches Park. Ah. He nodded. That makes more sense. Marvelous scenery. Anyway, we had to fly to off SLC. The most boring big town in America. An army truck overtook the Land Rover, with Turkish troops hanging casually out the back, shadowy in the dusk. One of them waved and grinned when he saw Christine, but she ignored him. It wasn't New York, but I quite liked it. Rob thought about Utah and Salt Lake City. His only memories of SLC were of dreary Sundays, going to the big Mormon cathedral. The tabernacle. It's funny, Christine added. People laugh at the Mormons. But you know what? What? Salt Lake City is the only big town in America where I have felt perfectly safe. You can walk down the street at 5 a.m. and no one's going to mug you. Mormons don't mug people. I like that. But they eat terrible food, and wear polyester slacks. Yes, yes. And some towns in Utah you can't even buy coffee. The drink of the devil. Christine quietly smiled. The desert air was warm through off the open window of the Land Rover. But I'm serious. Mormons are nice. Friendly. Their religion makes them that way. Why do atheists sneer at people of faith, when faith makes you nicer? You're a believer, right? Yes. I'm not. I guessed. They laughed. Rob leaned back, scanning the horizon. They were passing a concrete shack he'd seen before. Plastered with posters of Turkish politicians. Isn't this near the turning? Yes. Just up ahead. The car slowed as they neared their junction. Rob was thinking about Christine's belief, Roman Catholicism, she had said. He was still confused by this. He was still confused by a lot of things about Christine Meyer, like her love for Sandler, despite the very patriarchal attitude to women. The Land Rover swerved off the asphalt. Now they were rattling along the rubble track, in real darkness. The headlights picked out stray bushes and bare rocks. Maybe a gazelle, skittering into the gloom. A tiny village, illuminated by a few straggly lights, twinkled on the side of a hill. Rob could just make out the spire of a minaret in the shrouding twilight. The moon was just rising. Rob asked Christine directly about her attitude to Islam. She explained that she admired aspects of it. Especially the muezzin. Really? Rob said. All that wailing? I sometimes find it intrusive. I mean, I don't hate it, but still. Sometimes. I think it's moving. The core of the soul, imploring God. You should listen more closely. They took the second turning past a final, silent Kurdish village. A few more kilometers, and they would see the shallow hills of Göbekli, silhouetted in the moonlight. The Land Rover rumbled as Christine took the ultimate curve. Rob didn't know what to expect at the dig, following the accident. Police cars. Barriers. Nothing. There was indeed a new barrier, set across the track. It said police. And keep out. In Turkish and English. Rob got out of the car and pushed the blue barrier aside. Christine drove on and parked. The site was deserted. Rob felt serious relief. The only indication that the dig was now the scene of a suspicious death was a new tarpaulin, erected over the trench where Franz had been pushed, that and a sense of emptiness in the tented area. Lots of things had been taken away. The big table had been moved, or dismantled. This season's dig was definitely over. Rob glanced at the stones. He'd wondered before what it would be like, standing amongst them at night. Now, quite unexpectedly, here he was. They were shadowy in their enclosures. The had hilly risen and was casting white darkness across the scene. Rob had an odd desire to go down into the enclosures. Touch the megaliths. Rest his cheek against the coolness of the ancient stones. Run his fingers along the carvings. He'd wanted to do that, in fact, the very first time he'd seen them. Christine walked up behind him. Everything's okay. Yes. Come on then. Let's be quick. This place. Rather scares me at night. Rob noticed that she was averting her gaze from the trench. The trench where Franz had been killed. He sensed how difficult this visit must be for her. They walked swiftly over the rise. To the left was a blue plastic cabin, Franz's personal office. The door was freshly padlocked. Christine sighed. Damn. Rob thought for a second. Then he jogged back to the Land Rover, opened the car's back door, and fumbled in the darkness. He returned with a WRE jack. The desert breeze was warm and the moonlight glinted on the padlock. He shoved the jack in the twisted, and the padlock snapped open. Inside, the cabin was small and pretty empty. Christine shone a torch around. A spare set of spectacles sat on an empty shelf. Some textbooks were haphazardly scattered on a desktop thick with dust. The police had taken almost everything. Christine knelt down, then sighed again. They took the bloody locker. Really? It was hidden down here. By the little fridge. It's gone. Rob felt a keen disappointment. So that's that. It was a wasted journey. Christine looked deeply sad. Come on, she said. Let's go before someone sees us. We've already broken into a murder scene. Rob picked up the wire jack. Again, as he walked to the car, past the shadowy pits, he felt that strange urge to go and touch the stones. To lie down next to them. Christine opened the driver's door of the Land Rover. The interior light came on. Simultaneously, Rob opened the back doors to stow the jack. And immediately he saw it, the light was glinting on a shiny little notebook. Nestling on the back seat, black but expensive looking. He picked it up. Opening the cover, he saw the name Franz Briatner in small, neat handwriting. Rob paced around the car and leaned in, flew off the passenger door to show Christine his find. Jesus, she cried. That's it. That's Franz's notebook. That's what I was after. That's where he wrote everything. Rob handed it over. Her face intent, Christine flicked flew off the pages, muttering, he wrote it all in here. I'd see him doing it. Secretly. This was his big secret. Well done. Rob climbed into the passenger seat. But what's it doing in your car? As soon as he asked the question, he felt a little stupid. The answer was obvious. It must have fallen out of Franz's pocket when Christine was driving him to hospital. Either that, or Franz knew he was dying, as he lay bleeding on the back seat, and took it out of his pocket and left it there. Deliberately. Knowing that Christine would find it. Rob shook his head. He was turning into a conspiracy theorist. He had to get a grip. Reaching left, he slammed his door, making the car rattle. "Whoops," said Christine. "Sorry. Something fell." "What?" "When you slammed the car door. Something fell out of the notebook." Christine was scrabbling on the floor of the footwell, running her hands this way and that beneath the pedals. Then she sat back, holding something in her fingers. It was a dry stalk of grass. Rob stared at it. Why on earth would Franz preserve that? But Christine was gazing at the grass. Intently. 15 Christine drove even faster than usual back into town. On the outskirts, where the SCNLFFR desert bumped into the first grey concrete apartment blocks, they saw a feeble attempt at a roadside cafe, with white plastic tables arrayed outside, and a few truck drivers drinking beer. The drivers were drinking with guilty expressions. "Beer," said Rob. Christine glanced across. "Good idea." She turned right and parked. The drivers stared over, as Christine climbed from the car and chloed her way to a table. It was a warm evening, insects and flies were whirling around the bare bulbs strung outside the cafe. Rob ordered 2 F's beers. They talked about Göbekli. Every so often a huge truck would thunder down the road, lights blazing, en route to Damascus or Riyadh or Beirut, drowning out their conversation and making the light bulbs shiver and kick. Christine flicked glue off the pages of the notebook. She was rapt, almost feverish. Rob sipped his warm beer from his scratchy glass and let her do her thing. Now she was flicking this way and that. Unhappily. At length she chucked the book onto the table, and sighed. "I don't know. It's a mess." Rob set down his beer. "Sorry. It's chaotic." She tutted. Which is strange. Because Franz was not messy. He was scrupulous. Teutonic efficiency he would call it. He was rigorous and exact. Always, always. Her brown eyes clouded for a second. She reached firmly for her beer, drank a gulp and said, "Take a look for yourself." Rob checked the early pages. "Seems OK to me." "Here," she said, pointing. "Yes, it begins very neatly. Diagrams of the excavations. Microliths noted. But here, look." Rob flicked some more pages until she stopped him. "See, from here it falls apart. The handwriting turns into a scrawl. And the drawings and little doodles. Chaotic. And here. What are all these numbers?" Rob looked closely. The writing was nearly all in German. The handwriting at first was very neat, but it did get scrawlier to the end. There was a list of numbers on the last page. Then a line about someone called Aura Keller. Rob remembered a girl he'd known in England called Aura. A Jewish girl. So who was this Aura Keller? He asked Christine, and she shrugged. He asked her about the numbers. She shrugged again more emphatically. Rob noted there was also a drawing in the book, a scribbled sketch of a field, and some trees. He handed the book back to Christine. "What does the writing say?" "I don't know much German." "Well, most of it is illegible." She opened the book towards the end. "But he talks about wheat, here. And a river. Turning into more rivers. Here. Wheat. But why? God knows. And this drawing seems to be a map. I think. With mountains. It says mountains with a question mark. And rivers. Or maybe they are roads. It really is a mess. Rob finished his beer and motioned to the bar owner for 2 more. Another huge silver lorry thundered down the Damascus road. The sky over Sanlifer was a dirty orange-black. And what about the grass? Christine nodded. Yes, that is weird. Why keep that? Do you think he was frightened? Is that why the notes are so messed up? It is possible. Remember the pulsar Dynura? Rob shuddered. Hard to forget. Do you think he knew about that? Christine picked an insect off the top of her beer. Then she looked hard at Rob. I think he knew. He must have heard the chanters outside the window. And he was an expert on Mesopotamian religions. The demons and the curses. It was one of his specialities. So he was aware he was in danger. Probably. Which might account for the chaotic state of his notes. Sheer fear. But still. She held the book flat in her hands, as if assessing its weight. A lifetime's work. Rob could sense her sadness. Christine dropped the book again. This place is horrible. I don't care if they do serve beer. Can we go? Gladly. Dropping some coins in a saucer, they made for the Land Rover and barreled off down the road. After a while Christine said, I don't believe it was just fear, it doesn't add up. She swiveled the wheel so they could overtake a cyclist, an old man in an Arabic cloak. Sitting in front of the bicycling man, athwart the crossbar, was a small dark boy. The boy waved at the Land Rover, grinning at the white Western woman. Rob noticed that Christine was taking side streets. Not an obvious route back to the center of town. At last she said, Franz was diligent and thorough. I don't think a curse would have sent him over the edge. Nothing would have unsettled him like that. So what was it? Rob asked. They were in a newer part of town now. Almost European-looking nice clean apartment blocks. Women were walking the evening streets, not all of them in headscarves. Rob saw a brightly lit supermarket advertising cheese in German as well as Turkish. Next door was an internet cafe full of shining screens with dark heads silhouetted against them. I think he must have had some theory. He used to get excited by theories. I saw. Christine smiled, staring ahead. I think he had some theory, about Göbekli. That's what the notes say to me. A theory to do with what? Perhaps he had worked out why Göbekli was buried. That is, after all, the big mystery. If he felt he was onto a solution that would get him pretty agitated. Rob wasn't satisfied by this. But why didn't he just write it down, or tell anyone? The car had stopped. Christine pulled the key from the ignition. Good point, she said, looking at Rob. A very good point. Let's go and find out. Come on. Where? There's a friend here. Might be able to help. They were parked in front of a new apartment complex with a huge crimson poster advertising Turku collar on the wall. Christine ran up the steps and pressed a numbered button. They waited, and then they were buzzed in. The lift took them to the 10th floor. They ascended in silence. A door was already half open across the landing. Rob followed Christine. He peered into the apartment, then jumped. Just inside the door was Ivan the paleobotanist, from the party. Just lurking there. Ivan nodded politely, but his expression was notably unfriendly. Almost suspicious. He showed them into the main room of his flat. It was austere, just a lot of books and some pictures. On a desk a smart laptop computer was showing a screensaver of the Göbekli megaliths. There was one beautiful small stone object on the mantelpiece which looked like one of the Mesopotamian wind demons. Rob found himself wondering if Ivan had stolen it. They sat down. Wordless. Ivan offered no tea or water but just sat down opposite them, looked hard at Christine and said, "Yes." She took out the notebook and laid it on the table. Ivan stared at it. He glanced up at Christine. His young Slavic face was a picture of blankness. Like someone suppressing emotion. Or someone used to suppressing emotion. Then Christine reached in her pocket and took out the grass stalk and laid it very gently on top of the book. All the time Rob watched Ivan's face. He had no idea what was going on here, but he felt that Ivan's reaction was crucial. Ivan flinched very slightly when he saw the stalk of grass. Rob couldn't stand the silence any longer. "Guys? Please? What is it? What's going on?" Christine glanced at him as if to say be patient. But Rob didn't feel like being patient. He wanted to know what was going on. Why had they driven here, late at night? To sit in silence and stare at some piece of grass? "Einken," said Ivan. Christine smiled. "It is, isn't it? Einken wheat." "Yes." Ivan shook his head. "You needed me to tell you this, Christine?" "Well. One wasn't sure. You're the expert. So now you are sure. And I am very tired." Christine picked up the grass. "Thank you, Ivan. It is nothing." He was already standing. "Goodbye." They were escorted briskly to the door. At the threshold Ivan glanced left and right along the landing as if he was expecting to see someone he didn't want to see. Then he slammed the door shut. "Well, that was friendly," said Rob. "But we got what we came for." They buzzed the lift and descended. All the mystery was irritating Rob. "0K," he said as they breathed the warm, diesel-y air of the street. "Come on, Christine. Einken wheat." "What the hell?" Without turning to face him she said, "It is the oldest form of wheat in the world. The original wheat, the first ever cereal if you like. And it only grows around here. And it was commercial to the switch to agriculture. When man started farming. And..." Christine turned. Her brown eyes were shining. Franz thought it was a clue. I'm sure he thought it was a clue. In which case I think it's a clue. A clue to what? It might tell us why they buried the temple. But how can a piece of grass do that? Later. Come on. Let's go. You saw the way Ivan was watching at the door. Come on. Now. You think we are being followed? Not followed exactly. Maybe watched. I don't know. Maybe it's paranormal. Rob remembered Franz, skewered on the pole. He jumped into the car. 16 Forrester woke in an almost feverish sweat. He blinked at the dingy curtains of his Douglas hotel. For a moment the nightmare lingered, giving a palpable yet absurd savour of evil to the hotel fixtures. The wardrobe door had swung half open, showing the blackness within. The television lurked, squat and ugly, in the corner. What had he dreamed? He nipped the sleep from his face and remembered, he dreamed the usual, of course. A small body. A bridge. Then the bump 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 of cars, driving over a tire. Bump bump bump. Bump bump bump. He got up, walked to the window and drew the curtains. To his surprise it was light, very light. The sky was white and blank and the streets were busy. He was going to be late for the press conference. He made it just in time. The sizable hall was already bustling. The local police had commandeered the biggest room in St. Anne's Fort. A handful of local journalists had been joined by a dozen national hacks. 2 news crews with digicams, big headphones and long grey microphones were loitering at the back. Forrester saw a familiar head of blonde hair. It was the London correspondent for CNN. He'd seen her at several media briefings before. CNN? Someone had obviously tipped off the London media about the macabre nature of the murder. From the back of the hall, he surveyed the room. 3 policemen were sitting at the front. Deputy Chief Hayden was in the middle, flanked by a couple of younger guys. A big blue screen above them said Isle of Man Constabulary. The Deputy Chief Constable raised a hand. If we could begin. He talked the journalists through off the circumstances of the crime, citing the discovery of the body, and laconically describing the way the man's head had been buried in the soil. One journalist gasped. Hayden paused, allowing time for this gruesome detail to sink in. Then he appealed for witnesses to come forward. His presentation concluded, he scanned the room. Any questions? Several hands shot up. The young lady at the back. Angela Darville, CNN. Sir, do you think there is a link between this murder and the recent case in Covent Garden? This was unexpected. Hayden winced visibly, then flashed a glance at Forrester, who slugged. The Scotland Yard officer didn't know what to advise. If the media knew about the link already, there was nothing anyone could do about it. They would have to ask the media to keep it quiet so the murderers didn't know the police had linked the cases, but you couldn't unsay what someone had obviously said. The DCC acknowledged Forrester's shrug, then returned his gaze to the American journalist. Miss Darville, there are certain shared peculiarities. But anything beyond that is mere speculation at the moment. I wouldn't like to comment further. We appreciate your discretion on this, as I am sure you realize. With that, he looked around the room seeking a different questioner. But Angela Darville raised her hand again. Do you think there is a religious element? I'm sorry. The Star of David? The carving in the chest? In both cases. The local journalists turned to stare at Angela Darville. The question had flew on them, it had unsettled the whole. Hayden hadn't mentioned the design of the knife cuts. The room was hushed as Hayden replied. Ms. Darville. We have a brutal and very serious crime to investigate. The clock is ticking. So, I think I should take a few more questions from others. Yes. Brian Dealey, the Douglas Star. The local hack speculated about possible motive, and Hayden said they had no motive at present. The 2 men batted some more questions and answers between them. Then a national newsman stood up and asked about the victim's circumstances. Hayden told them that the victim was a well-liked local man with a wife and children living in town. He was a keen sailor. The DCC gazed about the room, staring at each face in turn. Some of you might even know his boat, the Manatee. He used to go sailing with his son Johnny. He smiled sadly. The lad is just 10 years old. For a few seconds, no one spoke. The Manx police, Forrester thought, were doing a good job. The blatant emotion was deft. That was how you got witnesses to come forward, appeal to the heart not the head. And they really needed witnesses. Because they had no evidence, no DNA, no prints. Nothing. Hayden was gesturing at a balding man in an anorak. The chap in the corner? Mr. Harnaby. Alistair. Radio Triscoll. Yes. Do you think the crime is linked to the unusual history of the building? Hayden's fingers drummed on the tabletop. I'm not aware of any unusual history. I mean the way the castle was first built. Is it perhaps important? You know, all the legends? The policeman's fingers stopped drumming. As of this moment, Mr. Harnaby, we are following all lines of investigation. But I hope we aren't pursuing legends. And that's all I can tell you. Now. He stood up. I think we have some work to do, so if you would excuse us, I do believe there's coffee in the tent at the front. Forrester looked around. It had been a good, professional press conference, but he still felt unsettled. Something was bothering him. He looked at Harnaby. What was this guy talking about? The unusual history of the building? It chimed with Forrester's thoughts. Something was wrong here. The architecture, the pastiche effect of the building, something was wrong. Alistair Harnaby was reaching under his chair for a blue plastic shopping bag. Mr. Harnaby. The man turned, his thin-rimmed spectacles shiny in the striplight. My name is DCI Forrester. I'm with the Met. Harnaby looked nonplussed. Forrester added, Scotland Yard. Do you have a minute? The man put down his plastic bag and Forrester sat beside him. I'm interested in what you said. About the unusual history of the building. Can you elaborate? Harnaby nodded, his eyes twinkling. He gazed about the empty hall. What you see today is actually a rather crude copy of the previous building. Right, so. The original fort, St. Anne's Fort, was demolished in 1979. It was also known as Whaley's Folly. And it was built by? Jerusalem Whaley. A rake. A what? A buck. A roisterer. An upper-class thug. You know the kind of thing. A kind of playboy. Yes and no, Harnaby smiled. We are talking real sadism here, slew off the generations. For instance, Whaley's father was Richard Chapel Whaley. But the Irish called him Burn Chapel Whaley. Because he was a member of the Anglo-Irish aristocracy. A Protestant. And he used to burn Irish Catholic churches. With the worshippers inside. Ask a stupid question. Well, yes. Harnaby grinned. Quite unsavoury. And Burn Chapel Whaley was also a member of the Irish Hellfire Club. They were an awful shower of hooligans, even by the standards of the time. 0K. And what about Jerusalem Whaley, his son? Harnaby frowned. The room was now so quiet that Forrester could hear the patter of drizzle on the long sash windows. Tom Whaley? He was another Georgian buck. As brutal and reckless as his father. But then something happened. He came back to Ireland after a long journey east to Jerusalem. Hence his nickname, Jerusalem Whaley. When he returned, it seemed that the journey had changed him. It broke. Forrester frowned. How? All we know is that Jerusalem Whaley returned a very different man. He built this strange castle, St. Anne's Fort. He wrote his memoirs. A surprisingly remorseful book. And then he died. Leaving behind the castle and a lot of debts. But a fascinating life. Absolutely fascinating. Harnaby paused. Forgive me, Mr. Forrester, am I talking too much? I do get carried away sometimes. Bit of a passion of mine, local folklore. I have a radio program, on local history you see. Don't apologize. This is very interesting. I've actually only got one more question. Is there anything left of the old building? Oh, no. No. It was all pulled down. Harnaby sighed. This was the 1970s. They would have pulled down St. Paul's Cathedral if they could. Really? Such a shame. A few years later and the building would have been conserved. So nothing was left. Yes. Although. Harnaby's face clouded. There is something. What? I've often wondered. There is one more legend. Rather odd really. Harnaby clutched his plastic bag. I'll show you. The older man waddled to the door and Forrester followed him into the front garden. In the breeze and the cold and the drizzle, Forrester looked left, He could see Boyja by the police tent. The CNN girl was walking past with her crew. Forrester mouthed to Boyja, and pointed at Angela Darville. "Talk to her, find out what she knows." Boyja nodded. Ernaby plodded across the soggy front lawns in front of the castellated house. Where the lawns gave way to hedges and walls, the older man knelt as if he was about to do some gardening. "See." Forrester crouched alongside and scoped the wet dark earth. Harnaby smiled. "Look. Do you see? The soil is darker here than it is here." It was true. The soil seemed to change colour slightly. The soil of the castle lawn was definitely peatier and darker than the soil further from the house. "I don't understand." "What is it?" Harnaby shook his head. "It's Irish." "Sorry." "The soil. It's not from here. It's maybe from Ireland." Forrester blinked. It was raining again, and harder this time. But he took no notice of it. The clockwork of the case was turning over in his mind. Turning over quite fast. "Please explain." Buck Whaley was an impulsive man. He once bet someone he could jump out of a second-story window on a horse and survive. He did it, but the horse died. Harnaby chuckled. "Anyhow, the story is that he fell in love with an Irish girl just before he moved here to Man. But this presented him with a problem. Which was, his bride's marriage contract said she was only ever allowed to live on Irish soil. Yet this was 1786, and Whaley had just bought this house. He was determined to bring his wife here, despite the contract." Harnaby's eyes were twinkling. Forrester thought about it. "What you mean is he shifted tons of Irish soil to live on? So she lived on Irish earth. In a nutshell." "Yes. He shifted a huge boatload of soil to the Isle of Man, and thereby fulfilled his vows. Or so they say." Forrester laid a palm on the damp dark earth, now spotted blackly with rain. "So the whole building is built on that same Irish earth? This soil here now?" "Very possibly." Forrester stood up. He wondered if the murderers knew this bizarre story. He had a firm sense they did know. Because they had ignored the building and instead had gone straight for the last possible authentic remnant of Whaley's folly. The earth on which it was built. Forrester had one more question. "0K, Mr. Harnaby, where would the soil have come from?" "No one is entirely sure." However, the journalist took off his spectacles to rub some rain from the lenses. "However, one did once have a theory that it came from Montpelier House." "Which is?" Harnaby blinked. "The headquarters of the Irish Hellfire Club." 17 Rob and Christine retreated to her neighbourhood. They parked, with a jolt, at the corner of her street. As he climbed down from the Land Rover, Rob looked left and right. At the end of Christine's street was a mosque. Its minarets were slender and lofty, bathed in lurid green floodlighting. 2 mustached men in suits were arguing in the shadows down the way, right next to a big black BMW. The men briefly looked at Rob and Christine, then went back to their angry exchange. Christine led Rob into a dusty hallway of a modern block. The lift was busy, or out of order, so they took 3 flights of stairs. The apartment was large, airy and bright and almost devoid of furniture. Neat piles of books were simply stacked on the polished wooden or shelved in their hundreds along one wall. A big steel desk and a leather sofa were set to one side of the living room. A wickerwork chair was in the opposite corner. "I don't like clutter," she said. "A house is a machine for living in." Le Corbusier. She smiled and nodded. Rob smiled too. He liked the flat. It was very Christine. Simple, intellectual, elegant. He checked out a picture on the wall. It was a large and eerie photograph of a very strange tower. A tower of orange gold bricks surrounded by desultory ruins, with vast tracts of desert beyond. The two of them sat side by side on the leather sofa and Christine got out the book again. As she leafed once more through Brittner's scrawled pages, Rob had to ask, "So, Einken wheat?" But Christine wasn't listening, she was holding the book very close to her face. "This map," she said to herself. "These numbers, and these here. The woman or a killer? Maybe." Rob waited for his reply. There was no reply. He felt a breeze in the room. The windows were 01 RN to the street outside. Rob could hear voices out there. He went to the window and stared down. The mustached men were still hanging around, but now they were standing right beneath Christine's block of flats. Another man in a dark puffer anorak was lurking in the doorway of the shop opposite, a big Honda motorbike showroom. The two mustached men looked up as Rob leaned out of the window. They stared at him wordlessly. Just looking up at him. The anoraked man was also looking up. Three men were staring at Rob. How menacing was this? Then Rob decided he was being paranoid. The whole of Sanlifer could not be following them. These men were just men. It was just coincidence. He pulled the window to, and looked around the room. Maybe one of the many books on the shelves could help. He thumbed his way past a few titles. The Syrian Epipaleolithic ___ Modern Electron Microanalysis, Pre-Columbian Anthropopheo ___ not exactly bestsellers. He saw a more general book. Encyclopedia of Archaeology. Slipping it down from the shelf, he flicked straight to the index and found it right away. Einken wheat, page 97. With Sanlifer's night breezes filling the room, and Christine silently perusing the notebook, Rob scanned and digested the information. Einken wheat, it turned out, was a kind of wild grass. According to the book, it grew naturally in southeast Anatolia. He looked at a small map on the facing page of the encyclopedia which showed that Einken was local to the area around Sanlifer. In fact, it seemed to grow in a few other regions. Rob read on. Einken was apparently a grass of the lower mountains and the foothills. It was crucial to the first agriculture, the move from hunter-gathering to farming. Along with emmer wheat, it was probably the first ever life form domesticated by man. And that first domestication had occurred in and around southeast Anatolia. Around Sanlifer. The page he was reading linked him to another article, on the origins of agriculture. Judging by the Einken, this subject was important to the whole Göbekli mystery, so Rob turned to this article, too. He speed-read the pages. Pigs and chickens. Dogs and cattle. Emmer and Einken. But then the final paragraphs caught his eye. The great mystery of early agriculture is the why, not the how. There is ample proof that the transition to early agriculture meant great hardship for the first farmers, certainly when compared to the relatively free and generous lifestyle of a hunter-gatherer. Skeletal remains show that these primal farmers were subject to more diseases than their hunting forebears, and had shorter and harder lives. Domesticated animals in the early stage of farming have, likewise, scrawnier physiques than their wild ancestors. Rob thought about the little stalk of wheat, then read on. Contemporary anthropologists further attest that hunter-gatherers lead a relatively leisured existence, toiling no more than 2 or 3 hours a day. Yet farmers need to work most of the hours of daylight, especially in spring and summer. Much of primitive farming is back-breaking and monotonous. The article concluded, such is the striking shift in conditions that some thinkers have seen a certain tragic decline in the onset of agriculture, from the Edenic freedom of the hunter, to the daily labor of the farmer. Such speculations are clearly beyond the remit of science, and this article, nonetheless. Rob shut the book. He could hear the breeze in the curtains. The cool, slightly mournful desert wind was really picking up now. Rob slotted the book back on the shelf, and momentarily closed his eyes. He was tired again. He wanted to go to sleep, lulled by this lovely wind. Its soft and gentle reproach. Robert. Christine was scanning the last page of the notebook minutely. What? These numbers. You are a journalist. You know a story. What do you think? Rob sat down beside Christine and looked at the last pages of the book. Again there was the map. One waggly line which became 4 lines, which looked maybe like rivers. The bobbly lines seemed to be mountains. Or sea. Probably mountains. And then there was a crude symbol of a tree indicating a forest perhaps. Besides, that was some kind of animal. A horse or a pig? Briatna was definitely no Rembrandt. Rob leaned closer. The numbers were bizarre. On one page was a simple list of digits. But many of these same numbers were repeated on the page with the map. Above the map was a compass sign with the number 28 by the arrow for east. Then 211, next to one of the waggly lines. 29 was written by the tree symbol. And there were more, 61, 62 and some much higher numbers, 1011, 1132. And then that last line about Aura Keller. There were no more numbers after that. No more of anything. The notebook ended poignantly halfway down a page. What did it mean? Rob started adding the numbers together. Then he stopped doing that because it seemed pointless. Maybe they were connected to the dig, maybe the numbers were a code for finds, and these marks showed places where the finds has been unearthed. Rob had already speculated that the map was a map of Göbekli. It was the obvious solution. But it didn't seem to fit. There was only one river near Göbekli, the Euphrates, and that was a good 30 miles off. The map moreover had no symbol for Göbekli itself, nothing indicating the megaliths. Rob realized he had been in a reverie for several minutes. Christine was looking at him. Are you okay? He smiled. I'm intrigued. It's intriguing. Isn't it? Like a puzzle. I was wondering if the numbers mean finds. Things you have discovered in Göbekli? I remember seeing numbers written on some of those little bags you have, where you put arrowheads and stuff. No. It's a nice idea, but no. The finds are numbered when they go to the vaults, in the museum. They have letters joined with numbers. Rob felt he had left her down. Ah well. Just a theory. Theories are good. Even if they are wrong. Rob yawned again. He had done enough for one day. Do you have anything to drink? The simple question had a bracing effect on the Frenchwoman. My God! She stood up. I am so sorry. I am not being very hospitable. Do you want a whiskey? That would be fantastic. Single malt. Even better. He watched as she disappeared into the kitchen. Moments later, she came back with a tray bearing a mug filled with ice, 2 chunky glass tumblers and a bottle of mineral water alongside a tall bottle of scotch. She set the glasses on the desk and unscrewed the bottle of Glenlivet, pouring out 2 serious inches of scotch. The dark, to-jo liquor glittered in the light from the side lamp ice. Water. Comme les Britanniques. She splashed some water out of the plastic bottle, handed Rob the glass and sat down beside him. The glass was cold in Rob's grasp, as if it had been kept in the fridge. He could still hear the voices outside. They had been arguing for an hour. What about? He sighed and pressed the cold glass to his forehead, rolling it from side to side. You are tired? Yeah. Aren't you? Yes. She paused. So. Do you want to sleep here? The sofa is very. Rob thought about this, about the mustached men outside. About the dark loitering figure in the doorway. He suddenly felt a very strong urge not to be alone, and he really didn't want to walk the half a mile to his hotel. Yeah, if it's 0k. Of course it is. She quickly swallowed the rest of her scotch, then went about the flat, finding him a duvet and some pillows. Rob was so tired he fell asleep the moment Christine turned off the lamp. And as soon as he slept, he dreamed. He dreamed of numbers, he dreamed of Brittner and a dog. A black dog streaking along a path and a hot sun. A dog. A face. A dog. And then his dreams were interrupted by a bang. He was woken by a very loud bang. He jumped up from the sofa. It was light. How long had he been asleep? What was that noise? Groggily, he checked his watch. It was 9 in the morning. The flat itself was quiet. But that repeated banging, what was he rushed to the window. 18 Rob leaned out of the apartment. The city was thrumming. Bread sellers were parading the busy streets, carrying on their head big trays of rolls and sweet pastries, and pretzels with sesame. Mopeds rode the pavements, avoiding dark-skinned schoolgirls with satchels. Rob heard the bang again. He scanned the scene. A man was cutting baklava with a pizzalicer in a shop across the way. And once more, bang. Then Rob saw a motorbike, an old, black, oily British Triumph. Backfiring. The owner was off the bike, and was now angrily hitting the machine with his left shoe. Rob was about to duck back inside when he saw something else. The police. There were two policemen climbing out of 2 cars along the street. 2 of them were in sweat-stained uniforms, the third in a dapper blue suit and a pale pink tie. The policeman walked to the front door of Christine's 60 feet below and paused. Then they pressed a button. The bell in Christine's flat buzzed, very loudly. Christine was already out of her bedroom, fully dressed. "Christine, the police are." I know, she said. "Good morning, Robert." Her face looked strained, but not frightened. She went to the intercom and buzzed the door open. Rob pulled on his boots. Seconds later the police were in the flat, in the sitting room and in Christine's face. The dapperly suited man was courteous, well-spoken, faintly sinister and barely 30 years old. He gazed curiously at Rob. "You must be Rob Luttrell, the British journalist." "Well, American, but I live in London." "Perfect. This is most convenient." The officer smiled as if he had been given an unexpectedly large check. "We are here to interview Miss Mayer about the terrible murder of her friend, Franz Brittner. But we would also like to talk with you, similarly. Perhaps afterwards." Rob nodded. He had anticipated a meeting with the police, but he felt oddly guilty being cornered here, in Christine's flat, at 9 a.m. The policeman was maybe playing on this guilt. His smile was suggestive and superior. He sidled to the desk, then flicked another supercilious glance at Rob. "My name is Officer Claire E. Barley. As we wish to speak with Miss Mayer first, in private, it would be beneficial if you could step outside for an hour or so." "Well, 0k. But don't go far. Just for 1 hour. Then we can proceed with you." Another serpentine smile. "Is that agreeable, Mr. Luttrell?" Rob looked at Christine. She nodded unhappily. Rob felt more guilt at leaving Christine alone with this creepy guy. But he had no choice. Grabbing his jacket, he left the flat. He spent the following hour on a sweaty plastic seat in a noisy internet cafe, trying to ignore the grunting older man, in baker's overalls, openly surfing lesbian on his right. Rob worked the numbers from Brittner's book. He stuck them in every search engine possible, juggling them and rearranging them. What could the numbers be? They surely were a clue, maybe the key. One likelihood was page numbers. But what book? And surely they went too high. 1013. The Turkish baker had finished his surfing. He blushed past Rob with a petulant expression. Rob squinted into his screen, and juggled the numbers again. What was all this about? Were they geographical coordinates? Calendar years? Carbon dates? Rob had no idea. He was sensing that the best method of cracking a puzzle like this was to let it lie, to let the subconscious get to work. Like a computer humming away in a backroom. The idea had a good pedigree. Rob had once read about a scientist called Kekulé who had been striving to establish the molecular structure of benzene. Kekulé toiled for months with no success. But then one night he dreamed of a snake with its tail in its mouth, an ancient symbol called an Ouroboros. Kekulé then woke, recalled the dream, and realized his unconscious mind was speaking to him. The molecule for benzene was a ring, a circle, like a snake chewing its tail. Like the Ouroboros. Kekulé rushed to the laboratory to test the hypothesis. The solution he had dreamed was correct in all parts. That was how powerful the unconscious was. So maybe Rob had to leave the problem in the mental cellar for a while, to let it ferment. Then the solution to Briatna's numbers might pop into his mind when he was thinking of something else, when he was showering, shaving, sleeping, or driving. Or being interviewed by the police. The police. Rob checked his watch. An hour had passed. Thrusting his chair back, he paid the net cafe owner and walked swiftly to Christine's flat. One of the uniformed policemen opened the door. Christine was sitting on the sofa, dabbing at her eyes. The other constable was handing out tissues. Rob bristled. "Do not worry, Mr. Luttrell." Officer Clear Ibali was sitting on the desk, his legs neatly crossed at the ankle. His tone of voice was casual and presumptuous. "We are not Iraqis here." But Miss Mayer found talking of her friend's death rather discomforting. Christine glanced warily at the policeman and Rob detected plenty of resentment in her expression. Then she walked to her bedroom and slammed the door shut. Clear Ibali shot his dazzling white cuffs, and wafted a manicured hand across the sofa, gesturing Rob to sit down. The two other policemen were standing across the room. Mute and sentinel. Clear Ibali smiled down at Rob. "So you are a writer?" "Yes." "How charming. I rarely get to meet genuine authors. This is such a primitive town. Because, you know, the Kurds." He sighed. "They are not exactly scholars." He tapped his chin with his urn. "I studied English literature at Ankara. It is my private delight, Mr. Luttrell." "Well, I'm just a journalist." Hemingway was just a journalist. "Really?" "I'm just a hack." "But you are too modest. You are a gentleman of letters. And of English letters, at that." Clear Ibali's eyes were a very dark blue. Rob wondered if he was wearing tinted contacts. Vanity oozed from him. "I always liked American poets. The women in particular. Emily Dickinson. And Sylvia Plath. You know them?" He looked at Rob, an inscrutable expression on his face. An engine, chuffing me off like I think I may well be a Jew." Clear Ibali smiled, urbanely. "Aren't they some of the most frightening lines in literature?" Rob didn't know what to say. He didn't want to discuss poetry with a policeman. Clear Ibali sighed. "Another time, maybe." He waggled the pen between his fingers. "I only have a few questions. I am aware you did not witness the alleged murder. Consequently." And so the interview proceeded. It was brief to the point of perfunctory. Almost pointless. Clear Ibali barely noted Rob's answers. One of the policemen turned a tape recorder on and off, in an apathetic way. Then Clear Ibali concluded with some more personal inquiries. He seemed more interested in Rob's relationship with Christine. She is a Jewess, is she not? Rob nodded. Cleary Barley smiled, contentedly, as if his biggest problem had been solved, then he laid the pen down, resting it precisely in line with the edge of the desk. He clicked his fingers, the somnolent constables stirred, and the Chlue policeman walked to the door. Pausing at the threshold, Cleary Barley asked Rob to tell Christine that she might be required for further questions, at some point in the future. And then he was gone, with a final noxious waft of cologne. Rob swiveled. Christine was standing in the bedroom doorway, looking cool and relaxed again in white shirt and khakis. What a total wanker! Christine shrugged acceptantly. Pewter. He was just doing his job. He made you cry. Talking about Franz? Yes. One haven't done that for a few days. Rob picked his jacket up. Then he put it down. He stared at Brittany's notebook on the desk. He didn't know what to do now. He didn't know where he was headed or where this story was going, he just knew he was involved and possibly even endangered. Or was that paranoia? Rob stared at the picture on the wall. The unusual tower. Christine followed his gaze. Where is it? Not so far away, an hour or so. Her eyes sparkled. You know, I have an idea. Would you like to see it? Get out of Earth again? I'd rather like to be somewhere else. Anywhere but here. Rob nodded keenly. He felt drawn to the desert more and more, the longer he was here in Kurdish Turkey. The starkness of the desert shadows, the silence in the empty valleys, he liked it all. And right now that desert emptiness was very preferable to the alternative, a day of skulking in hot and watchful Sanlifer. Let's go. It was a long drive. The landscape south of Urfa was even more brutal than the desert surrounding Göbekli. Great yellow flatlands stretched to shimmering grey horizons, sandy wastes besieged the odd dilapidated Kurdish village. The sun was burning. Rob rolled the car window down as far as it would go, but the breeze was still hot, as if a team of blowtorches had been turned on the Land Rover. In the summer it can reach 500 here, Christine said, changing gear with a lusty crunch. In the shade. I can believe it. Didn't always used to be like that, of course. The climate changed 10,000 years back. As Franz told you. For about 50 clicks they talked about Brittany's notebook, the map and the scroll, and of course the numbers. But neither of them had any new ideas. Rob's subconscious was on vacation. His Kekul idea hadn't worked. They passed an army roadblock. The blood-red flag of the Turkish state hung limp under the noontime sun. One of the soldiers stood up, wearily checked Rob's passport, leered briefly at Christine through the car window, then waved them on down the burning road. Half an hour later Rob saw it, suddenly, the strange tower, looming. It was a broken pillar of a building constructed from burnt mud bricks 7 stories high, but shattered at the top. It was enormous. What is it? Christine swerved off the main road, towards the tower. It belongs to the oldest Islamic university in the world. Huron. 1,000 years old at least. It's derelict now. It looks like the tower on the tarot cards. The tower hit by lightning? Christine nodded distantly, staring out of the window as she parked. She was staring at a row of little homes with mud domes for roofs. 3 kids were kicking a football made of rags, in the yard that abutted the tiny houses. Goats bleated in the heat. See those? The mud houses? Aha! They've been here since the 3rd millennium BC maybe. Huron is vastly old. According to legend, Adam and Eve are meant to have come here, after being thrown out of paradise. Rob thought of the name, Huron. It was triggering some deep memory of his father, reading out the Bible. And it's mentioned in Genesis. What? The Book of Genesis, Rob repeated. Chapter 11 verse 31. Abraham lived here. In Haran. Christine smiled. I'm impressed. I'm not. Wish I didn't remember any of that crap. Anyway, he added. How can they be sure? What? How can they be sure it's the town where Adam and Eve lived after the fall? Why not London? Or Hong Kong? I don't know. She smiled at his sarcasm. But it's pretty clear, as you say, that the early Abrahamic traditions date back to this area. Abraham is strongly linked with Sanlifer. And, yes, Haran is where Abraham got the call from God. Rob yawned, and got out of the car, and gazed across the dust. Christine joined him. Together they watched a mangy black goat scratch itself against a rusty old bus. The bus, inexplicably, had blood down one side. Rob wondered if the local farmers used the bus as a makeshift abattoir. This was a strange place. So he said, we've established this is where Abraham came from. And he was the founder of the two monotheistic religions, right? Yes. Judaism, Christianity and Islam. He started them all. And when he left Haran he went down into the land of Canaan, spreading the new word of God, the single God of the Bible, the Talmud and the Quran. Rob listened to this with a vague but insistent sense of unease. He leaned against the car and pondered. He was getting more flashbacks to his childhood. His father reading from the Book of Mormon. His uncles quoting Ecclesiastes. Glory, O young man, in thy youth. That was the only line from the Bible Rob had ever really liked. He said the line aloud, then. He added, what about the sacrifice? The slaying of the son? He searched Christine's intelligent face for confirmation. I remember some story about Abraham and his son, right? Christine nodded. The slaying of Isaac. The prophet Abraham was going to butcher his own son, as a sacrifice ordered by Jehovah. But God stayed the knife. There you go. Pretty decent of the old man. Christine laughed. Do you want to stay here, or shall I take you somewhere even weirder? Hey, we're on a roll. They jumped back in the car. Christine shifted a gear and they sped away. Rob sat back, watching the landscape blur into dust. Evilly so often the mouldering hills were punctuated by the odd ruined building, or a crumbling Ottoman castle. Or a dust devil, whirring its solitary way across the wastes. And then, unbelievably, the desolation intensified. The road got rockier. Even the blue of the desert sky seemed to darken, to turn a brooding purple. The heat was almost insupportable. The car rattled around bleached yellow promontories, and along hot rutted tracks. Barely a tree disturbed the endless sterility. Sogmatar, said Christine, at last. They were approaching a tiny village, just a few concrete shacks, lost in a silent bare valley in the middle of the baked and mighty nothingness. A big jeep was parked incongruously outside one shack and there were a few other cars, but the roads and yards were devoid of people. It reminded Rob instantly and queerly of Los Angeles. Big cars and endless sunshine and no people. Like a city hit by plague. A few rich orphans have second homes here, said Christine. Along with the Kurds. Why the heck would anyone live out here? It's got a lot of atmosphere. You'll see. They stepped out of the car, into the kill of dusty heat. Christine led the way, scrambling over decaying old walls, past scattered and carved blocks of marble. The latter looked like Roman capitals. Yes, Christine said, sensing Rob's next question. The Romans were here, and the Assyrians. Everyone came here. They approached a big dark hole in an odd and very squat building. It was a building carved literally out of the rock face. They stepped inside the low-slung structure. It took a few seconds for Rob's eyes to adjust. Inside, the smell of goat shit was oppressive. pungent and dank, and oppressive. "This is a pagan temple to the moon gods," said Christine. She pointed at some crudely carved figures cut into the walls of the shadowy interior. "The moon god is here, you can see his horns, see the curve of the new moon." The badly eroded effigy had a sort of helmet, 2 horns like a crescent moon balanced on his head. Rob ran a hand over the stone face. It was warm, and strangely clammy. He drew his hand back. The decaying effigies of the dead gods stared at him with their eroded eyes. It was so quiet in here, Rob could hear his own heartbeat. The noise of the outside world was barely perceptible, just the tinkling bells of goats, and the churning desert wind. Hot sunlight blazed at the door, making the dark room seem even darker. "Are you 0K? "Fine. I'm fine." She walked towards the opposite wall. The temple dates from the 2nd century AD. Christianity was sweeping the region, but here they still worshipped the old gods. With the horns. "I love it here." Rob gazed about him. "Very nice. You should buy a condo." "Are you always sarcastic when you are uncomfortable? Can we get latte?" Christine chuckled. "I've one more place to show you." She led him out of the temple, and Rob felt a serious relief as they exited the clammy, fetid darkness. They headed up a slope of scree and hot dust. Turning for a moment to take a breath, Rob saw a child staring at them from one of the humble houses. A small dark face in a broken window. Christine scrambled up and over a final rise. The Temple of Venus. Rob climbed the last meters of scree to stand beside her. The wind was brisk up here, yet still burning hot. He could see for miles. It was an extraordinary landscape. Miles and miles of endless, rolling, blanched-out desolation. Dying hills of dead rocks. The mountains were marked with the black empty sockets of caves. These were, Rob presumed, more temple and pagan shrines, each more derelict than the last. He stared at the floor on which they stood, the floor of a temple, open to the sky. And all this was built when? Possibly by the Assyrians, or the Canaanites. No one knows for certain. It's very old. The Greeks took it over, then the Romans. It was certainly a place of human sacrifice. She pointed out some grooves in the carved rock beneath them. See. That was to let the blood flow out. 0K. All these early Levantine religions were very keen on sacrifice. Rob looked out across the desert hills and down at the little village. The child with the face was gone, the broken window was empty. One of the cars was on the move, taking the valley road out of Sogmatar. The road ran alongside a dried-up old riverbed. The course of a dead river. Rob imagined being sacrificed up here. Your legs tied with rough twine, your hands bound behind your back, the foul breath of the priest in your face, and then the thud of pain as the knife plunged into your rib cage. He breathed deeply and risked the sweat from his forehead. It was surely time to go. He gestured in the direction of their car. Christine nodded and they walked down the hill to the waiting Land Rover. But halfway down the slope, Rob stopped. He stared at the hill. Suddenly, he knew. He had worked out what the numbers meant. The numbers in Brittany's notebook. 19. The weather was still grim. The lead grey sky was as sombre as the green and windswept fields beneath. Boyger, Forrester and Alastair Harnaby were in a big dark car, speeding south across the Isle of Man. Ahead of them was another long black car, containing DCC Hayden and his colleagues. Forrester was feeling the anxiety. Time was passing, slipping from his grasp. And every minute they lost brought them all closer to the next horror. The next inevitable murder. He sighed, heavily. Almost angrily. But at least they were now onto something, following a proper lead. A farmer had spotted something odd in a remote corner of the isle, Way down in the south near Castletown. Forrester had urgently persuaded Alastair Harnaby to come along for the interview, as he felt the man might be good for some more information. The historical angle. It seemed important. But first Forrester wanted to know what the CNN woman had said. Boyger was keen to divulge. The Finnish DS explained that Angela Darville had heard about the Craven Street case from some hack on the Evening Standard, so she linked them, said Forrester. Fair enough. Yes, that's right, sir. But she said something else. Apparently there was a similar case. New York State and Connecticut. In New England. How similar? Same kind of elaborate torture. Star of David? Boyger said no, then added, but carvings in the skin, yes. And flayings? She said it was one of the most horrible cases she'd ever covered. Forrester sat back and looked out of the window. Low damp sober green hills stretched away on all sides. Small farms dotted the rural emptiness, and small hunched trees, with their branches shaved brusquely and bizarrely to an angle by the prevailing winds. The scene reminded him of a holiday he'd once taken in Skye. There was a melancholy beauty to the landscape, a melancholy beauty which edged close to real, haunting sadness. Forrester drove the thought of his daughter from his mind, and asked, who committed the murders? They never found out. Weird though, the similarity, I mean. Ahead of them the road dwindled to little more than a rutted track, which led on through the wind-battered hedgerows to a farm. The 2 cars parked. The 5 policemen and the amateur historian walked down the track towards the low-slung white farmhouse. Boyger stared down at his shoes, now soggy with clay, and tutted with a young man's vanity. Damn! Look at that! Should have brought your wellies, Boyger. Didn't know we were going hiking, sir. Can I claim these on X's? Forrester was glad to laugh. See what I can do. One of the white-helmeted constables accompanying Hayden knocked on the door of the farmhouse, and at last it was opened by a surprisingly young man. Forrester wondered why the word farmer always conjured up an image of a middle-aged gent brandishing a hat or a shotgun. This farmer was handsome and no more than 25. Hello, hello. The deputy? Chief Constable supplied Hayden. Yes. And you must be GMY. Yep. I'm Gally Spelding. We spoke on the blower. Come in, guys. Horrible day. They crowded into the warm, welcoming, and pine-woody farmhouse kitchen. Biscuits were arrayed on a plate. Boyger grabbed one with enthusiasm. Forrester was suddenly conscious of their numbers. 5 was too many. But they all wanted to know about the lead. What Spelding had seen. Over 2 potfuls of tea, provided by his smiling wife, Spelding told his story. The afternoon of the murder he had been fixing a gate on his farm. He was about to head back home, the job done, when he'd seen something strange. Forrester let his tea go cold as he listened. It was a big 4x4 Chelsea tractor. Hayden leaned over the kitchen table keenly. Where exactly? Road at the end of the farm. Balladool. Harnaby intimated. I know it. Course we get a few tourists there now and again. The beach is just beyond. But these guys were different. Spelding swiveled his mug of tea, and smiled at Hayden. 5 young men. In telecoms overalls. Sorry, said Boyger. Spelding turned to Forrester's junior. They were all wearing big green overalls, with Manx Telecom insignia. Mobile phone company. Forrester took over the questioning. And they were doing what? Just wandering around my fields. And I thought that was odd. Pretty odd. Yep. Spelding sipped some tea. Not least because we have no masts down here, no reception. It's a dead zone for mobiles. So I wondered what they were doing. And they were all young. Young guys. But it was nearly dark and pretty cold, so they weren't surfers. Did you talk to them? Spalding blushed faintly. Well, I was gonna. They were walking on my farm, for a start. But the way they looked at me when I went near was nasty. Just. The farmer's blush deepened. Kind of nasty. Glaring. So I thought discretion was the better option. Rather cowardly, sorry. And then I saw your press conference on the news and I started to wonder. DCC Hayden sank the rest of his tea. He looked at Forrester, then back at Spalding. Over the next half hour they got the remaining information from Gary Spalding. Detailed descriptions of the men, all tall and young. Descriptions of the car, a black Toyota Land Cruiser, though Spalding could remember no number plate. But at least it was a lead. A break. Forrester knew these were likely to be the men they were looking for. Posing as telecoms workmen was a good cover. There were phone masts everywhere, everyone wanted mobile coverage, 24/7. You could work late at night without arousing suspicion. We've got a network failure. But the gang had come to an area without any mobile phone reception. Why had they done that? Was it possibly their first mistake? Forrester felt his hopes rising. You needed luck in this job. This might be his stroke of luck. The interview was finished. The teapot was empty. Outside, the lid of grey clouds had partially lifted. Slants of sunshine shone down on the wet fields. The policemen lifted their trousers from the mud as they walked with the farmer down to the Balladool Road. Just through here, said Spalding. This is where I saw them. They all gazed across the rucked and muddy field, bordered by the small country road. A doleful cow was staring at Boyger. Beyond the cow was a long curve of grey sand, and then the frigid grey sea, lit by the occasional dazzle of sunshine. Forrester indicated the lane. Where does that go? To the sea. That's all. Forrester climbed the last gate, followed by Boyger and the rest, who showed rather less alacrity. He stood exactly where the car had parked. It was an odd place to stop if you were headed for the bay. It was half a mile back from the shoreline. So why did they park here? Why not drive the last half mile? Did they fancy a walk? Clearly not. So they must have been looking for something else. Forrester climbed back onto the nearest gate. He was 9 feet in the air now. He looked all around him. Just fields and stone walls and sandy meadows. And the unhappy sea. The only point of interest was the nearest field, which, from Forrester's vantage, showed some shallow bumps and stray rocks. He got down from the gate and turned to Harnaby, who was panting from the walk. What are they? Asked Forrester. Those little bumps. Well. Harnaby was smiling unsurely. I was going to mention it. Not many people know about it, but that's the Balladool burial site. Vikings. 11th century. It was dug up in the 1940s. They found brooches and the like. And something else too. What? They also found a body. Harnaby elaborated. He told them about the great excavation during the war when scientists from the mainland had unearthed an entire Viking ship, interred with jewelry and swords. And the body of a Viking warrior. And there was also evidence of human sacrifice. At the warrior's feet, the archaeologists found the body of a teenage girl. She was probably a sacrificial victim. How do they know? Because she was buried without any grave goods. And she was garroted. Vikings were quite partial to a bit of sacrifice. They would kill Slavic girls to honor fallen men. Forrester felt a reflexive quickening. He looked at Boyger. He looked at the distant grey waves. He returned his gaze to Boyja. Ritual sacrifice, he said at last. Yes. Ritual human sacrifice. Boyja. That's it. Boyja seemed puzzled. Forrester explained, think about it. A man buried alive with his head in the soil. A man with his head shaved and his tongue cut out. Ritual carvings on both bodies. And now Baladul, said Harnaby. Forrester gave a brisk assent. Jumping over a second gate, he crossed to the bumps and rocks in the field. His shoes were mined by mud, but he didn't care. He could hear the sounding waves from the beach, taste the tang of oceanic salt. Beneath him Vikings had interred a young woman, a woman who had been ritually slain. And these men, these murderers, had communed here, before committing their own ritualized execution, just a few hours later. The clockwork was whirring. The machinery was engaged. Forrester inhaled the muggy moist air. Smears of grey cloud were racing in, from the roiled and choppy Irish Sea. 20 The Land Rover sped down the dirt track away from Sogmatar towards the main Sanlifer Road, 20 clicks alongside the ancient arroyo. Christine was staring ahead, concentrating on the road, her hand tight on the gear stick. They drove in silence. Rob hadn't told her what he thought he had discovered about the numbers. He wanted to prove it to himself first. And for that he needed a book, and maybe a computer. By the time they arrived back in the city, the sun was an hour from sunset and Sanlifer was notably busy. As soon as they reached the centre, they went straight to Christine's flat, flung dusty jackets onto the wickerwork chair and flopped onto the sofa. And then Christine said, quite unexpectedly, and apropos of nothing, "Do you think I should fly home?" "What? Why?" "The dig is over. My salary stops in a month. I could fly home now. Without finding out what happened to Franz." "Yes." She stared out of the window. "He is dead. Shouldn't I just accept it?" The sun was dying outside. The muezzin were calling across the ancient city of Urfa. Rob got up, went to the window, creaked it open, and gazed out. The cucumber man was cycling down the pavement shouting his wares. Veiled women were in a group outside the Honda shop talking into mobile phones to off their concealing black chatters. They looked like shades, like ghosts. The mourning brides of death. He went back to the sofa and gazed at Christine. "I don't think you should go." "Not yet." "Why not?" "I think I know what the numbers mean." Her face was motionless. "Show me." "Do you have a Bible?" "An English one." "On that shelf." Rob paced to the shelf and checked the spines: art, poetry, politics, archaeology, history. More archaeology. There. He took down a big old black Bible. The proper authorized version. At the same time Christine took Brittner's notebook from the desk. "All right," said Rob. "I hope I'm right. I think I'm right. But here goes. Read out the numbers in the notebook. And tell me what they are next to on the page." 0K, here's 28. Next to a compass sign, for east. "No, say it like the two numbers are separate." 28. Christine stared at Rob, perplexed. Maybe even amused. 0K28. By an arrow pointing east. Rob opened the Bible to Genesis, thumb flew off the thin, almost translucent pages and found the right page. He ran his finger down the dense columns of text. Chapter 2, verse 8. 2:8 Genesis. "And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed." Rob waited. Christine was staring at the Bible. After a while she murmured, "Eastward in Eden." "Read another one." Christine scanned the notebook. 29. next to the tree. Rob went to the same page in the Bible and recited, Book of Genesis. Chapter 2, verse 9. 2:9 And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow a tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food, the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good. And Christine said in a low voice, 2:10. 2:10. By the river squiggly thing. The line that turns into 4 rivers. Yes. Rob looked down at the Bible. Chapter 2, verse 10. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. My God, said Christine. You're right. Let's try one more, to make sure. A different one of the big numbers. Christine went back to the notebook. 0k, here are some bigger numbers, at the end. 1131. Rob fanned through the pages and recited, feeling like a vicar in his pulpit, Genesis. Chapter 11, verse 31. And Terah took Abraham his son, and Lot the son of Haran his son's son, and Sarah his daughter-in-law, his son Abraham's wife, and they went forth with them from Ur of the Chaldees, to go into the land of Canaan, and they came unto Haran, and dwelt there. Haran. Haran. Rob paused, sitting down next to Christine. Let's try one more of the others, one of the numbers next to a drawing. Here's a number by a picture, seems to be a dog or a pig, or something. What's the number? 219. So, 219. Rob found the relevant passage, and out of the ground the Lord God formed every beast of the field, and every fowl of the air, and brought them unto Adam to see what he would call them. Quietness filled the flat. Rob could still hear the cries of the cucumber seller floating up from the dusty streets below. Christine gazed at him intently. Brianna thought he was digging up, yes. The Garden of Eden. They stared across the sofa at each other. 21 Forrester was researching human sacrifice, in his London office. His coffee sat on his desk next to a photo of his son holding a beach ball and a picture of his snowy blonde daughter, beaming and happy. It was a photo taken just before her death. Sometimes when the black dog of depression was at his heels, Forrester would lay the photo of his daughter face down on the desk. Because it was just too painful, too piercing. Thinking about his daughter sometimes gave Forrester a kind of sharp chest pain, as if he had a fractured rib digging into his lungs. It was such a physical pain that he would almost vocalize it. But most of the time it wasn't quite this bad. Usually, he was able to look past the pain to other people's pain. This morning the photo stood on the desk ignored, his daughter's happy still alive smile white and bright. Forrester was transfixed by his computer screen, googling away at human sacrifice. He was reading about the Jews, the early Israelites who burned their children alive. They did this, Forrester learned, in a valley just south of Jerusalem Ben Hinnom. Wikipedia told the DCI that this valley was also known as Gehenna. The valley of Gehenna was held to the Canaanite, the valley of the shadow of death. Forrester read on. According to historians, in ancient times Israelite mothers and fathers would bring their firstborn children down to the valley, outside the gates of Jerusalem, and there they would place their screaming babies into the hollow brass stomach of a huge statue dedicated to the Canaanite demon god Moloch. The brass bowl in the center of the enormous statue of Moloch also functioned as a brazier. Once the babies and children were in the brass bowl, fires were lit under the statue, which heated the brass, thereby roasting the children to death. As the children screamed to be saved, priests would pound enormous chums to drown out shrieks and save the mothers from undue distress, from having to listen to their children burning alive. Forrester sat back, his heart pounding like the drums of an Israelite ritual. How could anyone do such a thing? How could anyone sacrifice their own children? Unbidden, Forrester thought of his own children, his daughter, his dead daughter. The firstborn of the family. Rubbing his eyes, He scrolled through off some more pages. The sacrifice of firstborn was a common motif in ancient history, it seemed. All kinds of peoples, Celts, Mayans, Goths, Vikings, Norsemen, Hindus, Sumerians, Scythians, American Indians, Incas, many others sacrificed humans, and many of them sacrificed the first child. Often this was done as a so-called foundation sacrifice when a strategically important or sacred structure was being built. Before the main construction took place, the community would sacrifice a child, usually a firstborn, and they would bury the corpse under the arch or pillar or door. Forrester inhaled and exhaled. He clicked another link. The sky outside was bright, the sunshine of late spring. The DCI was too absorbed in his macabre task to notice or care. Aztec sacrifices were especially bloodthirsty. Homosexuals would be ritually killed by having their intestines ripped out through off their rectums. Enemy warriors would have their living hearts torn from their chest cavities by priests whose heads were daubed with the human offal of their previous victims. He read on and on. Supposedly the Great Wall of China was built on thousands of cadavers, yet more foundation sacrifices. The Japanese once venerated a hitobashira, a human pillar beneath which virgins were buried alive. Enormous cenotes, or water cisterns, were used by the Mayans of Mexico as drowning lakes for maidens and children. And there was more. The pre-Roman Celts would stab a victim in the heart and then divine the fatua from the death spasms of the thrashing body. The Phoenicians killed literally thousands of babies as atonement and buried them in Tophet's great baby cemeteries. And on, and on. Forrester sat back feeling a little sick. Yet he also felt he was making progress. The ritual murder in the Isle of Man and the attempted murder in Craven Street had to be connected with sacrifice, not least because the murderers had gathered at the spot of a historically proven sacrifice. But what linked them? He took a deep breath, like someone about to dive in a very cold pond, and Googled Star of David. After 40 minutes of searching through Jewish history, he found what he needed. It was on some lunatic American website, possibly a Satanist site. But lunacy was just what Forrester was investigating. The mad website told him the Star of David was also known as the Star of Solomon, as the ancient Jewish king had allegedly used it as his magical emblem. The symbol was abjured by some modern rabbinical authorities because of its occult associations. Solomon was reported to have used the star on the temple he raised to Moloch, the Canaanite demon, where he committed animal and human sacrifice. Forrester read the web page again. And again. And for a third time. The Star of David was not what the murderers were etching into their victims. They were cutting the Star of Solomon, a symbol closely associated with human sacrifice. And the head shaving? That took only 3 minutes to Google. Victims of sacrifice in many cultures were purified in various ways before the ritual. They were bathed, or required to fast. Sometimes they would be shaved of all hair. Some would have their tongues cut out. Forrester's thesis was confirmed. The murderers were obsessed or engaged with the concept of human sacrifice. But why? He stood up and massaged his neck muscles. He'd been reading for 2 hours. His mind was buzzing with the pulse of the computer screen. All this was well and good. But they had no actual leads on the murder gang. All the Manx ports were being watched. The airport was under surveillance. But he had little hope they would catch the gang that way. They would surely have split up and fled the isle at once. Dozens of boats and ferries and airplanes left Man every day at all hours. Most likely the gang had left Douglas before the corpse was even discovered. The only real hope was looking for CCTV images of the black Toyota. But it could take weeks for the available footage to be scanned. Forrester sat down again and tugged his swivel chair nearer to the screen. He had 2 things left to research. Jemsalem Whaley was a member of this club of roistering aristocrats, the Irish Hellfire Club. As the Manx historian had told him, But how was that fact linked to sacrifice? To the murders? Was it linked at all? And the bones in Craven Street, in Benjamin Franklin's house, what was all that about? These two queries led to his third question. Everywhere they went, the gang dug something up. What were they looking for? His initial search was simple and immediately successful. Forrester typed in Benjamin Franklin and Hellfire, and the very first hit gave him his answer. Benjamin Franklin, the founding father of America, was a good friend of Sir Francis Dashwood, and Sir Francis Dashwood was the founder of the Hellfire Club. Indeed, according to some authorities, Benjamin Franklin was himself a member of the Hellfire Club. The puzzle yielded. The Hellfire Club was obviously crucial. But precisely who or what were they? As far as Forrester could tell from Google, the Hellfire Club, in both Ireland and England, was a secret society of upper-class ne'er-do-wells. But that was all. They were unsavory and dangerous, maybe, indulged and hedonistic certainly, but truly satanic and murderous. Most historians reckoned they were little more than a drinking club which sometimes got a little ribald. The rumours of devil worship were largely dismissed. That said, there was one expert who disagreed. Forrester scribbled the name on a pad. A Professor Hugo de Savary, at Cambridge University no less, reckoned that the Hellfires were serious occultists, though he had been ridiculed for his views. But even if de Savary was right, it still didn't answer the rest of the awkward questions. What were the gang looking for? Why were they digging stuff up? How was it connected with the Hellfires? What was the point in turning over lawns and cellars? Were they seeking treasure? Demonic gewgaws? Old bones? Cursed diamonds? Sacrificed children? Forrester's mind was fizzing a little too much. He had done enough for one morning. He had done well. He felt as if he had finally gathered all the main jigsaw pieces, or someone had tipped them all in his lap. The only problem was that he had lost the box and couldn't see the lid. So he didn't know what the jigsaw pieces were meant to represent. He didn't have a clue what picture he was trying to recreate. Still, at least he had the pieces. Stifling a yawn, Forrester yanked his jacket from the back of the swivel chair and fed his arms into the sleeves. It was lunchtime. He'd earned a nice lunch, Italian maybe. Penarabbiata at the trattoria down the road. With some good tiramisu to follow, and a nice long read of the sports pages. On his way out of the office, he glanced down at his desk. His daughter smiled back at him, with her innocent face shining. Forrester paused, feeling a sharpness inside. He looked at the picture of his son, and then again at the picture of his daughter. He thought of her voice, saying her first real words. Apule. Apule, Daddy. Apule. The pain was sharp. He laid the picture flat on the desk, and stepped clear off the door. The first thing he saw was Boyger, breathless and excited. "Sir, I think we have something." "What?" "Toyota. The black Toyota." "Where?" "Heysham, sir. In Lancashire." When, 2 days ago, 22 Rob and Christine were sitting in the tea house by the pool of Abraham. The hunted stones of the Mivlid Halil Mosque were glowing in the morning light, their mellow hues reflected placidly in the water of the fish pond. They had spent the previous evening researching the Eden theory separately, Christine on the laptop in her flat, Rob in a net cafe, dividing their time to get more data more quickly. And now they had met to discuss it. They had come here for the anonymity. It felt safer to be sitting amongst the crowds. The strolling friends and off-duty soldiers, the kids eating fried mutton balls with one hand as their mothers gazed at the carp. The only jarring note was a police car parked discreetly at the edge of the tea gardens. Rob was remembering how he'd arrived at his solution. They had discussed Genesis when they were in Sogmatar and Haran. And Christine had also mentioned the Adam and Eve legend. This combination must, Rob realized, have triggered memories of his father reciting the Bible, so he had seen how the numbers could be read. Chapter X verse Y digit followed by digit. But now they had to examine this solution more deeply, and compare notes on the underlying logic. 0K. He took a gulp of tea. Let's go clue off it again. We know that agriculture began here. The first place in the world. In the area immediately surrounding Göbekli. Sometime around 8000 BC, yup. Yes. And we know roughly when and where farming began. Because of the archaeological evidence, domestication is a shock to the system. I read that in the book in your flat. The skeletons of people change, they grow smaller and less healthy. Yes, Christine agreed, hesitantly. As the human body adapts to a protein-poorer diet, and a more arduous lifestyle, there is certainly a change in skeletal size, in the robustness of the physique. I have seen that in many sites. So, early domestication is a trial. Likewise, newly domesticated animals get scrawnier. Yes. But Rob leaned forward. When this domestication happened, in 8000 BC, that was also the time when the local landscape began to alter. Around here. Right. Yes, the trees were chopped down and the soil leached away and the area became very arid. As it is now. Whereas before, it was paradisiacal. She smiled meditatively. I remember Franz talking about Göbekli as it must have been. He said it was once a Prachtvolk region, a glorious pastoral region. It was a region of forests and meadows, rich with game, and wild grasses. And then the climate changed, as agriculture took over. And then it became a weary place that had to be worked ever harder. Rob took out his notebook and recited, as God says to Adam, "Cursed is the ground because of you, in toil you shall eat of it all the days of your life." Genesis chapter 3, verse 17. 3:17. Christine rubbed her temples with her fingertips. She looked tired, which was unusual for her. But then she shook herself, and pressed on. I have heard this theory before, that the story of Eden is a folk memory, and an allegory. You mean, like, a metaphor? According to some, yes. If you look at it one way, the Eden story describes our hunter-gatherer past, when we had time to wander through the trees and pick fruit and gather wild grasses, like Adam and Eve, naked in paradise. And then we fell into farming and life got harder. And so we were expelled from Eden. Rob looked at two men holding hands, crossing the bridge over the little rivulet, the bridge that led to the tea house. But why did we really start farming? Christine shrugged. No one knows. It is one of the great mysteries. But it certainly started here. In this corner of Anatolia. The very first pigs were domesticated at Kanu, that's just 70 miles away. Cattle were domesticated at Catalhoyuk, to the west. But how does Göbekli fit in precisely? That's a difficult one. It's a miracle that hunters created such a site. Yet it shows that the life before farming was very leisured. These men, those hunters, they had time to learn the arts, to sculpt, to make exquisite carvings. It was a huge leap forward. Yet they didn't know how to make pots. Christine's silver kmikafix glinted in the sunshine as she spoke. It's bizarre. And of course sexuality developed, too. There are many erotic images in Göbekli. Animals and men with enlarged phalluses. Carvings of women, splayed and naked women. Maybe they ate the fruit from the tree of knowledge? Said Rob. Christine smiled politely. Maybe. They were quiet for a moment. Christine turned nervously to her left, as a swarthy policeman patrolled with his radio buzzing. Rob wondered why they were both so paranoid. Neither of them had done anything wrong. But Officer Cleary had been so sinister. And what about the men staring up at the flat? What was that all about? He dismissed his fears. There was still ground to cover. Then there's the geography. Yes. Christine nodded. The topography. That's also important. There aren't 4 rivers near Göbekli. No. Just one. But it's the Euphrates. Rob remembered what he had read in the net cafe. And scholars have always reckoned that Eden, if it lay anywhere, must have been somewhere between the Tigris and the Euphrates. The Fertile Crescent. The earliest site of civilization. And the Euphrates is actually mentioned in Genesis, as rising in Eden. It is. And also we have the mountains on the map. The Taurus. Source of the Euphrates, east of Eden, Christine affirmed. There are strong legends that Eden is sheltered by mountains to the east. Göbekli has the Taurus to the east. Christine took out her own notebook, and read out some of her notes. 0K, there's more. In ancient Assyrian texts, there is mention of a Beth Eden, a so-called House of Eden. Which is? It is, or rather it was a small Aramean statelet. Located on the bend of the Euphrates, just south of Carchemish. Which is 50 miles from Sanlifer. Rob nodded, impressed. Christine's research had been better than his. Did you find anything else? We know about Adam and Eve in Haran. But Eden isn't just described in Genesis, it is also mentioned in the Book of Kings. She flicked a page in her notebook, and read the citation, have the gods of the nations delivered them which my fathers have destroyed, as Gozan, and Haran, and Rezeph, and the children of Eden which were in Telassar. Haran again? Yes. Haran. She slugged. And Telassar is possibly a town called Rusafah in northern Syria. How far is that? 200 miles southwest. Rob nodded, enthused. Making Göbekli just east. Eastward in Eden. And what about the name? The word Eden itself. It means delight in Hebrew. But the Sumerian root is in fact Eden. A steppe or plateau, or plain. Like, the plain of Haran? Quite so. Like the plain of Haran. In which we find Göbekli Tepe. Rob felt the tingle of sweat on his back. It was a very hot morning, even in the cool of the tea-house gardens. 0K then, the last Tluid is the actual Bible connection. Abraham was meant to have lived here. He is certainly linked to Haran, in the book of Genesis. Most Muslims believe Urfa is the Ur of the Chaldees. And that is also mentioned in Genesis. This small region has more links to Genesis than anywhere else in the Middle East. So that's it. Rob smiled, feeling satisfied. Taking into account the biblical links, the history and legends, plus the topography of the region and the evidence of early domestication and of course the data from the site itself, we have the solution. Right? At least we have Franz's solution. Rob lifted his hands, like a magician about to do a trick. Göbekli Tepe is the Garden of Eden. Christine smiled. Metaphorically. Metaphorically. But still, it is persuasive. This is where the fall of man took place. From the freedom of hunting, to the toil of agriculture. And that's the story recorded in Genesis. They were silent for a moment. Then Christine said, though a better way of putting it is that Göbekli Tepe is a temple in an Edenic landscape. Rather than the actual Garden of Eden. Sure. Rob grinned. Don't worry, Christine, I don't actually think Adam and Eve were wandering around Göbekli eating peaches. But I do think Franz reckoned he had found it. Allegorically. He gazed across the glittering pools, feeling a lot happier. Talking it through off was helping, and he was also very excited about the journalistic possibilities. Even if it was a bizarre story, it was astonishing, and surely very readable. A scientist who thought he was digging up Eden, even metaphorically and allegorically? It could be a double-page headline. Easy. Christine did not seem so happy about the success of their hypothesis. Her eyes misted for a second, a phase of emotion that swiftly passed. Yes. Let's say you are right. You probably are. It certainly explains the numbers. And his mysterious behavior at the end, digging for things at night. Taking them away. He must have been VO excited. He was very jumpy just before it happened. Her mood touched Rob, he chided himself. Here he was thinking about his work and yet there was still a murder unsolved. Christine was frowning. There's still many questions left. Why did they kill him? Exactly. Rob wondered aloud. Well, heck. Maybe. Maybe some American evangelists found out what he was up to. Digging up Eden, I mean. Christine laughed. And they hired a hitman? Right. Those Methodists can be so touchy. There was nothing left in her tea glass. She picked it up and put it down, then said, another problem is this, why did the hunters bury Göbekli? That's not explained by the Eden theory. It must have taken them decades to inter an entire temple. Why do that? Rob looked up at the blue earth and sky for inspiration. Because it was the site of the fall? Maybe it symbolized even at that early stage the error of mankind. Falling into farming. The beginning of wage slavery. So they hid it out of shame or anger or resentment or... Christine made a rather unimpressed pout. 0K. Rob smiled. It's a crap theory. But why did they do it? A shrug. Say UN missed. Another silence fell across their little table. A few yards away, through the rose bushes, little children were pointing excitedly at the fish in the pond. Rob looked at one girl, she was about 11, with bright golden curls of hair. But her mother was shrouded in black veils and robes, a full chatter. He felt a sadness, that soon this lovely girl would be concealed like her mother. Shrouded forever in black. And then a flash of real guilt crossed his mind. A flash of guilt about his daughter. On the one hand he was reveling in this mystery and yet, inside, he still wanted to go home. He yearned to go home. To see Lizzie. Christine was opening Brittany's notebook, and laying it on the table alongside her own notes. Shadows of sunlight, spangled by the tea-house lime trees, flickered across their little table. One final point. There is something I didn't tell you before. Remember the last line in his notebook? She pointed to a line of handwriting, turning the notebook so that Rob could see. It was the line about the skull. It said, K&U skulls, CF for a killer. I didn't mention it before because it was so confusing. It didn't seem relevant. But now? Well, take a look. I have an idea. He bent to read, but the line remained incomprehensible. But who is Aura Keller? It's not a name, said Christine. We just presumed it was a name because it's in capitals. But I think Franz was just mixing languages. I still don't get it. He's mixing English and German. And... Rob looked over Christine's shoulder suddenly. Jesus. Christine stiffened. What? Don't look now. It's Officer Clear Ibali. He's seen us, and he's coming over. 23 Clear Ibali appeared to be alone, though Rob could still see the parked police car, silent and waiting, at the edge of the Gulbay Gardens. The Turkish detective was in another smart suit, this time of cream linen. He was wearing a very British tie, striped green and blue. As he crossed the little bridge and approached their table, his smile was wide and saurian. "Good morning. My constables told me you were here." He leaned and kissed Christine's hand, pulled up a chair. Then he turned to a hovering waiter and his demeanour changed, from obsequious to domineering. "Locum." The waiter winced, fearfully, and nodded. Clear Ibali smiled across the table. "I have ordered some Turkish delight. You must try it here in Golbeysi. The best in Sanlifer. Real Turkish delight is quite something. You know of course the story of its invention." Rob said no. This seemed to please Clear Ibali, who sat forward, pressing his manicured hands flat on the tablecloth. "The story is that an Ottoman sheikh was tired of his arguing wives. His harem was in disorder. So the sheikh asked the court confectioner to come up with a sweetmeat so pleasing it would silence the women." Clear Ibali sat back as the waiter set a plate of the sugar-flowered sweets on the table. It worked. The wives were placated by the Turkish delight and serenity returned to the harem. However, the concubines became so fat on these calorific delights that the sheikh was rendered impotent in their company. So, the sheikh had the confectioner castrated. Clear Ibali laughed loudly at his own story, picked up the plate and offered it to Christine. Rob felt, not for the first time, a strange ambivalence about Clear Ibali. The policeman was charming, but there was a menacing element to him, too. His shirt was just too clean, the tie just too British, the eloquence too studied and deft. Yet he was obviously very clever. Rob wondered if Clear Ibali was close to any solution to Briatna's murder. The Turkish delight was delicious. Clear Ibali was regaling them again. "You have read the Narnia books?" Christine nodded. Clear Ibali continued, "Surely the most famous literary reference to Turkish delight. When the Snow Queen offers the sweetmeats. The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe." "Indeed." Clear Ibali chortled, then sipped piously at his glass thimble of tea. "I often wonder why the British are so adept at children's literature. It is a peculiar gift of the island race." "Compared to Americans, you mean?" "Compared to anyone, Mr. Luttrell. Consider the most famous stories for children. Lewis Carroll, Beatrix Potter, Roald Dahl, Tolkien. Even the vile Harry Potter. All British." A welcome breeze was stealing over the Golbeysi rose bushes. Clear Ibali averred, "I think it is because the British are not afraid to scare children. And children love to be scared. Some of the greatest children's stories are TNLLY macabre, wouldn't you say? A psychotic heart-maker poisoned by mercury. A reclusive chocolatier who employs miniature Negroes." Rob raised a hand. "Officer Clear Ibali, yes. Is there any particular reason you have come here to talk to us?" The policeman wiped his feminine lips with a fresh corner of napkin. "I want you to leave. Both of you. Now." Christine was defiant. "Why?" "For your own sake. Because you are getting into things you do not understand. This is." Clear Ibali wafted a hand at the cliffs behind them, a gesture that took in the citadel, the 2 Corinthian columns at the top, the dark caves underneath. "This is such an ancient place. There are too many secrets here. Dark anxieties, which you cannot comprehend. The more you are involved, the more dangerous it will be." Christine shook her head. "I'm not going to be chased away." Clear Ibali scowled. "You are foolish people. You are used to Starbucks and laptops and sofa beds. To comfortable lives. This is the ancient East. It is beyond your comprehension. But you said you may want to question us, you are not useless." The detective was scowling. "I have no need for you." Christine was unabashed. "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be ordered about. Not by you, not by anyone. Clear Ibali turned to Rob. Then I must appeal to masculine logic. We know how women are. Christine sat up. I want to know what's in the vault. The museum? This outburst silenced the Turkish detective. An unusual and confused expression came over his face. Then his frown darkened. He glanced around as if he was expecting a friend to join them. But the cafe terrace was empty. Just a couple of fat besuited men were left, smoking shishas in a shady corner. They stared languidly at Rob, and smiled. Clear Ibali stood up. Abruptly. He took some Turkish liri from a handsome leather wallet, and set the cash very carefully on the tablecloth. I'll say this quite clearly, so you understand. You were spotted breaking into the site, at Göbekli Tepe. Last week. Apprehension shivered through Rob. If Clear Ibali knew this, then they were in trouble. The Turk went on. I have friends in the Kurdish villages. Christine tried to explain. We were just looking for you, were just looking for the devil. A Jewess should know better. Clear Ibali said the word Jewess with such sibilance that Rob got the impression of a snake, hissing. My forbearance is not infinite. If you do not leave Sanlifer by tomorrow, you will find yourself in a Turkish prison cell. There you may discover that some of my colleagues in the judicial process of the Ataturk Republic do not share my humanitarian attitude to your well-being. He smiled at them in the most insincere way possible, and then he was gone, brushing past the fat pink roses, which nodded, and shed a few scarlet petals. For a minute Rob and Christine sat there. Rob felt the imminence of trouble, he could almost hear warning klaxons going off. What were they getting into? It was a good journalistic story, but was it worth real danger? The train of thought led Rob, reflexively, back to Iraq. Now he was remembering the suicide bomber in Baghdad. He could still see the woman's face. The bomber was a beautiful young woman, with dark long hair, and bright scarlet, lushly lipsticked lips. A suicide bomber in lipstick. And then she'd smiled at him, almost seductively, as she reached for her switch to kill them all. Rob shuddered at the recollection. Yet this awful memory also gave him a kind of resolve. He'd had enough of being eaten, of being chased away. Maybe this time he should stay, and get beyond the fears. Christine was certainly undivided. I'm not leaving. He will arrest us. For what? Driving at night. We broke into the dig. He can't sling us in jail for that. It's a total bluff. Rob demurred, I'm really not so sure. I dunno. But he's so effete, surely? It's just a game, effete. Clear Ibali. Rob shook his head, firmly. No, he's not that. I did a little research on him. Asked around. He's respected, even feared. They say he's an expert shot. He's not a good enemy to have. But we can't go yet. Not until I know more. You mean this vault thing? The museum? What was all that about? The waiter was hovering, expecting them to leave. But Christine ordered another 2 glasses of sweet, ruby-colored tea. And then she said, the last line in the notebook. KNU skulls, CF for a killer. You remember the KNU skulls? No, confessed Rob. Tell me. KNU is another famous archaeological site. Almost as old as Göbekli. It's about 100 miles north. It's where the pig was first domesticated. The waiter set 2 more glasses on the table and 2 silver spoons. Rob wondered if you could get tea poisoning from too much tea. Christine continued, KNU is being dug up by an American team. A few years ago they found a layer of skulls and dismembered skeletons under one of the central rooms of the site. Human skulls. Christine nodded. And animal bones too. Tests also showed a lot of human blood had been spilt. The site is now called the Skull Chamber. Franz was fascinated by KNU. The evidence at KNU points to some kind of human sacrifice. This is controversial. Kurds do not want to think their ancestors were bloodthirsty. None of us wants to think that. But most experts now believe the bones in the skull room are the residue of many human sacrifices. The people of KNU built their houses on foundations made out of bones, the bones of their own victims. Nice. Christine stirred some sugar into her tea. Hence the final line in the book. The Edessa Vault. Sorry. That's what the curators of Sanlifer Museum use as a name for the most obscure archives in the museum, dedicated to pre-Islamic remains. That section is called the Edessa Vault. Rob grimaced. Sorry Christine, you're losing me. Christine elaborated. Sanlifer has had many names. The Crusaders called it Edessa, like the Greeks. The Kurds call it Rihar. The Arabs, Al-Ruha. The City of Prophets. Aura is another name. It's a transliteration of the Greek name. So Edessa means aura. And Keller is not a name. Christine smiled triumphantly. It's the German for cellar, basement, vault. Franz capitalized it because that's what Germans do, they capitalize nouns. So. One thing I see. When he wrote Aura Keller he basically meant the Edessa Vault. In the basement of the Urfa Museum. Christine sat back. Rob leaned forward. So he's telling us that something is in the Edessa Vault. But didn't we already know that? But why put it in the notebook? Unless he is reminding himself about something special? And then, what does CF mean? Can find. Can. It is from the Latin. Confer. Meaning compare or contrast. It's an academic shorthand. Compare, he is saying compare the famous KNU skulls with something in the museum vaults. But there is, or there was, nothing of significance down there. I went to off the archives myself when I first came here. But remember, she wagged a finger, in a teacherly way, Franz was digging up things at Göbekli, secretly, at night just before he was murdered. Her face was flushed with excitement, and maybe even anger. And you think he put his finds in there? In the pre-Islamic vaults. It's an ideal place. The dustiest part of the museum basement, the furthest reach of the cellars. It's secure, concealed and virtually forgotten. 0K said Rob. But it's still a pretty wild theory. Tenuous. Maybe. However. It dawned on Rob. You were testing Clear Ibali. And you saw how he reacted. I was right. There's something in those cellars. The tea was nearly cold. Rob drained his glass and looked across the table. Christine had hidden depths. Hidden cunning. You want to go and look? She nodded. Yes, but it's locked. And the door is key-coded. Another break-in? Way too dangerous. I know that. The wind susurrated in the limes. Over the bridge, a woman in full chatter was holding her baby and kissing the baby's fat pink fingers, one by one. Why do you want to do all this, Christine? Who go to these lengths? On a hunch. I want to know how and why he died. So do I. But I'm getting paid for it. This is my job. I'm on a story. You're taking big risks, I do it. She sighed. I do it because he would have done it for me. A realization, half-formed, crept over Rob. Christine, forgive me. Were you and Franz ever lovers? Yes. The Frenchwoman turned away, as if concealing her emotions. A few years ago. He gave me my first real chance in archaeology. This amazing site. Göbekli Tepe. There weren't any bones then. He didn't need an osteoarchaeologist. Yet he invited me because he admired my work. And a few months after I came we fell in love. But then it ended. I felt guilty. The age difference was too much. You ended it? Yes. Did he still love you? Christine nodded, and blushed. I think he did. He was so gracious and courteous about it. Never let it interfere. Could have asked me to go, but didn't. It must have been very difficult for him, having me there, still with those feelings. He was a fine archaeologist, but he was an ever finer man. One of the nicest men I have ever known. When he met his wife it was easier, thank God. So you think you owe him this? I do. They sat in silence for several minutes. The soldiers were feeding the carp in the pond. Rob watched a waterman on his donkey, loping down a path. But then, he had an idea. I think I know how you can get the code. How? The curators. At the museum? Your pals. Kasim? Bichette? The Kurdish guys? Yes. Bichette particularly. But he's got a huge CMSH on you. She blushed again, this time fiercely. Not possible. Yes, yes possible. Totally. Rob leaned across. Trust me, Christine, I know what pathetic male adoration looks like. I've seen how he stares at you, like a spaniel. Christine looked mortified. Rob chuckled. I'm not sure you realize the effect you have on men. But what does that matter? Go to him. Ask him for the code. Odds on he'll give it you. The woman in the chatter had stopped kissing her baby. The tea house waiter was staring at them, wanting the table for new customers. Rob took out some money and laid it on the cloth. So you go and get the code. And then we'll go to the museum and see what's in there. And if there's nothing we go. Agreed. Christine nodded. Agreed. Then she added, tomorrow's a holiday. Even better. They both stood. But Christine looked hesitant and troubled. What? Said Rob. What else? I'm frightened, Robert. What could be so important that Franz hid it in the vault without telling us? What could be so horrifying that it had to be hidden? What was so terrible that it must be compared with the KNU skulls? 24 Were they too late? Had they missed them, again? DCI Forrester gazed across the stone circle at the brown-green moorlands of Cumbria beyond. He recalled another case that had seen a search for clues, in a place like this. A murderer who buried his wife on the Cornish. That homicide had been macabre, the head was never found. And yet, even that hideous crime lacked some of the sinister quality of this present mystery. There was a real danger in this sacrificial gang, psychopathic violence allied with subtle intelligence. A menacing combination. Stepping over a low wooden stile, Forrester focused on his latest evidence. He knew the gang had fled the Isle of Man just a few hours after the murder. He knew that they'd caught the first car ferry from Douglas to Heysham, on the Lancashire coastline, long before any alert had been sent to ports and airports. He knew all this because an observant docker at Heysham had remembered that he'd seen a black Toyota Land Cruiser coming through off the port on the early morning ferry 2 days before, and he'd noticed 5 young men climbing out of the Toyota in the ferryport terminal car park. The men had gone for breakfast together. The docker had gone in for breakfast and sat next to the gang in the cafe. Forrester approached one elegant grey standing stone, filigreed with lime green moss. He reached in his pocket for his notebook, and flicked through off his record of the interview with the docker. The men were all tall and young. They had expensive clothes. Somehow they didn't look right. The strangeness of this scenario had piqued the young docker's curiosity. Douglas to Heysham was not the most energetic of shipping lanes. The early morning car ferry from Douglas usually got farmers, the odd businessmen and maybe some tourists. 5 silent tall young men in a very expensive black Land Cruiser? So he had tried to chat with them over their bacon and eggs. He hadn't had much luck. Forrester scanned down the notes. The men didn't want to talk. One of them said a very brief good morning. He maybe had a foreign accent. French or something. Could have been Italian, not sure. One of the others had a posh English accent. Then they just got up and left. As if I had ruined their breakfast. The docker hadn't taken down a number plate. But he had heard one of them say a word like Castlereagh as they walked out of the cafe, in the pale morning light, to their waiting car. Forrester and Boyer had rapidly researched Castlereagh. To no one's surprise there was no such place. However, there was a Castlereagh not that far from Heysham. And it was quite well known. Castlereagh turned out to be one of the better preserved stone circles in Britain. It comprised 38 stones of variable sizes and shapes and was tenuously dated to 3200 BC. It was known also for a group of 10 stones forming a rectangular enclosure, the purpose of which was unknown. In his Scotland Yard office, Forrester had googled Castlereagh and human sacrifice and found a long tradition associating the two. A stone axe had been discovered at the Castlereagh site in the 1880s. Some had surmised that it had been used in a druidic sacrificial rite. Of course many scientists disputed this. Antiquarians and folklorists maintained that there was no disproof of sacrifice, either. And the tradition of sacred butchery was old. It was even cited by the famous local poet Wordsworth, in the 1800s. With the Cumbrian breeze at his back, Forrester read Tlú off the stanza of the poem. He'd copied it down at Heysham Library. At noon I hight to gloomy glades, religious woods and midnight shades, where brooding superstition found a cold and awful horror round, while with black and bending head she wove a stole of sable thread, and hark, the ringing harp I hear, and 10 her druid sons appear. Why roll on me your glaring eyes, why fix on me for sacrifice? It was a warm spring day up here on the Cumbrian hills. The late April sun was shining brightly on the surrounding, bare green hills, the dewy turf, the distant fen woods. And yet something in this made Forrester shiver. At noon I hight to gloomy glades, said Forrester. Boyer, striding across the grass, looked nonplussed. Sir. It's that poem by Wordsworth. Boyer smiled. Oh yeah. Must admit didn't he recognize it. Likewise, said Forrester, closing his notebook. The DCI recalled his inner-city comprehensive, a struggling young English teacher trying to force-feed Shakespeare's Macbeth to a bunch of kids more interested in underage drinking, reggae music and sharp-lifting. An entirely pointless exercise. Might as well teach Latin to astronauts. Beautiful place, said Boyer. Yes. Are you sure they came here, sir? To this place? Yes. Said Forrester. Where else were they going? Liverpool maybe. No. Blackpool. No. And if they were going anywhere else they would have got the ferry to Birkenhead. That leads directly to the motorway. But they came to Heysham. Heysham leads practically nowhere. Except to the Lake District. And here. I can't believe they are doing a pleasant tour of the lakes. They went to a Viking burial site on Man associated with sacrifice. Then they came here. To Castlereagh. Another place associated with sacrifice. And of course the docker overheard them. They were coming here. Boyer and Forrester walked to one of the tallest menhirs. The stone was mottled and patched with lichen. A sign of clear air. Forrester laid a flat palm against the ancient stone. The stone was just slightly warm to his touch. Warmed by the mountain sun, and old, so very old. 3200 BC. Boyger sighed. But what really attracts them to these circles and ruins? What's the point? Forrester grunted. It was a good question. A question he had yet to answer. Down in the river valley, beneath the high plateau of Castlerigg, he could see the Cumbrian police squad cars, 4 of them parked in the sun by a picnic spot, and a couple of other police cars milling down the narrow Lakeland Road, trawling the local farmsteads and villages to see if anyone had witnessed the gang. So far they had had no luck. Nothing at all. But Forrester was sure they had visited Castlerigg. It fitted too well. The circle was a notably atmospheric place. And intense. Whoever built this high and lonely circle in the shaved cradle of hills knew something about aesthetics. Feng Shui even. The whole circle, standing on its table of dewy grass, was set in a kind of amphitheatre. A theatre in the round. The billowing hills were the terraces, the audience, the bleachers. And the stone circle itself was the stage, the altar, the mise-en scene. But a stage set for what? Boyger's radio crackled. He pressed the button and talked to one of the Cumbrian officers. Forrester listened in. It was clear from Boyger's expression and his perfunctory words of acknowledgement that the Cumbrian police were still drawing a blank. Maybe the gang hadn't come here after all. Forrester walked on. A fox was stealing over a field and edging along a copse across the nearest valley, a furtive blur of brushy red. But then the fox turned and gazed behind it, staring directly at Forrester, showing a wild animal's fear and cruelty. Then it was gone, darting into the woodland. The sky was clouding over, at least partly. Patches of black were scudding across the moorland hills. Boyger caught up with Forrester. You know, sir, we had a weird case in Finland a few years back. Might be relevant. Case of what? It was called the landfill murder. Because they buried the body in a dump. Sort of. It started in October 1998. If I remember right, a man's left leg was found on a dumping ground near a little town called Hyvinkää, north of Helsinki. Forrester was confused. Weren't you already living in England by then? Yes, but I followed the news from home. As you do. Especially grisly murders. Forrester nodded. What happened? Well, the police got nothing at first. Only clue they had was the leg. But then there were suddenly, well, all these headlines. The police claimed they had arrested 3 people suspected of the murder, and they claimed there were indications of satanic worship. A wind was kicking up, whistling across the ancient circle. In April 1999 the incident came back into the headlines, when the case went to court. 3 kids, young people, were charged. The strange thing is, the judge ordered that the court records should be suppressed for 40 years, and all the details kept quiet. Unusual for Finland. But some of the details leaked out, anyway. Horrible stuff. Torture, mutilation, necrophilia, cannibalism. You name it. So who was the victim? A guy of about 23. He was tortured and killed by 2 of his friends. I think they were all in their early 20s or late teens. Boyger frowned, trying to remember. The girl was 17, she was the youngest. Anyway, the murder took place after a bout of drinking. Days of it. Homemade schnapps. Brennivin they call it in Iceland. The Black Death. Forrester was interested. Describe the murder. He was slowly mutilated with knives and scissors. Killed over a period of many hours. Bits of him were progressively cut off. The judge called it a prolonged human sacrifice. After the victim died, the three friends abused the body, ejaculated into his mouth and so on. Then they cut off his head, and I think his legs and arms. And they removed some his internal organs, kidneys and the heart. They dismembered him, basically. And they ate some of the body. Forrester was watching a farmer, striding down a country lane, half a mile in the distance. He asked, "And what does this tell you? I mean, what association do you make with this case?" His junior shrugged. The kids were all Satan worshippers, death metal fans. And they had a history of sacrilege. Church burnings. Desecrating tombs, sort of thing. And they were into paganism, ancient sites. Places like this. Though they buried the body in a landfill, not at Stonehenge. Yes. We don't have a Stonehenge in Finland. Forrester nodded. The farmer had disappeared behind a rise in the landscape. The ancient standing stones were growing greyer and darker as the clouds covered the sun. Typical Lakeland weather, from shining spring sun to brooding, winter cold in half an hour. What were the murderers like? What's the sociology? Definitely middle class. Rich kids even. Certainly not from the fringes. Boyger zipped up his anorak against the gathering cold. Children of the elite. Forrester chewed a stalk of grass and regarded his junior. Boyger's bright red anorak brought a fierce and sudden image to Forrester's mind, a body gutted open, unzipped, oozing red blood. Forrester spat the stalk from his mouth. "Do you miss Finland, Boyger?" "No. Sometimes. Maybe a little." "What do you miss?" "Empty forests. Proper saunas. And I miss cloudberries." "Cloudberries. Finland's not very interesting, sir. We have 10,000 words for getting chunk. The winters are too cold, so all you do is drink." The wind brushed the Finn's blonde hair over his eyes, he swept it back. "There's even a joke. They tell it in Sweden. About how much the Finns drink." "Go on." "A Swede and a Finn agree to meet to drink together. They bring several bottles of strong Finnish vodka. They sit across from each other in perfect silence, and pour glasses of vodka, not speaking. After 3 hours the Swede fills both glasses and says skål. The Finn looks at him in disgust, and asks, "Did we come to talk or did we come to drink?" Forrester laughed. He asked if Boyger was hungry and his junior eagerly nodded. With Forrester's assent, Boyger went off to eat his usual tuna sandwich in the car. The DCI walked on alone, brooding, surveying his surroundings. The forests around here were government-owned, Forestry Commission plantations. Streaked squares of sterile firs marching across the landscape like Napoleonic regiments. Platoons of birches, marching silently and unobserved. He thought about Boyger's story. The landfill murders of Hyvinkar. Was it possible that the sacrifice gang were burying corpses or bones or objects, not digging things up? But nothing appeared to have been buried in Craven Street. And nothing was buried in St. Anne's Fort. But had they checked properly? Forrester had reached the edge of the stone circle. The silent grey menhirs curved away from him on either side. Some seemed to be sleeping, prone and fallen like mighty warriors slain. Some were rigid and defiant. He remembered what he had read about Castlerig, about the squarish enclosure of important but unknown purpose. If you had come all this way to bury something, this was surely where you would do it, in the most symbolic part of the site. If Castlerig mattered to you, this was your target. The detective scanned the circle. It didn't take him long to find the enclosure, a rectangular site marked out by lower stones, besides the most eroded megaliths. For 20 minutes Forrester examined these lower stones. He patted and prodded at the damp dark soil and the soggy, acidic turf. A soft lakeland rain started to fall. Forrester felt its cold drops on his neck. Maybe he was heading up another cul-de-sac. Then he spotted something in the long wet grass, a small line of sliced earth. Dark soil disturbed, then replaced, barely visible to the naked eye unless you knew what you were looking for. He knelt and dug at the sods with his bare hands. It was unscientific, forensics would be appalled, but he had to know. Within seconds his fingers touched something cold and hard, but not a stone. He dislodged the object from its little grave and brushed off the soil. It was a small glass vial. And inside the vial was a very intense-looking liquid the color of dark red. 25 The streets were red with blood. Rob was walking through the old town to meet Christine, at the caravanserai. It was dusk. Everywhere he looked, he saw great splashes of blood up the walls, along the pavements, outside the Vodafone outlet. The locals were slaughtering goats and sheep and doing it publicly, in the streets. Rob presumed that it was part of the holiday Christine mentioned, but it was still unnerving. He paused at the corner, by a clock tower, and watched as one man struggled to hold a white-skinned goat between his legs. The man wore baggy black pantaloons, shinvels, the traditional Kurdish dress. Setting the finning cigarette on a stool beside him, the man picked up a long, glittering knife and plunged the blade into the lower stomach of the goat. The animal screamed. The man was unfazed. He turned, picked up his cigarette, had another puff, put it down again. Blood was drooling from the stomach of the wounded goat. The man leaned over, grimaced, then vigorously ripped the knife straight up the quivering, pink-white belly. Blood pissed out of the animal, showering the road in front. The goat no longer screamed and snuggled but whimpered, sensuously. Its long-lashed eyelids fluttered as it died. The man yanked open the great gash, and viscera slithered out, the pastel-colored organs tumbling neatly into a shallow plastic bowl on the pavement. Rob walked on. He found Christine by the archway that led to the caravanserai. His expression of surprise and perplexity obviously said it all. Kurban Bayram, she said. The last day of Hajj. But why the goats? And sheep? Christine twirled her arm off his as they walked along the shuttered streets of the bazaar. Cooking smells wafted. Roasting goat and broiled sheep. It's called the sacrifice holiday. It commemorates Abraham and Isaac, the near sacrifice of Isaac. Kurban Bayram, of course. They have that in Egypt and Lebanon, I know it well, it's called Eid, but he shook his head, they don't kill animals in the street. They do it inside, and they slit the tlu oats. Yes, she agreed. The orphans treat it as a special, local festival. Because Abraham comes from here. She smiled. And it is quite bloodthirsty. They had reached a small square with key houses and cafes in which men were smoking shishas. Many of them were wearing, for Kurban Bayram, the long black baggy Kurdish trousers. Others had special embroidered robes. Their women passed in front, decked in flashing jewelry, or sporting purple headscarves trimmed with silver. Some were tattooed with henna, their hands and feet liberally and gorgeously painted, their headscarves were hung with silver trinkets. The scene was pungently colourful. But they weren't here to sightsee. There it is. Christine nodded at a small house down a shady road. Bichette's address. The heat of the day was draining from the streets, like water after a flood. Rob squeezed Christine's hand. Good luck. Christine crossed the road and knocked on the door. Rob wondered how unorthodox and unsettling it would be for Bichette to have a white Western woman come to his house. When Bichette opened the door, Rob scrutinized his expression and saw surprise and anxiety there, but also that puppied languish again. Rob was confident Christine would get the key code. He walked back to the square and surveyed the scene. Some children, carrying firecrackers, greeted him. Hey you, American. Hello. Happy Bayram. The children laughed, as if they had stirred some exotic and slightly frightening beast in the zoo, then they scattered up the road. The pavements were still red with blood, but the slaughter had stopped. Mustachioed Kurds, smoking their shishas at cafe tables, greeted him with a smile. Sanlifer was, Rob decided, the strangest place. It was implacably exotic and somehow hostile, yet the people were some of the friendliest Rob had ever encountered. He barely noticed Christine as she stole up to him, and said, "Hello." He turned, alerted. "You got it." "I got it." He wasn't keen, but he gave it to me. "0K, so. Let's wait until it's dark." A quick walk brought them to the main road out of the old town. A taxi took them to Christine's apartment, where they spent a nervous few hours surfing the net, tearing not to 1E, then worrying. At 11 they crept out of the apartment block and walked to the museum. The streets were much quieter now. The blood had been washed away, the holiday was nearly over. A scimitar of moon shone above them. Stars glittered like tiaras around the spires of the minarets. At the gates to the museum Rob looked up and down the street. No one was about. He could hear Turkish TV voices from a shuttered house a block down. Otherwise, there was silence. Rob pushed and the gate swung open. At night the garden was an intensely atmospheric place. Moonlight silvered the wings of the desert demon Pajuzu. There were busts of Roman emperors, broken and crumbling, and Assyrian warlords, frozen in marble, their lion hunts never ending. The history of Sanlifer was here, in this garden, dreaming in the moonlight. The demons of Sumeria screamed silently, "Stone beaks open for 5,000 years, I need 2 codes," said Christine. "Bichette gave me both of them." She approached the front door of the museum. Rob hung back, checking that they were alone. They were alone. There was a car parked under the fig trees. But it looked as if it hadn't been moved in a few days. Rotten figs were splattered across the windshield. A smear of jam and seeds. The door clicked. Rob swiveled to find the front door was 01RN. He paced up the steps and joined Christine inside. The air within the museum was hot, there was no one here to open windows or doors. And no air conditioning. Rob wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was wearing a jacket to carry everything they needed, flashlights, phones, notebooks. In the main room, the oldest statue in the world glowed dimly in the darkness, with his sad obsidian eyes staring mournfully into the gloom. "Down here," said Christine. Rob saw, in the gloom, a small door in the far corner of the room. Beyond was a flight of stairs, leading down. He handed a flashlight to Christine and turned on his own. The 2 torch beams flickered in the dusty blackness as they descended the stairs. The vaults were surprisingly big. Much bigger than the museum above. And corridors led in all directions. Shelves of antiquities glimmered as Rob flicked his flashlight beam this way and that over broken pottery, chunks of gargoyle, spears, flints and vases. "It's huge." "Yes. Sanlifer is built on old caves and they converted the caves into cellars." Rob leaned and looked at a broken figurine lying on its back. Snarling at the shelf above. "What's that?" "The monster Azog. The demon that causes sickness." "Sumerian." 0K. Rob shivered, despite the stifling warmth. He wanted this over, the cold dread of what they were about to do was building up. "Let's get a move on, Christine." "Where's the Edessa vault?" "Down here." They dog-legged down another corridor, past a Roman column, bmtalin-macated, and more shelves of vases and pots. The dust was thick and choking. Christine was leading them to the oldest part of the cave system. But then a big steel door barred the way. Christine fumbled with the key code. "Shit." Her hands were shaking. Rob poised the flashlight so that she could see better as she keyed in the numbers. At last the lock snapped open. They were greeted with a rush of hot air as the Edessa vault exhaled. There was badness in the breeze. Something indefinable and remote, but organic and unpleasant. And old. Rob tried to ignore it. They stepped inside the cellar. Blunt steel shelves led down the vast cavern. Most of the antiquities were in big plastic boxes with names and numbers scrawled on them. But some were left in their natural state. Christine named them as they walked. Syriac or Arcadian goddesses, a big head of Anzu, a chunk of a Hellenic nude. Ghostly hands and wings extended into the gloom. Christine was walking up and down beside the shelves. There's nothing here. She almost sounded relieved. It's all the same stuff I saw before. Then we'd better go. Wait. What? Christine was gesturing into the darkness. Here. This is from Göbekli. Rob paused. He was getting the bad signals again. The suicide bomber in Iraq. He could never forget the bomber's face, staring over, just before the explosion. Rob felt the urgent need to exit to get out of here. Now. Christine said, shut the door. Reluctantly, Rob closed the door behind him. They were alone in the furthest vault, with whatever Franz had found. Whatever he felt should be compared with the horror of the KNU skulls. Rob, come and look. Her torchlight was shining down on an extraordinary statue. A woman, with her legs open, the vagina heavily engraved, and obscenely large. Like the 01RN wound in the fur of that goat. Next to the woman stood a trio of animals, wild boars, perhaps. All of them had pronounced, erect penises. They were surrounding the splayed woman like it was a gang rape. This is from Göbekli. Christine whispered. Is this what we were looking for? No, I remember when we found this. Franz put it here. He must have been hoarding though. Stranger discoveries in one place. So whatever it is he found should be here. Somewhere. Rob flicked his flashlight left and left. The dust whirled in the gloom. Faces of somber gods and leering demons greeted him, then faded to black as he moved along. He couldn't see anything, he didn't even know what he was looking for. It was hopeless. Then his torchlight illuminated a large polystyrene box with the word Göbekli written on it in marker pen. Rob felt his heart thump. Christine, he hissed. The box was lodged at the back of the steel shelf, by the cave wall. It was obviously big and heavy. Christine snuggled with it. Lying his torch on the shelf behind, Rob reached in and assisted her. Together they dragged the box out and set it on the floor. Rob picked up his flashlight, his heart racing, and kept the beam high as Christine opened the box. Inside there were 4 old-fashioned olive jars about half a meter long, packed in bubble wrap. Rob felt a thudding pang of disappointment. Half of him had wanted to find something obscene and horrifying. The journalist half, the juvenile half of him, maybe. Christine took one of the jars out. Is it from Göbekli? For sure. And if it is, then it must be 10,000 years old. So they did have pottery. Amazingly well preserved. Yes. Handling the jar with great care, Christine turned it over. There was a curious design on one side. A sort of stick with a bird at the top. I've seen that somewhere, she said. Quietly. Rob took his mobile out and took a brisk set of pictures. The flash from the phone camera felt like an intrusion in the somber darkness of the vault. Gins and emperors scowled in the brief and vulgar dazzle. Pocketing the phone, Rob reached into the box and took out one of the long jars himself. It was surprisingly heavy. He wanted to know what was inside. Some kind of liquid? Grains? Honey? He tilted it and looked at the top. It was stoppered and sealed. "Shall we open it?" "Careful." Her warning came too late. Rob felt the jar suddenly sag in his hand. He had tilted it too brusquely. The neck of the jar seemed to sigh, and it fell onto the floor. Then the crack in the neck opened further, ripping into the body of the ancient, rotting pottery. The jar was crumbling in Rob's hand. Just crumbling. The shards scattered on the floor, some of them shivering immediately into dust. Oh my God! The smell was hideous. Rob put a sleeve to his nose. Christine shone a torch on the contents of the jar. Fucking hell! A tiny body lay on the floor. A human body, a baby, forced into a fetal position. The corpse was half mummified, half viscous liquid. Still decomposing after all the centuries. The stench drilled into Rob's face till he gagged. Gurgles of liquid were pouring from the skull. "Look at the face," cried Christine. "Look at the face." Rob shone his flashlight in the baby's face. It was locked in a silent scream. A scream of a dying child, echoing across 12,000 years. Suddenly lights filled the room. Lights, noises, voices. Rob spun and saw a group of men standing in the back of the vault. Men with guns and knives, coming for them. 26 Hugo de Savary was very elegant for a professor. Forrester had expected someone dowdy, leather patches on the elbow, excess dandruff on his shoulders. But the Cambridge Don was animated, cheerful, youngish, positively svelte, exuding an air of confident prosperity. Presumably this was because his book's popular treatments of Satanism, cults, cannibalism, a whole roster of Gothic themes had been so commercially successful. This had led him to be shunned by austere members of the academic community, or so Forrester had guessed, judging by the reviews he had read. It was de Savary who had suggested they lunch in this very fashionable Japanese restaurant near Soho. Forrester had requested they meet up, in an email, when the professor was next in town. De Savary had happily acceded, and even offered to pay, which was good, since the restaurant he had nominated was certainly not the sort of place Forrester normally used when soliciting information, being maybe 5 times too expensive. De Savary was consuming his little dish of miso black cod with great enthusiasm. They were sitting on a bench of oak wood in front of a counter that surrounded a central kitchen space with a vast black grill, tended by frowning and ferocious Japanese chefs slicing obscure vegetables with frighteningly large knives. He turned to Forrester. "How did your forensic people know the elixir was Damu?" The professor was talking about the liquid in the bottle from Castlereagh. Forrester tried to pick up some raw squid with his chopsticks and failed. "We've had several muti murders in London. African child sacrifice. So the lab boys had come across Damu before? The headless torso of that poor child found in the Thames?" "Yep." Forrester sipped some of his warm sake. "This Damu stuff is apparently the concentrated blood of sacrificial victims." "That's what pathology tells me." "Well, they are right." Before them a large Japanese chef was gutting a lividly pink fish with great speed. "Muti really is quite disgusting. Hundreds of children die every year in Black Africa. You know exactly what they do to the children?" "I know they chop off the limbs." "Yes. But they do it when the children are alive. And they cut off the genitals too." De Savary sipped beer. "The screams of the living victims are supposed to add to the potency of the muti. Shall we have some of that yellow fine tuna steak?" "Sorry." The idea of this ultra-fashionable restaurant, it seemed, was that you kept ordering tiny bits of food. You didn't order everything at the start, you kept going until you were full. It was fun. Forrester had never been anywhere like it. He wondered who could afford the prices. Soft shell crab sushi, flown in from Alaska. Toro with asparagus and safna caviar. What was toro? The rock shrimp tempura is amazing, said de Savary. Tell you what Forrester said, you order. Then tell me what you think about the gang. De Savary smiled gravely. Yes, of course. My lecture is at 3. Let's crack on. So what do you think? Your gang seems obsessed with human sacrifice. That much we know. But it's an eccentric congeries of praxes. You what? They are carrying out sacrifices from different cultures. The tongue excision is perhaps Nordic, the buying of the head Japanese, or Israelite. The shaving is clearly Aztec. The Star of David is Solomonic, as you say. A young Thai waitress approached them and de Savary ordered. The waitress gave a tiny curtsy and went away. De Savary faced Forrester again. And now we have the daimyo, buried at a spot dedicated to sacrifice. That's what African witch doctors do, before a major muti killing. They bury the daimyo in hallowed ground. Then they carry out the sacrifice. So, don't you think they'll kill again? Naturally. Don't you? Forrester sighed, and assented. Of course the gang was going to strike again. So what's with the hellfire stuff? How does that fit in? I'm not quite sure. They are, self-evidently, seeking something to do with the hellfires. What that might be is less obvious. 3 plates were set on the oak counter before them. The aroma was delicious. Forrester yearned to be allowed a spoon. De Savary went on, what I can tell you now is how these satanic cults work, the psychology of the groupuscule. They tend to come from the middle or even upper classes. Manson and his followers weren't scumbag lowlifes, they were rich kids. It is the bored, intelligent rich who commit the most terrible crimes. One can see a parallel with the Baader-Meinhof terror gang in Germany. Sons and daughters of bankers, millionaires, businessmen. Children of the elite. Then there's Bin Laden. Exactly. Bin Laden is the smart, charismatic son of a famous billionaire, yet he was drawn to the most nihilistic, psychopathic brand of Islam. So you see a parallel with the Hellfire Club. De Savary deftly chopsticked some of the yellow fine tuna. Forrester just about managed to do the same. It was unbelievably delicious. Again, quite right. The Hellfire Club provided the template, if you like, for the bon chic bon genre death cults of today. A group of English, many of them very talented writers, statesmen, scientists, yet drawn to deliberately transgressive acts. To épater les bourgeois, perhaps. But some people say the Hellfire Club was just a drinking club. A society of pranksters. De Savary shook his head. Sir Francis Dashwood was one of the better religious scholars of his time. He went to the Far East to pursue his more arcane interests, religious esoterica. That's not the action of a dilettante. And Benjamin Franklin was one of the finest minds of the century. So they wouldn't have got together just to drink gin? And play naked twister? No, I don't think so. De Savary chuckled. The Japanese chef in front of them was using 2 knives at once. Filleting and dicing a slippery long eel. The eel's body danced on the chopping board as it was sliced, as if it was alive. Maybe it was alive. It's a matter of some dispute, what they got up to, the English Hellfire Club. We do know that the Irish Hellfires were hideously violent. They used to pour alcohol over cats, then set them on fire. The screams of the dying animals kept half of Georgie and Dublin awake. And they murdered a servant in the same fashion. For a bet. He paused. I think the Hellfire Club and some of the other satanic cults we see in Europe can help us understand what your gang will be like. Hierarchically. Motivationally. Psychologically. There will be a definite leader. Charismatic and highly intelligent. Probably someone very well born. His followers. Close friends, weaker personalities, but still intelligent. Seduced by the cult leader's satanic charm, they are likely also to come from a privileged background that fits with the descriptions, posh voices, etc. De Savary took a plate from the counter. He thought for a moment, staring at the food, then continued, "However, I think your gang leader is completely mad. Sorry. Don't forget what he is doing. The historical mixture of sacrificial elements. Indeed, the very idea of sacrifice is palpably insane. If he is looking for something connected with the hellfires, he could have done it in a much more discreet fashion, rather than driving around the British Isles butchering people. Yes, the gang's murders are planned and executed with a certain finesse, they cover their tracks as you say, but why murder at all if your intention is principally to retrieve, to uncover something hidden?" De Savary shrugged. "Et voilà. This is no louche but logical Francis Dashwood, this is more of a Charles Manson. A psychotic. A genius, but psychotic. Which means? You are the detective. I think it means he will go too far. They will make a mistake in their frenzy. The only question is how many people they will kill first." "Exactly. Now you've got to tour this Deccan. It's a kind of radish. Tastes like paradise." Back at Scotland Yard, Forrester relived the lunch with a happy burp. Then he sat in his swivel chair and spun around, like a kid. He was mildly drunk from the sake, but he could justify it. The lunch had been very useful. With his new friend Hugo. Forrester picked up the phone and called Boyger. "Yes, sir." "Boyger, I need a search." "A trawl?" "What of?" "Ring around the classier public schools. 0K start with Eton. Winchester. Westminster. Don't go any lower than Millfield. Do Harrow. Check the list with the headmasters' conference." "Right. And, what do we ask them?" "For missing boys. Missing pupils. And try the better universities, too. Oxbridge, London, St Andrews. Durham. You know the roster. Bristol. Why not? And Exeter. And the Agricultural College at Cirencester. We need to find students who dropped out, suddenly and recently. I want posh boys. With problems 27. The rotten, semi-mummified corpse of the baby lay on the floor. A reek of ancient decomposition swirled in the air. Bare bulbs flickered above the monuments and shelves of the museum vault. The approaching men were big, armed, and angry. Rob thought he recognized some from the dig. Kurds. They looked Kurdish. There was only one door to the vault, and the route to the door was filled with these menacing figures. 8 or 9 men. Some of them had guns, an old pistol, a shotgun, a brand new hunting rifle. The rest of them had large knives, one so big it was like a machete. Rob flashed an apologetic and hapless glance at Christine. She smiled, sadly, desperately. And then she walked over, reached out and squeezed Rob's hand. They were captured, and separated. The men grabbed Rob by the collar and Christine by the arms. Rob watched as the largest of them, the apparent leader, gazed down the side aisle at the cracked open urn and the pitiful little corpse with the strange pungent liquor drooling out around it. He hissed at his colleagues and immediately 2 of the Kurdish men peeled off from the main group and walked down the side aisle, perhaps to deal with the evidence, to do something with the obscene little heap of faintly rotting flesh. Rob and Christine were marched out of the vault. One of the men holding Rob dug a pistol, hard, into his cheek. The cold muzzle smelled of grease. Another 2 men grasped Christine fiercely by her bare arms. The tall man with the hunting rifle brought up the rear with a couple of lieutenants. Where were they taking them? Rob could sense that the Kurds were also scared, maybe as scared as him and Christine. But these men were also determined. They pushed and pulled Rob and Christine down the long lines of antiquities, past the desert monsters, the Roman generals and the Canaanite storm gods. Past Anzu, and Ishtar, and Nimrod. They climbed the stairs to the main museum chamber. Christine was swearing bravely, in French. Rob felt a surge of protectiveness for her and a surge of shame for himself. He was the man here. He should be able to do something. Be heroic. Kick the knives from the Kurdish hands, turn and wrestle the kidnappers to the ground, grab Christine's hand and save her, drag her to blazing freedom. But life wasn't like that. They were being led, like captured animals, slowly but surely, to their certain fate. And that was, what exactly? Were they being kidnapped? Was this a stunt? Were these guys terrorists? What was going on? He hoped that the Kurds were somehow policemen. But he knew quite surely that they weren't. They couldn't be. This wasn't like an arrest. These guys looked furtive and guilty and faintly murderous. Images of beheadings flooded his mind. All those poor guys in Iraq, Afghanistan and Chechnya. Held to the ground. The knife soaring across the cartilage and the windpipe. The gaseous exhalation as the headless body pumped air and blood, and then slumped to the ground. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. The grainy internet footage. The horror. A live human sacrifice, on the World Wide Web. Christine was still swearing. Rob struggled and writhed but the men had him firmly. He couldn't be a hero. He could try shouting. Christine? He called. Christine? Behind him he heard, yes. Are you okay? What the? A fist slammed into Rob's mouth. He felt his palate fill with hot salty blood. The pain was searing, his body sagged. The leader came around, to face him. He lifted Rob's bleeding face and said, no talk. No speak. The leader's face wasn't Khmel. His expression was more resigned. As if this was something they had to do, but didn't necessarily want to. Something truly terrible. Like an execution. Rob watched as one of the Kurds slowly and carefully opened the main door of the museum. The sight of the door kicked off a procession of memories. The last few bizarre hours of his life, the sheep being slaughtered in the earthen streets, the men in the black holiday pantaloons, their own stealthy ingress into the museum. And then the baby's silent scream. Buried alive 12,000 years ago. The Kurd at the door nodded at his compadres. The coast, it seemed, was clear. Go, the leader was shouting at Rob. Go into car. Brusquely, the men escorted Rob through the sultry, moonlit car park. The car smeared with figs had been joined by 3 more vehicles. These were old cars, bashed up local autos, clearly not police cars. Rob felt the last shred of hope disappear. Their intent was obviously to take Rob and Christine somewhere a distance away. Out of the city maybe. To some lonely farmhouse. Where they would be chained to the seats. Rob imagined the sound of the knife as it ripped across his gullet. Allahu Akbar, he shook the idea away. He had to stay lucid. Save Christine. Save himself for his daughter. His daughter. Guilt pierced Rob's heart like a dagger of glass. His daughter Lizzie. He'd promised her just yesterday that he would be home in a week. Now he might never see her again. Stupid, 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 stupid. A hand was pressing on Rob's head. They wanted him to stoop, to get into the musty back seat of the car. Rob resisted, feeling as if he was being taken to his death. He turned and saw Christine just behind him, a knife at her throat. She was being hauled across to the other car, There was nothing anyone could do. Then, stop. The moment froze. Bright lights dazzled across the car park. Stop. The lights were utterly blinding. Rob now sensed the presence of many more men. Sirens and sirens. Red and blue lights. Light and noise all about. The police. Was this the police? He wrenched an arm from his captor's grasp and shielded his face and stared into the dazzling blinding light. It was Clear Ibali, with 20 or 30 policemen. They were running into the car park. Crouching. Taking position. Taking aim. But these weren't ordinary policemen. They wore black, almost paramilitary gear and carried submachine guns. Clear Ibali was shouting in Turkish at the Kurds. And the Kurds were backing off. The one nearest Rob dropped his old pistol, then raised his shans. Rob saw Christine snuggle from her captors and run across the car park to the safety of the police. Rob wrenched his second arm free and walked across the car park to Clear Ibali, whose face was blank to the point of contempt. The officer snapped, "Come with me." Rob and Christine were sharply led away to a big new BMW outside the museum grounds. Clear Ibali ordered Rob and Christine in the back. He got in the front, then turned and looked at them. "I'm taking you to the airport." "But..." Rob started. His throbbed with pain, where he had been punched. Clear Ibali silenced him. "I went to the apartment, your hotel room. Empty. Both empty. I knew you must have come here. You are so foolish. Such foolish people." The BMW was speeding down the wide, lamplit road. Clear Ibali spoke in hurried Turkish to the driver. The driver answered obediently. Then the officer flashed a very dark frown at Rob. "You have a couple of bags in the back. Passports. Your laptops. We will send the rest of your possessions. You are leaving Turkey tonight." He tossed 2 items into the back seat. "Your tickets. For Istanbul, then London. One way only. Tonight." Christine protested, but her reply was faltering, and her voice tremulous. Clear Ibali gazed at her with infinite disdain, then he and the driver exchanged some more words. The car was now on the outskirts of town. The flat semi-desert was quiet in the night, the color of tarnished silver in the moonlight. When they reached the airport, the driver handed them their bags from the boot. Inside the tiny airport, Clear Ibali watched them check in. Then he pointed at the departure gate. "I do not expect to see either of you again. If you return, the Kurds will probably kill you. Even if they don't, I will throw you both in jail. For a very long time." He clicked his heels together, like a Prussian officer obeying an order, then he gave them another angry, contemptuous glare and then he was gone. Rob and Christine filed through off security and boarded the plane. It taxied, and took off. Rob sank back into the seats, his whole body throbbing with pain and adrenaline. He could really feel it now, the surge of emotion, the fear, the eager fury. It was the same feeling he had experienced after the Iraqi suicide bomb. Rob clenched and unclenched his jaw muscles. His lips still hurt, his tooth was cracked. He tried to relax himself. His mind was racing, almost painfully. The story wasn't over. He was a journalist. A good journalist. That's all he was, but he could use it. He needed to channel this anger, this impotent anger, his humiliated masculinity. If they thought they could frighten him away with guns and knives, they were wrong. He would get the story. He wouldn't be scared away. He had to relax, though he felt like shouting. He looked across at Christine. And then, for the first time since the baby urn had broken open, she spoke directly to him. Quietly but clearly she said, "Canaanites." "What?" That's what the ancient Canaanites did. They buried their children alive. She turned and stared ahead. And in Jaws 28, Rob put down his phone and surveyed the tedious bustle of Istanbul airport. He'd spent an hour talking to his daughter, a happy, chatting, wistful, delightful hour. He'd then spent a slightly fractious and annoying 10 minutes talking to her mother. His ex-wife, it turned out, was taking his daughter Lizzie to the country for a fortnight, starting today. Even if he flew home this minute, he would miss her. Rob rubbed the tiredness from his face. They'd arrived in the middle of the night and grabbed some frazzled sleep on the airport seats. It hadn't really distressed him. What an incredible 24 hours it had been. What a bizarre chain of events. And what was he going to do now? Hey soldier! Christine was brandishing cans of Diet Coke. Thought you could use one of these. Rob took his can, gratefully, and cracked it open. The icy collar stung his broken lip. Is everything okay at home, Robert? Yes. He watched a Chinese businessman hawking exuberantly into a rubbish bin. No. Not really. Family stuff. Ah. She gazed levelly across the transit lounge. Look at it. All so ordinary. Starbucks. McDonald's. You'd never think we were nearly kidnapped. Just last night. Rob knew what she meant. He sighed, and gazed resentfully at the departures screen. Their flight for London was many hours away. He really didn't want to be here, killing time. But he didn't want to go back to London if his daughter wasn't there. What was the point? What he wanted to do was to resolve the story, finish the deal. He'd already spoken to his editor and told him a slightly bowdlerized version of the latest developments. Steve had sworn, twice, and then asked Rob if he felt safe. Rob had said that, despite it all, he felt fine. So Steve had tentatively agreed that Rob could continue as long as you avoid getting shot in the head. He had even promised to put some more money in Rob's account to help things along. So the compass was pointing in one direction. Don't quit. Don't give up. Press on. Get the story. But there was a big problem with pressing on. Rob didn't know how Christine was feeling. The ordeal at the museum had been extremely frightening. He felt he could deal with what had happened, because he was used to danger. He'd handled Iraq. Just about. Could he expect Christine to be equally stoical? Was it asking too much of her? She was a scientist, not a news journalist. He finished the Coke and wandered over to the bish bin to toss the can. When he came back, Christine scrutinized him with a faint smile. You don't want to fly home, do you? How did you guess? The way you keep scowling at the departure board, like it's your worst enemy. Sorry. I feel exactly the same, Robert. Too many loose ends. We can't just run away, can we? So. What shall we do? Let's go and see my friend, Isabel Previn. She lives here. Half an hour later they were hailing an airport cab. 10 minutes after that, they were streaking along the motorway, heading into the hubbub of Istanbul. En route, Christine reprised the backstory of Isabel Previn. She lived in Konya for a long time. Working with James Melliot. Catalhook. And she was my tutor at Cambridge. Right. I remember you saying. Rob gazed out of the cab window. Beyond the flyovers and housing estates he could see a huge dome surrounded by 4 lofty minarets, Hagia Sophia, the great cathedral of Constantinople. 1500 years old. Istanbul, it seemed, was a curious and kinetic place. Ancient walls collided with shiny skyscrapers. The streets were filled with Western-looking people, girls in short skirts, men in smart suits, but every so often they sped past some Levantine neighborhood, with grimy blacksmiths, and veiled mothers, and lines of lurid washing. And surrounding it all, visible between the apartment blocks and the office towers, was the mighty Bosphorus, the great arc of water dividing Asia from Europe, and the West from the East. The barbarians from civilization. Depending on which side you lived. Christine called her friend Isabel. Rob gleaned from the overheard conversation that Isabel was delighted to hear from her former student. He waited for the call to conclude, then asked, "So where does she live?" "She's got a house on one of the Prince's Islands. We can get a ferry from the port." Christine smiled. "It's very pretty. And she's invited us to stay." Rob assented, happily. Christine added, "She might well be able to help with the archaeological mysteries. The hideous little mummy in the amphora, the olive jar." As the cab driver shouted at the lorries, Rob asked Christine more about the Canaanites. "I used to work at Tel Gezer," Christine said. "It's a site in the Judean hills, half an hour from Jerusalem. A Canaanite city." The car was heading downhill now. They'd turned off the road and were crawling through crowded, energetic streets. The Canaanites used to bury their firstborn children, alive, in jars. Some were found at the site. Babies in jars, just like the ones in the museum vault. "So I think that's what we found in the cellar. A sacrifice." The horrible image of the baby's face filled Rob's thoughts. The terrible, silent scream on the baby's face. He shuddered. Who the hell would bury a child alive? In a jar? Why? What was the evolutionary purpose? What could drive you to do that? What kind of God demanded that? What had happened at Göbekli? Another thought occurred to him as the car turned onto a thrumming seafront. Wasn't Abraham linked with the Canaanites? Yes, said Christine. When he left Haran and Sanlifa he descended into the land of the Canaanites. That's what the Bible says anyhow. Hey, I think we're here. They were just outside a ferry terminal. The concourse was heaving, with children, and girls on bicycles, and men carrying boxes of sesame biscuits. Again Rob sensed the fault line of civilization running right through off the city. It was almost schizophrenic. Men in jeans stood by men with lavish Muslim beards, girls in mini dresses laughed on their mobile phones next to silent girls in black chaddas. They bought tickets and headed for the top deck. Strolling by the taffrail, Rob felt his spirits lift. Water, sunlight, fresh air, cool breezes. How he had missed this. Sanlifa was so ferociously landlocked, sweltering in the bowl of Kurdistan. The boat chugged along. Christine pointed out some of the sights of the Istanbul skyline. The Golden Horn. The Blue Mosque. Topkapi Palace. A bar where she and Isabel once got very chunk on raki. Then she reminisced about Cambridge and her university days. Rob laughed at her stories. Christine had been quite wild. Before he knew it, the Furley horn blew, they'd reached the island. The little pier was crowded with Turks, but Christine spotted Isabel immediately. It wasn't hard. The silvery-haired old woman was conspicuous amidst the darker faces. She was wearing swirling clothes. An orange silk scarf. And lorgnettes. They walked down the gangplank. The two women hugged and then Christine introduced Rob. Isabel smiled, very graciously, and advised Rob that her house was a half-hour walk. I'm afraid we don't have cars on the islands, you see. They are not allowed. Thank God. As they threaded their way, Christine told Isabel the whole extraordinary story of the last few weeks. The horrible murder. The incredible finds. Isabel nodded. She sympathized over Franz. Rob detected an almost mother-forward/daughter relationship between the two women. It was touching. Considering this, he was reminded of Lizzie again. Lizzie would like this island, he decided. It was pretty, yet faintly mysterious too, with its wooden houses and tamarisk trees, its gambling, Byzantine churches and cats sleeping in the sun. All around them was glittering water, and in the distance was the famous skyline of Istanbul. It was gorgeous. Rob firmly resolved to bring her here, one fine day. Isabel's house was glamorously old, a cool summer retreat for Ottoman princelings. The white stone house stood by a well-shaded beach and looked across the water towards some of the other isles. They sat down on cushioned sofas and Christine finished the narrative of Göbekli and the last few weeks. The whole house was quiet as she finished the tale with its outrageous coda, their near kidnapping at the museum. Silence sang in the air. Rob could hear the plash of water beyond the half-open shutters, and the creak of pine trees in the sun. Isabel toyed languidly with her lorgnettes. They finished the tea. Christine shmgged at Rob as if to say, maybe Isabel can't help. Maybe the puzzle is too difficult. Rob sighed, feeling tired. But then Isabel sat up, alert, with her eyes sparkling. She asked Rob to show her the mobile phone photo of the symbol on the jar. Rob fished in his pocket, retrieved the phone and flicked the image. Isabel contemplated the photo. Yes. As I thought. It's a sanjak. A symbol used by the cult of angels. The cult of what? The cult of angels, the Yazidi. She smiled. I'd better explain. That remote part of Kurdistan around Sanlifa is a remarkable breeding ground of beliefs. Christianity, Judaism and Islam all have strong roots there. But there are other, even older, faiths, that inhabit the Kurdish lands. Like Yasnism, Alevism, and Yazidism. Together they are called the cult of angels. These religions are maybe 5,000 years old, maybe older. They are unique to that part of the world. She paused. And Yazidism is the oldest and strangest of all. In what way? The customs of the Yazidi are intensely peculiar. They honor sacred trees. Women must not cut their hair. They refuse to eat lettuce. They avoid wearing dark blue, because they say it is too holy. They are divided strictly into castes, who cannot marry each other. The upper castes are polygamous. Anyone of the faith who marries a non-Yazidi risks ostracism, or worse. So they never marry outside the faith. Ever. Christine interrupted. Hasn't the cult of angels basically died out, in Turkey? Almost. The last of the Anglicans live mainly in Iraq, about 500,000 of them. But there are still a few thousand Yazidi in Turkey. They are fiercely persecuted everywhere, of course. By Muslims, Christians, dictators. Rob asked, but what do they believe? Yazidism is syncretistic, it combines elements of many faiths. Like Hindus, they believe in reincarnation. Like ancient Mithraists, they sacrifice bulls. They believe in baptism, like Christians. When they pray they face the sun, like Zoroastrians. Why do you think the symbol on the jar is a Yazidi symbol? I'll show you. Isabel walked to the bookshelf on the far wall and returned with a volume. Halfway through off the book they found a picture showing a curious copper stick with a bird poised on the top. The book said the symbol was a Yazidi sanjak. It was the exact same symbol inscribed on the jars. Isabel shut the book and asked Christine, now. Tell me the full names of the workmen, at the site. And the surname of Bichette at the museum. Christine closed her eyes, trying to remember, faltering a little, she recited a list of 6 names. Then a few more. Isabel nodded. They are Yazidi. The workmen, at your site. They are Yazidi. And so is Bichette. And I presume the men who came to kidnap you were Yazidi too. They were protecting those jars in the museum. That makes sense, said Rob, quickly working it off in his mind. When you look at the sequence of events. What I mean is, when Christine went to Bichette for the key code, he gave it to her. But then he must have called his fellow Yazidis and told them what we were doing. And so they came to the museum. They were tipped off. Christine intimated. Sure. But why should the Yazidi be so worried about some old jars? However ghastly the contents. What's it got to do with them now? Why the hell were they so desperate to stop us? That's the nub, said Isabel. The shutter had stopped creaking. The sun sparkled on the placid waters beyond the window. There's one more thing, said Isabel. The Yazidi have a very strange god. He is represented as a peacock. They worship a bird. And they call him Melek Taus. The peacock angel. Another name for him is Moloch, the demon god adored by the Canaanites. And another name for him is Satan. According to Christians and Muslims. Rob was nonplussed. You mean the Yazidi are Satanists? Isabel nodded cheerfully. Shaitan, the demon. The terrible god of the sacrifice. She smiled. As we understand it, yes. The Yazidi worship the 29 Klun Kuri. This was their very last name, and the very best hope. Forrester sorted through the papers and photos on his knee, as the rain spattered the windscreen. He and Boyer were in a hire car in northern France, heading south from Lille. Boyer was driving, Forrester was reading, fast. And hoping they were finally on the right track. It certainly looked good. They'd spent the last few days talking to headmasters and rectors and student advisors, phoning reluctant doctors in university clinics. Quite a few likely candidates had emerged. A dropout from Christ Church, Oxford. A couple of expellees from Eton and Marlborough. A schizophrenic student, missing from St Andrews. Forrester had been shocked at the number of students diagnosed as schizophrenic. Hundreds across the country. But the candidates had all been ruled out, one way or another. The posh Oxford dropout was in a mental hospital. This St Andrews student was known to be in Thailand. The Eton expellee had died. In the end they had drilled it down to one name, Jamie Klun Kuri. He had all the right credentials. His family was extremely wealthy, and of aristocratic descent. He'd been very expensively schooled at Westminster, where his behaviour, according to his housemaster, was eccentric verging on violent. He had beaten another pupil and come perilously close to expulsion. But his academic brilliance had afforded him a second chance. Klun Kuri had then gone to Imperial College in London to study mathematics. One of the finest scientific universities in the world. But this grand opportunity hadn't solved his problems, indeed his wildness had only intensified. He'd dabbled in hard drugs and been caught with call girls in his hall of residence. One of them had reported him to the police for brutality, but the Crown Prosecution Service had dropped the charge on the grounds of an unlikely conviction. She was a prostitute, he a gifted student at a top university. Crucially, it seemed Klun Kuri had gathered around him a number of extremely close friends, Italians, French and American. One of his fellow students said Klun Kuri's social circle was a weird clique. Those guys worshipped him. And, as Boyer and Forrester had established, in the last 2 or 3 weeks that clique had disappeared. They hadn't been seen at lectures. A concerned sibling had reported her brother as missing. The college had posters of him in the Union Bar. An Italian kid, Luca Marcinelli. The young men had left no trace. Their student digs were empty of evidence. No one knew or even especially cared where they had gone. The clique members were disliked. Acquaintances and neighbours were bafflingly vague. Students come and go all the time. I thought he'd gone back to Milan. He just said he was taking a holiday. At Scotland Yard they had therefore been obliged to make some tough decisions. Forrester's team couldn't follow every lead with equal zeal. Time was running out. The Toyota Land Cruiser had been found, abandoned, on the outskirts of Liverpool, the gang having evidently guessed that the car was a liability. The gang had gone to ground, but Forrester knew they would surely strike again, and soon. But where? There wasn't time for speculation. So Forrester had ordered his team to zero in on Cluncuney, the alleged leader. The Cloncurry family lived, it turned out, in Picardy in northern France. They had an ancestral home in Sussex, a large flat in London, and even a villa in Barbados. But for some reason they lived in the middle of Picardy, near Albert. Which was why Forrester and Boyer had caught the first Eurostar this morning from London Street Pancras to Lille. Forrester surveyed the huge and rolling fields, the pinched little the grey and steely sky of northern France. Every so often, one of the hills would be adorned by another British wartime cemetery, a lyrical but melancholy parade of chased marble headstones. Thousands and thousands of graves. It was a depressing spectacle, not helped by the rain. The trees were in Maytime blossom, but even the blossom was wilted and helpless in the relentless drizzle. Not the most attractive part of France, is it, sir? Hideous, Forrester answered. All these cemeteries. Lots of wars here, right? Yes. And dying industries. That doesn't help. He paused, then said, we used to come here on holiday. Boyer chuckled. Nice choice. No, not here. What I mean is we used to go camping in the south of France, when I was a kid. But we couldn't afford to fly, so we had to drive all the way down through France. From Le Havre. And we used to come off here, off Picardy. Past Albert and the Somme and the rest of it. And every time I would caw. Because it was so bloody ugly. The villages are so ugly because they were all rebuilt after the Great War. In concrete. Millions of men died in these wet fields, Boyer. Millions. In Flanders fields. I guess so. I think the Finns were still living in igloos at the time. Yes, sir. Eating moss. The two men laughed, quite ladishly. Forrester needed some light relief. The Eurostar journey had been equally sombre, they'd used the hours to go over the pathology reports one more time. To see if they'd missed anything. But nothing had jumped out at them. It was just the same chilling scientific analysis of the wounds. Extensive hemorrhage. Stab wound in the fifth intercostal. Death by traumatic asphyxia. Think this is it, said Boyer. Forrester checked the sign, Ribemont sur Ancre. 6 kilometers, you're right. This turn off. The car swerved onto the slip road, scything through gathered pools of rainwater. Forrester wondered why it rained so much in northeast France. He remembered stories of Great War soldiers drowning in mud, literally drowning in their hundreds and thousands, in the churned wet rainy mud. What a way to die! And take a right here. He checked the address of the Cluncuneys. He'd MNG'd the family and got their agreement to an interview just a day ago. The mother's voice was cold and slightly quave one Y on the phone. But she had given him instructions. Go past the Rue Voltaire. A kilometre further on. Then take the left, towards Albert. Take this left. Boyer swung the wheel and the hire car crunched through off a rutted puddle. The road was virtually a farm track. Then they saw the house. It was large and impressive, shuttered and dormered, with a severely sloping roof in the French style. But it was also sombre, dark and oppressive. An odd place to come and live. Jamie Cluncuney's mother was waiting for them at the end of the wide, looping driveway. Her accent was icily posh. Very English. Her husband was just inside the door, in an expensive tweed jacket and corduroys. His socks were bright red. In the sitting room a maid served coffee. Mrs. Cloncurry sat opposite them, with her knees pressed tightly together. "So, Insular Forrester. You wish to talk about my son Jamie?" The interview was painful, stilted and laborious. The parents claimed they had lost control of Jamie in his mid-teens. By the time he reached university they had lost all contact, too. The mother's mouth twitched, very slightly, as she discussed Jamie's problems. She blamed drugs. And his friends. She confessed she blamed herself, as well, because they had sent him to boarding school to be a boarder at Westminster. This had increased the young man's isolation within the family. And so he withdrew from us. And that was that. Forrester was frustrated. He could tell where the interview was going. The parents knew nothing, they had practically disclaimed their son. As Boyer took over the questioning, the DCI scanned the large and silent sitting room. There were many family photos of the daughter, Jamie's sister. Photos of her on holiday, on a pony, or at her graduation. Yet no photos of the son. Not one. And there were family portraits too. A military figure, a Cloncurry from the 19th century. A viscount in the Indian Army. And an admiral. Generations of distinguished forebears were staring from the walls. And now probably there was a murderer in the family. A psychotic killer. Forrester could feel the shame of the Cloncurrys. He could feel the pain of the mother. The father was practically silent during the interview. The 2 hours passed with elaborate slowness. At the end Mrs. Cloncurry escorted them to the door. Her piercing blue eyes stared into Forrester, not at him, but into him. Her aquiline face matched the photo of Jamie Cloncurry that Forrester had already sourced from the Imperial College student records. The boy was handsome, in a high cheekboned.